the skies are a little gloomy. With that said, we have dealt with most of it already. It is in the process of blowing out, and we're hoping we can get our first moto up and running here today. Hello, I'm Ken Stout, and Mike Young joins me alongside. Mikey, we a big delay here to get things going, but we had a great day one day ago. We had great weather. We had great racing. We look for more of it here today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what a difference a day makes, Ken. Obviously, we're back about 2 hours right now from where we were supposed to start about 8:45 this morning. Again, we apologize to everybody that's listening in. However, hey, we can't do anything about Mother Nature, and there was some bad lightning and some bad storms that rolled through. But as you pointed out, things starting to clear up here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, so we'll kick things off here with one of our endurance races. I believe the pro endurance race will be the first moto of the day. So we're going to test everybody's endurance and their find out just how strong they are if they can survive out here for 20 or 30 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It looks like from yesterday the lake has actually laid down just a little bit. We've got 14 entries here in the pro endurance class, including your points leader who came to us from Canada, Jay Edworthy. He's got 112 points coming into this one, but it's really tight up front. Less than 20 points separate the top five. You got Devin Farding with 102, Camden Powell with 98, Noah Skips with 94, Jay Finlinson with 90. Again, 14 riders ready to do battle. And you can see them milling around out there. What they'll do is they'll get in the gate, and they'll work their way, I believe, right to left of the way that we're viewing it here. And our marshals will drop the green flag, and that'll signify for him to take off. Normally it's 30 minutes plus a lap. I'm not sure if they may have shortened something up. If so, I'm sure that we'll see it on the TV monitor. But you got boat number 22, Anthony Radetich, 44 is Camden Powell, 221, Dave Davidson, 243, Dennis Mack. Boat number 6 is Devin Farding, 361, Eric Lagopoulos. Boat number 126 is Ian Smith, 177, Jason Russo, 477 is Ed Worthy. Boat number 55 is Finlinson. Boat number 333, Josiah Acosta. Boat number 373 is Noah Skips. Boat number 110, Tori Snyder. And rounding out the field, originally from the Cayman Islands, now making his home in Georgia, 116 is Vanjie Ramjeet. And the green flag has dropped, and we are off and away here at Lake of the Ozarks.
First moto of the day, Eric Lagopoulos. You mentioned him before. He did grab a win one day ago. So a couple of these people running in multiple categories, as you would expect out here. But he did a good job in the Runabout GP3. We'll find out how his skills are here in a much longer race as they fan out.
Wow, when I was taking a look there, it looked like half of the field went around that pontoon boat that was out there in the middle, and I'm not sure if that pontoon boat was supposed to be a marker, and they were supposed to stay on the inside of it, but half of them went to the inside, and I believe that was Edworthy that got the advantage here on boat number 477.
We'll see what race control says. If anybody gets dinged for something they were not supposed to do, or if they did it, they were smart and did it right.
Well, I've never seen a pontoon boat like out in the middle of where you're making that right-hand turn where they were at. So I believe there was some confusion there, and that's 55 right there. That's Finlinson. Finlinson coming into this one, currently sitting 5th in points with 90 points, only about 20 behind your race leader. It looks like he's got a rider right in front of him. It looks like that could have been 110 Snyder and 477 Edworthy. We'll let you know as soon as the transponders kick in. Again, welcome everybody out to the Monster Energy International Hot Rod Association Professional Watercraft Racing Series. This is our third round here in the 2026 campaign, and it's great to be at Lake of the Ozarks. Great day yesterday, a little blustery this morning, but we'll get through it. That is 110 Snyder, just as I thought, up there in front out of Bradenton, Florida. Tori takes a look behind him, see where the rest of the pack is. And Tori having a tough go of it so far here in the 2026 campaign. I mean, he's been on the podium the last couple of years, currently sitting 7th in points behind Ramjeet right now, coming into this one.
Good head-on shot there of the Monster Energy back machine of the 110 you were just talking about a moment ago. Tori Snyder.
Snyder working his way back into the cove, and that was the C477. Easy to pick out with that blue and yellow paint scheme there. That is Edworthy, your points leader, coming into this one. I'm sure Snyder would like to gain some points on Edworthy right here. Supposed to have 3 motos here in the Pro Enduro. You're watching their first of 3 this weekend. Had some of our IHRA classes that ran yesterday. Got a couple more of the closed course that'll be running today throughout our schedule. Again, things may be just a little abbreviated getting the late start, but we're glad everybody could be with us here at Lake of the Ozarks.
By the way, our entire production crew, too, had to cover everything up. So with all of the bad weather, all the equipment, the cameras, everything had to be protected, had to be bagged and put away. And they are actively trying to uncover some of that stuff and get everything back up in position as well. Of course, the race series wanted to get things going as quickly as possible. So everybody's scrambling here trying to get ready for this first moto.
And you can see the difference in the course conditions from yesterday, Ken. You can see how it's really laid down. And
really has.
With it laying down like this, I think, that would tend to favor the Sea-Doos, because the Sea-Doo's more of a flat water boat, a little bit wider U-bottom hull, not the V-bottom hull that you see on the Yamahas. However, we do have a Yamaha out in front, but this is what I call fast conditions. Edworthy's on a Sea-Doo, and I expect to see good things out of Edworthy here this weekend. Points leader coming into this one, and that is Devin Farthing out of Ackworth, Georgia. Again, just graduating from the University of Tennessee just last week, spending his graduation vacation here with us.
Yeah, and of course the Farthing family just so successful. Everybody involved, from father to the two sons, all of them are champions somewhere along the way. Extremely good at what they do. As once again we watch the 110 there of Snyder.
Snyder again coming from Bradenton, Florida. It's got Edworthy behind him. Snyder sponsored by Tim Judge Motorsports, former BMX national and world champion. And Tim's been spinning the wrenches, also a personal watercraft racing champion back in the early 90s in the sport division. But TJ really knows how to spin wrenches out there, one of the master mechanics in personal watercraft racing, and that who is the guy who works under the hood there of the boat number 110.
I noticed, too, a number of these, almost everybody wearing a jacket here, so some form of protection out there from the rain. And you wouldn't think, hey, man, they're getting wet already. But when you're running speeds that they're running and it's raining, it pelts pretty hard.
Oh, I'll tell you, yeah, you go 55, 60 mile per hour and that rain's coming down. You don't have one of those jackets on. You're actually going to have those little red spots all over your arms where your jacket doesn't cover. So once again, supposed to be 30 minutes plus a lap. We haven't got confirmation on that, but that's what we normally run here with our Enduros. And again, you're watching the first of three here in the Pro Division. For those of you folks that are playing along at home, next on our schedule should be the Pro Women's Ski GP, their third and final moto, followed by the third and final moto, or I'm sorry, moto number one for the Ski GP 3 class.
Yeah, and Emmy Garcia off to a great start with 2 wins inside of that category. We'll see if she can cap it off here today, much like her younger brother did a day ago.
Yeah, Andy also picking up 3 wins in that junior class. Great family from Lake Havasu coming out and racing with us here this weekend as we take a look at Snyder. And you can pretty much see the gap there between Snyder and Edworthy. Snyder with about a 4.5 to 5 second gap right now over second place. And Edworthy's one of those riders. He's going to stay right there with you, Ken. He's going to stay all the way to the end. And when he sees it's that last couple of minutes, that is when he hits the afterburners. Yeah. But right now, he just wants to stay with Tori. Don't let Tori get out of his gun sights as they work their way along the back section of the track and over toward the marina.
Yeah, and like we said, those skies looking out over there, you can see how dark they are, but that's already gone over us. Back behind us, where it's coming from, is getting brighter by the minute. So hopefully all the nasty weather is gone for the day, and it just gets better. Starting to cool off here a bit as well. Tomorrow expected to be even cooler with a high in the 70s. So we look forward to some beautiful racing weather coming up for the rest of the weekend.
Little dog leg there for Tori. And you can see Edworthy in the screen right back there behind him. Again, Edworthy sponsored by JetX and Hamburg floor covering from up in the Buffalo area. JetX out of Canada. And you'll see Todd Sarsinski racing as well. He's from Hamburg floor covering, sponsors a lot of these riders.
22 minutes, a little more than 22 minutes left inside of this one. So it looks like they will run a full 30-minute moto here in this pro endurance.
Snyder looking strong. I believe this is his second race hole shot of the season.
And we will try to update you on time and the scoring as we get it. Unfortunately, not been piped to us just yet. As soon as it does, we'll get it up there so you can keep an eye on it. And also for the time left in the moto, we'll try to update you on that as they relay it to us.
Once again, transforming the whole site. We were outside underneath an easy up yesterday. Now we're in a motorhome, so everything 1,000% had to be moved. And hats off to the production crew here, as they've been working their butts off all morning long, trying to keep us dry and out of that rain.
So Troy Snyder still leading this one. There's a look at him right there on the 110. Our points leader, as Mike's been talking about, Jay Edworthy, doing a good job, sitting right there in second and putting some laps in now. And that's the way these races are. You got to have a high pace. You've got to be able to maintain the pace. But now you just settle in and you put some laps in. And
you can see Edworthy not going anywhere, staying right there with Snyder as they work their way around the point here. And the top two just starting to separate a little bit from third place. And we haven't gotten a number yet for third place. But again, I can tell you that is Edworthy in second, Snyder out in front. As we take a look at Snyder right there again on the Snyder Built machine. Snyder Built is a construction company down in the Sarasota area of Florida. He's also sponsored by Riva Racing. You can see Edworthy coming out, going a little bit wide there.
It looks like might have a lapper already. Picking somebody up here. You can see people fanning out, running some different lines here as well.
Yeah, I believe that was Farthing that's actually back there in the third. He's got a red Yamaha, I believe, that he's on. So you can see second, and there is a third, and I believe that is the red Yamaha of Devin Farthing. Devin coming into this race right here, second in points, 10 behind Edworthy. So I know Dev Dog would like to get in front of Edworthy and gain some points on your leader here, as this is round number 3 here of the Monster Energy IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. We started off back in St. Petersburg, went to New Orleans, and here we find ourselves in Missouri. And it looked like the marshals were actually given a little bit of instruction there to your race leaders. I'm not sure if maybe a buoy has went loose or not, but I noticed I believe that was Jackson J-Rod that was pointing with the yellow flag. And you can see Farthing now starting to apply the pressure to Edworthy. That's your battle for second and third as they get past the lapper there. There's Edworthy. Good look at Jay Edworthy. Again, sponsored by JetX.ca. And Jay been riding for a long time with us here. It's always great to see Jay out there with us. Had a really bad injury up in Michigan City a couple of years ago. Broke his leg and took about a year and a half off and came back at the beginning of last year. And it is great to see him back out there. He said, Mike, he says, I think I got one more championship left in me. You know, I'm 52 years fast. So it's going to be this year or it's never going to be. And he comes into this one, the points leader, ended up taking second on the tour last year.
And you know what? Hats off to him as well to come back. He did not want to go out that way, so wanted to come back here and go out on his own terms. So hats off to him. All right, let's get down to Pam, and she's with one of our crew chiefs down there at the shoreline.
I am here with Cam with Farthing Racing. And Cam, I got to talk to you. I've been watching you all weekend long. You seem to be the boss of the team, the crew chief of the team. You guys have a lot of skis out on the water right now. But Cam, I want to talk to you about this. So who all do you have on the water right now?
We have 4 riders out there right now. We have Devin Farthing, Noah Skips, Eric Lagopoulos, and Dennis Mack. The guys are doing pretty good. With the flat water, it's tough to compete with these Sea-Doos, but we're going to give it our everything and give it hell.
Yeah, I'm listening in on the show right now. They are doing really good out there. But all in all, you guys have a very busy pit. How many skis do you have in total in your pit?
I believe we have 10 or 11, plus we have 3 or 4 backup skis, so there is a lot to manage. I kind of just make sure everybody has what the team, so they can do their job, make sure everybody has what they need, and just try to keep things moving, be on time, and control things,
Yeah, there always has to be somebody in control of all the chaos, is what I call it, chaos in the pits. But this weekend, I mean, I've been watching you go back and forth, bringing the skis in and out, and all the different riders. I mean, you just kind of said it yourself that you're just trying to keep everything in order. But you've been in this industry for a very long time.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long, long time. Me and my father both. He's our master mechanic and engine builder. He also pretty much runs the team. He's the ultimate boss. But yeah, I've been doing this a long time, since early 2000s. So yeah, pretty much everybody out here is family to me.
Well, and that's what it is too, in all racing aspects too, one big family. You said you've worked on the majority of all these teams out here, so you definitely have experience. But let's hope today the weather stays as it is right now and we get to have a good racing day.
Yeah, I hope the rain stays light like it is. The lightning looks like it's pushed away, so luckily hopefully there won't be any more delays, and we can keep the day rolling. Even though we're a little behind, maybe we can catch up and get all our racing in.
Awesome. Well, Cam, thank you so much. I had to come over here and chat with you just to see what your role is and everything. But you're one of the busiest people that I have seen out here by the boat ramp. So good luck to you for the rest of the weekend.
Got to earn that paycheck somehow, right?
100% correct on that. But thank you so much once again for chatting with us, and we'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And as she's talking to him, we're keeping an eye here on the top three. The gap staying about the same. If anything, it looks like maybe Edworthy has closed it up just a tick. But it was, as she was talking to him, to put it in perspective, that is a tractor trailer that he works underneath of, and they've got a tent from the front bumper to the rear bumper of that thing that those 10 to 12 skis are under.
Yeah, I always said that Cam has always been one of the hardest working men in show business, I've always called him. And yesterday, I'll tell you, Ken, it was funny. I'm watching these guys. They're pulling an engine, right? But they don't have an engine puller. So what they did was they backed the back gate down, hooked it up to the back gate.
That's your lift.
That was his lift. That was his engine lift. So these guys are MacGyvers down there in the pits as well.
They're creative, man. You give them something to work with, they'll figure out a way. As you take a look at the number 44 there, doing a nice job. That is Camden Powell.
Yeah, Camden, one half of the Syracuse Mafia, and currently sitting third in points with 98 points coming into this one. Again, your points leader is Edworthy with 112. Devin Farthing right there in the middle. So, again, the points start to tighten up here. I love the fact that it's less than 20 points between your top 5 riders, as this is actually the 7th moto of the season.
Nice single shot here.
And that looks like boat number 502 out there. As we go back on board with 110, and I know 502 is one of the backup Farthing boats. So
that's right.
Yeah, so somebody may have made a number change, and it didn't make it up to us, because I believe that is Baldwin's boat. Okay, so looks like we've got the live scoring coming up on the screen. You can see your race leader, Tori Snyder, blue flag with a yellow stripe coming out. And that means that there's a lapped rider out there that they need to yield.
Whistle, yeah, basically like, man, the leaders are coming, so be aware, be respectful.
Actually, if you've seen that, there was actually 2 lapped riders that were right in front of Tori and Jay right there. As the blue flag goes back in the holster. And they are working their way through the cove on the back section of the track. Left-hand side of the point as we view it here from Lake of the Ozarks. Surprisingly enough, Skip's running back there in the 8th spot right now.
That is Eric Lagopoulos there on the 502.
Okay, so Lagopoulos went with the other boat. Gotcha. Well, I know that his 361 would have been a lot underpowered for this race right here that he was racing yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that makes sense. And we talked about him. He did a great job in his moto. He was on the podium, I believe, as I recall, every time, including a win along the way. So Eric did a real nice job one day ago.
Well, I'll tell you, you missed the awards last night. He didn't make the Monster girls that happy.
Oh, boy.
They got a little champagne celebration as well. Oh, you can take them to the water, but you can't make them drink. That is a good shot of Lagopoulos right there out of Sarasota, Florida. Said he is enjoying Lake of the Ozarks so much that he was thinking about opening up a club here. He's got a club down there in Sarasota, got a restaurant down there.
Certainly a place for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, and somebody just punted the buoy. I mean, completely punted that buoy.
Yeah, well.
And off.
They
Looks like it's off the ski in the process.
Yeah, they got punted as well. And that's not a good place to be off, too, because you can see him working his way back. Here's the replay. Let's take a look here. That is Derek Powell, boat number 44. And Powell center punches the buoy right there because it was a rider down.
Was already off, so he went to the inside to be safe.
He had to do that. Yeah, it was a safety maneuver completely. So that's 77, the Chicken Hawk, Jason Russo, that went down. Jason, another one of those guys out of Bradenton, Sarasota, Florida. Take a look at the replay here of 77. Let's see 477 there. Oh,
he went off in the process.
Yeah,
wow.
That was Edworthy. That was Edworthy who pushed him wide because Russo was actually a lapped rider, so he should have actually yielded to those leaders coming in. So
very scary moment, and a couple of skis right there behind him that had to react very quickly to make sure they didn't hit him.
Well, I'll tell you, that's one thing about these riders out here. You know, they have a lot of respect for each other. You know, when you're going 70 to 80 mile per hour side by side, you have to trust that guy or gal that's right next to you.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about that. They do wear some protective gear. Obviously, the helmets, that's a given, but the vests that they're wearing as well. I'm not sure what the rule is. Do they have to wear ballistic pants?
Yeah, well, they have to wear a wetsuit. They have to have a protective foot covering. They have to have a back brace. Hans' device is, whether you want to or not, it's kind of, you know, one of those things. If you don't feel comfortable with it, you don't have to wear it. But yeah, got to have pretty much everything that you see, like your race leader there wearing. He's got his helmet, he's got his vest, he's got his protective foot gear. Here he's got his tour coat on too. You know, on a day like today, you want that tour coat. As you were talking about that rain, that doesn't feel good when it's coming at you at about 55 mile per hour. And it's still kind of drizzling here. It's not, the rain hasn't completely subsided, but it was a little rough earlier today. As we go back on board here with Tori Snyder.
This is a 30-minute moto, as you can see up there in the top left-hand corner. We are down to 10 minutes, so 2/3 of it complete with 10 to go.
And Tori looking good out there, holding off the charges by Edworthy. And I'm looking for Farthing back up there. I don't see Farthing. There might be a couple back markers in between. Farthing, it looks like he may have slipped back to 5th. Vanjie Ramjeet in 6th. Ian Smith in 7th. And then you got Skips in 8th. And, you know, going back to what Cam was talking about in that earlier interview with Pam, you know, he's talking about, you know, and we were talking about it at the onset of this race, the Sea-Doos being a little bit quicker in these conditions, and those Yamahas just a little bit slower because they're kind of trudging through the water.
So we are going to take a quick break here and pay some bills. We'll come back and finish this Pro Endurance Moto up. Stay with us. More action to come for the IHRA.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling. No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. For your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And once again, we welcome everybody back here as there's 5 minutes left in this Pro Endurance Moto. Total time was 30 minutes at the start. You're watching the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. Ken Stout and Mikey Young sitting alongside as we call all the action here.
It looks like second place right now. Edwardy starting to close that gap a little bit, and we talked about that.
This is what you said, man. Yeah. This is about the time. First, second, and third have all tightened up here a little bit.
Oh, yeah. First, second, third place, I believe, right now is still boat number 44, Camden Powell. Now, Finlayson was behind him on the double nickels, but I just seen that last time the ticker went around that Farthing has picked up that fifth place, so we'll have to see where Finlayson is here on this lap.
Yeah, Farthing coming in here second in points, so needed to close that up a little bit. He was back as far as sixth, but he's behind Jay Edworthy, who's leading in the points. That's his competition.
So it must have been Powell that had an issue, because Finlayson has moved up, I believe, into that third place position right in front of Farthing. Ramjeet in fifth, Ian Smith in the sixth spot, and Skips has moved up to seventh. And yeah, I think that Powell must have come off the boat. I did hear during the commercials, I heard a bunch of whistles out there, and I seen some yellow flags in the top left corner. And I'm wondering if that was Powell that maybe came off of his boat or had a mechanical issue, because I also seen somebody that was getting towed in. So.
Yeah, we had a pretty big moment here about 12 minutes in, and with a rider flying off right at a buoy. It got pretty intense there for a moment.
And so Camden Powell, they say that he is way off the pace now. He's all the way back there in the 12th position. So you know something had to happen to Camden, as he came into this one third place in points. Him and Finlayson consider themselves the Syracuse Mafia. Finlayson again moving up into that third spot, just behind Jay Edworthy.
Yeah, and Edworthy 2.2 back, and then Finlayson 2.2 behind him. So the gap about the same. And as you said before, man, would start closing it up here, but with 3.5 to go, he's going to have to start making a move pretty quick.
You know, from the start of this race, the water is actually looking a lot more choppy than what it was. It was looking a lot more smooth, and again, that would favor the Yamahas. So, I mean, it looks like things have chopped up. You got 14 wide body personal watercraft out there. Things are going to chop up a little bit, but man, it looks like things really chopped up as compared to when we began this race, because it looked pretty slick out there.
Once again, Torrey Snyder leading on the 110 ski. You see first, second, third there making that right-hander, and that's Jay Finlayson right there that was in third.
Yeah, we got to wonder if he lost the position right there, and that was right after the start-finish line as they head back into the cove. So we'll see if Farthing was able to take advantage of that. Ramjeet, I believe, still in the fourth spot, followed by Smith in fifth.
Boy, what a shame, too. I mean, so late in this moto. But that's when things start to happen, right? After you've been on one of these things for 25-plus minutes.
And it looks like Finlayson, he might have just lost his lanyard there, as you see him working there toward his handlebars.
How frustrating is that?
Oh, yeah, now he's trying to get the boat going again as he takes a look behind him. Yeah, tough break there for
and
Finlayson.
Explain that to some of the fans that might not understand at home. Certainly the hardcore fans are going to get it, but that lanyard is a safety device, and it shuts it off immediately.
Yeah, exactly. If you pull your lanyard out, your boat automatically stops. Engine stops. And
it's basically a safety. If you fall off of it, the lanyard comes out and it stops. So, but unfortunately, that happened, and he did not fall off of it.
Yeah, you know where that came from. We were actually doing a race in Mission Bay back in the early 90s, and one of our racers stuck wide open, hit the rocks, went up, hit the ESPN tower, fell down, and broke a couple legs. And that's why they came up with the lanyard, because if you fall off the boat, your boat's going to stop.
Gotcha.
So that's one of the reasons they came up with the lanyard. A little 411 for everybody listening in.
1.5 minutes to go inside of this Pro Endurance, plus 1 lap. And the drones are up and operating as well. We appreciate everybody working so hard here with Windy City Creative. Nicely done. Took them a little bit to recover as well from all the weather that we had earlier this morning. But once again, getting back up to full steam to give you some great video here. And you can see first. Looks like about 2 seconds, maybe a tick more from first to second, and then second to third. A little bit closer. But with that said, he just went a bit wide as well.
Well, with Finlayson losing that lanyard, it looked like he didn't lose a position to Farthing, so he'll maintain that third place position. But Farthing definitely closing on him here as we close in on the latter stages of this one. Just over a half minute to go.
There's Finlayson, I should say, who was in third a little bit earlier, and as we documented, that thing stalled, and we're guessing the lanyard coming out and got it going here as quickly as possible to get back up. So that was first and second we were watching before. I think there was a lapper there that got out of the way and cleared.
So Edworthy still about 2 seconds behind Torrey Snyder as time getting ready to expire. And we'll see if the white flag comes out this time around for Torrey. And on board there with Finlayson, again out of Syracuse, Indiana, sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels. And that was the start-finish line, so I don't believe the flag came out for Torrey. It'll come out, the white flag will come out for Torrey on that next lap around. Torrey still had about 10 seconds to go, so they're going to make him work for it.
Yeah, and he couldn't give that much up. If he tried to give that much up, that would have put second place right there on him. So one more lap it is.
Well, and that's good news for Jay Edworthy. That gives Edworthy another lap and a half to try to
close
that gap on Torrey.
You never know what might happen. I mean,
yeah,
we just saw a lanyard happen. Anything could happen, right?
That's for sure. That is for sure. As we take a look at the outside of the course, great look at the backdrop there. And Snyder looking to go wire to wire here.
Yeah, he's had a great moto, man. He's been out front since the horn blew. Solid run.
Torrey sponsored by Monster Energy, Snyder Built, and Judge Motorsports. You can see Edworthy still right there in the shot. Edworthy not going anywhere. So I believe the white flag will be coming out this time around, as I see the blue flag coming out for one of the riders. Out comes the white flag.
Yep.
So Ryan giving him the white flag down there. Edworthy, you got another lap. Can you do it, buddy?
Looks pretty solid right now, man. He is definitely settled in.
Well, this will be interesting, Ken, to see how Torrey gets around this lap traffic. If the lapper just lets him over, or if the lapper fights him for it, it slows Torrey down.
Yeah, and I would say more times than not, it's not necessarily a fight for it, but maybe they don't realize he's coming up behind them.
And unlike the closed course that we've seen yesterday, there's no split track in this, so you can't go one way and try to find some clean water. You got to play follow the leader here.
And that lapper just respectfully moved to the left. First and second go zinging by.
So Torrey with about a half lap to go here. And this is your Pro Endurance 300 Moto #1 from Lake of the Ozarks, round number 3 of the Monster Energy IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series.
Edworthy hanging right there, man. Not able to close it up. 1,001. Yeah, he's still about 2 seconds back, but he is right there.
Yeah, you could tell Edward he's waiting for a slip, trip, or a bobble. He's trying to get in Torrey's head right now.
He saw that, man. It did look like a little bit of a slip there by our leader, but I don't think it was enough.
No, he went just a little bit wide, and you can see Jay setting up wide. It's a checkered flag getting ready to come out as they come down the front straightaway. And look at Torrey. Torrey with the arm pump in the air. He is excited, getting a victory here at Lake of the Ozarks. I believe Torrey took a moto victory when we were back in St. Pete, so this is only his second moto victory here of the 2026 campaign.
You can see the excitement as well with the fist pump coming across the stripe.
The camaraderie amongst the riders.
Perfect. As Jay Edworthy on the 477 goes up there, congratulates him. Good news for Jay Edworthy. He'll finish second here, but he'll hang on to that points lead.
I just seen Farthing come through, but it's going to be Finlayson just ahead of Farthing. So Finlayson will end up in third. Farthing will have to settle for fourth on the Monster Energy Yamaha, sponsored by Progressive, and Vanjie Ramjeet on the VR Racing Machine will end up in fifth. That rounds out your top 5 here in Moto number 1 of the Pro Endurance 300 class.
Good stuff. So off to a great start here with our first moto in the books.
Yeah, tough break for Camden Powell, though. Boy, he was up there, and he's up there in the points, and to come off the way he came off is not the way that you want to do it, especially when you're sitting third in points on the third round of the series.
And a look at the results in our Pro Endurance as Torrey Snyder, as we talked about, coming across first, followed up by Jay Edworthy. Jay Finlayson hanging on to third place even after that moment. Devin Farthing in fourth place, as you talked about there before, came in here second in the points. Vanjie Ramjeet to round out the top 5.
Nice Pro Endurance moto there. Moto number 1. Let's take a look at the recap here. You can see him getting ready to start, kind of like herding cats up there at that starting line. You know, they ain't got no gate, and it's a rolling start, so everybody's trying to get that advantage. And you can see coming from the middle of the pack, it was the black and white skin. Remember I told you about the pontoon boat?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what was going on there, but some of the guys looked like they may have gotten pushed a little bit wide. But either way, Torrey Snyder settling into that first place spot, Edworthy behind him. And those two would run together the entire 30 minutes plus 1. And you can see Edworthy right there getting together with Jason Russo. And some good reaction time there by Jay Finlayson. You can see he just missed Russo getting on the outside of him.
And some of the skis back behind him as they were making those quick adjustments here to steer clear and try to keep them safe, including Camden Powell.
So your race leader.
Yeah, that was first
Snyder.
and second place right there at the very end, coming around the final buoys.
Snyder got the whole family here, and you could tell he's pretty stoked, and winning one for mom and dad and the rest of the monster team. All right. And,
checkered flag in hand.
There we go. Providing what we used to say be a Kodak moment, but nobody has a Kodak anymore. I'm kind of showing my age there.
Kodak, what's that?
Everybody's got a phone nowadays.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Great, really solid moto there.
And Torrey, as far as endurance racing goes, he has hit the podium, I believe, 3 out of the last 4 years with endurance racing in the United States. So I'm sure that he would like to get back up there. Had a couple of tough races, rounds 1 and 2. Again, came into this one, he was 7th in the points with 82 points, but those points right there are going to help him get back up into the top 5.
And a look at some of the condos out there in the distance here at this beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. This place is littered with them. Some 1,100 miles of shoreline at this lake, 54,000 acres. And if you enjoy boating, this is definitely a destination in the summertime to come out. Get yourself an Airbnb, rent one of the condos, bring your boat or rent a boat. Come out here and have a great time. Line yourself up alongside one of the boat races while it's here.
So if I'm correct, we should.
So these racers here, they will get them out of the water. We'll put our next moto in and get them ready to go. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here, pay a little bit of bills, and we'll be back on the other side with more great racing action here with the IHRA.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. For your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And we welcome everybody to the Lake of the Ozarks. Welcome to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're excited to bring you some great racing action here this weekend. Ken Stout and Shane Landis sitting right alongside. We had some weather this morning. That has blown out. We look forward to great racing action here for the rest of the day. And, of course, the big dogs are going to be put in the water. There's a look at some of the skis that are going on here. They're racing as we speak as well. So a dual event. It has been very busy out here at the Lake of the Ozarks. We have two great pit reporters that are going to keep us up to speed with all the action going on as they put the boats in and take them back out. Let's get it down to the first of the two and Pam Hall.
Thank you so much, Ken. Down here at the dock where the boats are coming in and out, or the skis is what I should say. It's been an exciting day down here talking with the teams. They're excited that the weather cleared up. They're saying that the water is flatter for them today. So far so good on the weather for them, but exciting racing that's going on. And the teams, the highs, the lows that you were talking about, we saw some great action already this morning. You touched on the weather. The weather's absolutely beautiful. So today is going to be a great day. Down here at the loading dock, I'll be bringing you guys all the action from when teams come off the course and see what they have to say about their race day. So guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And, of course, we'll also have Tristan Garvin doing a great job for us as well. But in the meantime, we want to get things going. So it's time for the opening ceremonies. We will do our prayer and, of course, the national anthem. Let's get it down to them.
Thanks for joining us today. If you would, let's pray together. Lord, again, we thank you for your time in our lives, and we ask you to bless each and every one that's involved in this event, those who are participants, the fans that watch, the community that's opened their arms to us. I pray that today you'd give each and every one a safe day of racing, home safe tonight with our families, and Lord, we'll thank you for it in your precious name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nicely done. As we get going here at Lake of the Ozarks, excited to go racing. And Shane, I welcome you into the booth here as we watch the skis go at it. And these things are incredible as well.
I've been excited to watch these guys all morning already with you and Mikey. And I'll tell you what, these guys are flat flying around here. Definitely a little flatter water than what we've seen. I think these guys are really, really scooting. So it's going to be an awesome day of motos.
Those things are screaming as well as the pros are out there. Some 1,500 cc's and incredible top end, incredible athletic ability to watch them rip around the buoys and lean them over.
Yeah, these guys definitely have it figured out, man. If you watch these guys in the tray, their footwork is incredible. They really have this stuff dialed in, and there's no way I could even come close to moving that quick. The athletic ability of these guys is just through the roof, and anybody that hasn't been to a race yet, you owe yourself one. Come check these guys out, meet them. These guys will flat blow your mind.
As we continue here on with the skis, I'm going to get Mikey Young back in here. Nobody knows these things any better than Mikey does, and looks like we'll finish this one up before we put the big boats in the water.
And it looks like it's Garcia out in front, picking up where she left off yesterday. Once again, only 18 years old, moving over from France, making her home in Lake Havasu City. Only 4 ladies out there. We got River Varner out of Riverside, California, back there in second, sponsored by OnlyFans. Britton Reinhardt. We apologize, got her age wrong yesterday. We were saying she was 14. She's actually 20. Thank you, Dave Arnold, for correcting us on that. And, of course, Reese Geist back there in the 4th spot. So that is your running order. Garcia, though, she has been on a tear all weekend long, along with her little brother, who took 3 moto victories yesterday.
Yeah, solid effort there as you watch her once again on the 11th ski. As you mentioned, just has been absolutely on point, that entire team all weekend.
One of the things that I've noticed out here in this women's class, at least, you've got 3 of the Fast Power Sports boats, which are manufactured over in Arizona, and also been manufactured in Arizona. We've got 1 Commander out there. So again, these are the aftermarket hulls that you're taking a look at here, and these aftermarket hulls inside them. Oh, and look at this, your race leader goes down. Was that your leader? I believe.
A very rare mistake there. We'll see if we can confirm. Immediately gets her back up there on that safety board and back over there to the ski.
Wow. And what a tough break there for Garcia. And it looks like Garcia is going to drop a position right there. Varner able to get around.
Was it Garcia? I thought I saw 1-4. Like it was Garcia.
It was Garcia, yes. There she goes, boom. Just caught an edge right there. Cartwheels through the water here at Lake of the Ozarks. The marshal over there in a hurry, Jackson J-Rod.
And again, we see them do this for so long, and they don't make any mistakes. But that just goes to show you how difficult this is and how quickly it can all go wrong.
And we were talking about this yesterday, Ken, about, sometimes you get complacent out there, and you've got to keep that mental focus all the way through your event. And sometimes you just put it in cruise control out there, and when you do that, that's the kind of stuff that happens right there. So once again, Varner moves into the lead. As we take a look at the replay again here, and just catches that edge right there, comes off the right side of the boat and just flips through the water right there. And I'll tell you that's going to be a trip to the drugstore for a little bit of a leave after this one. So a tough break there for Garcia, but she had 2 wins yesterday. She's sitting in 4th right now. But I believe with her 2 wins yesterday, that still would probably give her the overall, with there only being 4 riders out there. River Varner out of California, your race leader. Reinhardt and Geis out of Arizona running in 2nd and 3rd. As you see Varner out there carving it up. And this girl right here, she races a lot of the international events. I mean, there's a lot of racing that goes on out there in the SoCal, Havasu, southern Arizona area. But she tends to go to a lot of the more the European races or the Far East races. But she has always been a great representative of us here in the U.S. As Varner, again, sponsored by OnlyFans.
30 seconds left inside of this one, plus 1 lap. And this will end up this division here for the weekend with their 3rd moto.
Yeah, once again, time ticking away. I believe they will get the white flag next time around. That is Varner working her way through the cove. We got a big sweeper down there in the cove, which brings them along the other side of the shoreline. Moto number 3 here of the women's ski GP class, and River Varner is your race leader. And, I think we were talking about this yesterday. I believe Varner is the oldest one out there at 24.
Right, yeah.
In his women's class. Got a young women's class out there. Reinhardt, I believe, is 20.
And Varner, who's been picking away at it every moto, just got a little bit better, and now in position to pick up a win.
Yeah, had a tough go of it yesterday. I believe ended up fourth in that first moto, but the white flag is coming out now from Ryan as the riders work their way right to left down that semi-front straightaway. And once again, the logistics here for personal watercraft racing a little bit different than what we're normal or what we're used to, because you got the big hill right there, but you got a lot of trees and everything like that. So I've been calling them our race fans the people in the trees because everybody's got their own little nook, own little cranny, and you can see just all of the greenery that is on the hill there. I would say the best place to watch these races from would definitely be out on a boat and taking a look in toward the pit area. We got a couple different pit areas, and you can see right there, that was the decision buoy, the double yellows. We talked about that yesterday. Normally it's an orange and a yellow. We call it the MasterCard buoy, but that's where you make your decision to go inside and outside. The outside buoys are the blue buoys. The inside are the green buoys. Right now, Varner on the outside.
Checker flag out. Here we go.
Congratulations to the Riverside, California resident, River Varner, taking the win here in the third moto in the women's ski GP. Britton Reinhardt ends up in second, Geis in third, and Garcia having to settle for fourth after that tough get off.
Yeah, man, she was doing such a great job, and as we documented, had won the first two motos a day ago, but man, on this one there, you can see the frustration for sure. Glad she's okay. That's most important. And she'll come back and battle again.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's still not a bad week in a 1-1-4. I'll take that. That's still a pretty good weekend here at Lake of the Ozarks. And she's looking, I think, to see if she did any damage to the boat right there. She's taking a look, and I don't know, she may have broke down right there at the end, right after the finish line, because you can see they're putting her on the gaff, and they're going to bring her in.
And a look at the final results here for this third moto for the Ski GP Women's Division. I know it says moto number one. It's actually the third one here for the weekend.
Yeah, River Varner, Britton Reinhardt, Reese Geis, and Amy Garcia. Your top four. Let's take a look at the recap here. And you can see Garcia getting a great shot from that inside, getting a nice hole shot from that inside split. Would go on, hits the decision buoy. She would go and grab the hole shot here in this one and lead for most of the race, Ken.
Yeah, she had a really, really strong lead working, and just that quickly, man, it all went away. And it just goes to show you how difficult it is, what athletes they are, but they're hanging this thing out on the edge, maximum G-force in that left-hander, and it slung her completely off the ski.
Yeah, and you could tell how fast she was going just by the separation of the ski, because when she came off the ski, the lanyard comes off with her, the ski shuts down, but the ski was still about 75 yards away.
Yeah, and of course, safety there immediately to help her out, make sure she was okay, and she was, got back up on it. But that would hand the opportunity over there to the 23 ski, and she brought home the win.
Yeah, big shout out to our progressive safety team here with us at Lake of the Ozarks this weekend. So Varner will take the win here in moto number 4 of the Women's Ski GP. Congratulations to the OnlyFans Fast Power Sports Racer.
Britton Reinhardt is down with Pam.
Britton out here in this number 2 position today. How exciting for you. That was definitely one race to watch.
Yeah, for sure. The ladies are so fast. It's been so fun. We all train together at Body Beach, so when we ride out here, it just feels like that, and it's so fun.
Okay, I want to ask you this. Keep getting told that the water's flatter out there today. So how water conditions today with the weather like it was this morning, how was it for you out there?
I feel like it's the same as yesterday, maybe even just a little bit more chop, actually. But yeah, I'm used to rough races, so this is definitely a switch up.
Well, congratulations on that number 2 position. We'll see you later on for some mains.
Thank you.
All right, there we have it, Miss Britton Reinhardt right there. 15 years old, out here racing this awesome course out here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Nicely done, and once again, River Varner grabbing the win there today. Exciting stuff. I think River might have been 4th in the first 2 motos, so to see that flip around and grab the win is a big turnaround for her.
Yeah, River could win at any given start. She's a very talented racer.
A beautiful shot there of the Lake of the Ozarks, and we're going to take a quick break. We've got the big boats ready to make some noise, so stay with us, and we'll be back with more racing action here with the IHRA.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Is. That looks like a sight lap. I think we're going to put some bracket boats in the water and get them going.
I am super pumped for this bracket race. I'll tell you what, the guys were buzzing in the pits, and they are jonesing to get on this lake. So we're going to see some different conditions, I think, Ken, than we have previously this year. This is going to be pretty flat and fast. So, the bracket guys are going to have to hold that line a little tighter.
Let's go down to Pam.
Here with River Varner. River Varner, winner of Moto number 3 out here at Lake of the Ozarks. You came out of the water with a great smile on your face. So how is it feeling to get that 3rd Moto win?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy because yesterday was just a bad day for me. I got really bad starts. I got fourth in a fourth. The second moto, I actually didn't make it to the start for the second moto. So for me, getting the first this moto felt pretty good.
I mean, and the water conditions out here, we keep talking about this because we had heavy rains this morning, but the water conditions out there for your race just now, I mean, pretty pristine.
Yeah, the sun came out right before our moto, so it was a good feeling, you know?
Mother Nature was on your side.
Mother Nature, for sure, yeah.
Well, congratulations on Moto number 3 win. We're going to let you get going, but congratulations once again. Great smile, great feeling. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, solid effort. Congratulations to her. Nicely done. A little bit of a sight lap. They give them a sight lap, and then, of course, they start to practice. And they call it a practice, but it's a qualifier as well. And the vintage 550s are what we're watching out here, as first time they've been out here on the course so far. Ian O'Connell, Todd Bartell, Brant Teskey, and Jeff Wright all inside of this category here. So look at Jeff Wright on the 34. Love the old style skis. That is pretty cool. Okay, we have not heard from Tristan yet, just yet, I should say. And she's been busy as well all weekend long, so let's check in with Tristan.
Hey guys, it's Tristan. I'm down here at the Bagnell Dam Strip for the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks Shootout Offshore race. It's a little cloudy, I'm not gonna lie. We had a downpour this morning, which kind of put a funk on everything, but the clouds look like they're moving out. It's not raining, thank you, Jesus. We've got our bracket class boats going in the water now, followed by our Pro Class 1 testing, and qualifying is after that. I can't wait to see these guys out on the course. Everybody's dying to get out there, go lay down some flat laps. The lake is just beautiful today. We're going to see some top speeds out of these Pro Class 1 boats, and these bracket class boats are going to show us what they came for today, which is those checkered flags. I can't wait to start racing, you guys. Let's get this started.
Thanks a lot, Tristan. One of the Factory 500 boats there, and just saw that MCon, that 06 Factory 500. Yes, the MCon boat now has a Factory 500, so it'll be fun to watch them get in there and mix it up.
We're going to see some good shakeup in the 500 class with MCon Monster Energy joining the ranks, and then that Pro Class 1 boat we're looking at right now, that is a brand new boat for them as well. So they're running 2 brand new boats this weekend. So
I'm pretty sure that's the 500 boat, because the Class 1 boat is white up on the front. Or is it backwards? It's backward, yeah. So the 500 is white on the nose, and the new Class 1 is all black, like they're used to seeing. Yeah, I had a chance to go over there and see that. What a spectacular looking boat!
It's an amazing boat. I'm pretty excited for that team to kind of grow into another category. They've run 2 classes before. They used to run Super Cat and Pro Class 1. They went back to Class 1 for just a while. Now they're back with another boat. So I'm super pumped. This race last year, they jumped in Taylor Sism with MTI. They jumped in her Factory 500 race boat last year, and they came out here and just kind of dominated. So it's really going to be interesting to see those guys running some outboards.
Yeah, the new skater is 418. It's just a tick shorter than their previous skater that they were competing with in this Class 1. So they're excited about it. He feels like he gets back up on plane a lot quicker, or gets up out of the hole a lot quicker than the previous boat did. Knows it's better, says it'll be a great flat water boat, which is what they're expecting out here. We'll find out how it goes, but they've yet to really weigh this thing, so there's a lot of stuff that they have to figure out before they go out here and qualify that boat. You don't want to come back light, because it'll be they'll disqualify your time.
Absolutely. So they're really going to try to stay focused. I think worst case scenario, if they come in a little bit heavier, that might affect their qualifying, but you definitely don't want to come in light on qualifying, because then you're automatically on the outside lane.
Look at the Dirty Money entries as well. That's a Super Cat, and of course Bill Pyburn along with Dirty Money, their Class 1 boat.
Yeah, those guys have been grinding down there in the pits. Bobby Adam, who's the crew chief for the Dirty Money Super Cat, you know, they were just, I think, putting an engine in it just yesterday. So those guys have been grinding and turning wrenches trying to get everything ready for today. So we'll see how it goes, and hopefully they got it shook down. Yeah, last time we saw them, remember, it was at Cocoa Beach. It was really rough on Saturday and Sunday. Britt Lilly was not able to make the call, so hoping Britt is okay here and back inside of the boat. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
That no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boy, you love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent.
That is a beautiful shot. Look at that brand new skater being lifted and hoisted down into the lake. That is a 12,050-pound boat before they put fuel in it, and it is up there in the water. That is a beautiful look at it, though. Brand spanking new, has never been raced. They'll set that one down in the water. It's a good bit different than the one that they raced before. The freeboard or the side of that boat is a lot lower than the other one was, which they think will help out with the high winds. Welcome back to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're here at Lake of the Ozarks. This is the fourth stop on the tour here in 2026.
I'll tell you what, I'm pretty excited for that new shear line. That boat is going to be just flat fast, Ken.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Of course, two of the best inside of it. Tyler Miller's the man that owns the MCon machine. They do a lot of testing here. Myrick, of course, works here on a regular basis. Man, yep. I don't know if anybody knows the water here any better than he does in Performance Boat Center.
We got some local heroes and stuff. And those guys are definitely involved in that category. My daughter Ruby, for example, every time she gets the chance to take a picture with the MCon Monster Machine, she is wanting a picture. So she's gonna be pumped about these new boats.
Yeah, pretty cool, man. It's a 418. It's a little bit different than the one that they had before, and they're constantly learning. And I really think, in talking to Myrick, I think the thought process behind it was, they really want to win Key West.
Yeah, I don't know what. I'm not sure what their overall goal is, other than to go out and dominate and do everything.
Well,
they do.
They
right?
want to dominate. They want to dominate. But we had that really rough water at Cocoa Beach, and this boat probably will not shine in water like that. But everywhere else, I feel like it will be a little bit better.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. And this is no better test for it than right here.
I'll tell you what, this boat's probably going to be the smallest boat in the Pro Class 1 ranks right now. I mean, maybe next to Billy Moff's 40. So those boats are pretty similar in size, but they designed this boat to still handle the rougher water. They just cut the shear line down a little bit to be able to kind of move some of that weight around, do some different things for themselves on their setup. So, I mean, I believe that from what I understand, Tyler had some hand in that design work, and Myrick as well with input. So I think these guys really, after multiple boats, have something that they can work with that they're going to be super proud of.
And, of course, those big Mercuries in the back the twin turbocharged machines will produce some 1,100 horsepower each. So it'll be exciting. Yeah, you were talking about these boats. This one's a little bit smaller, as I mentioned before. The rule for running surface in the category is 39 and 4 inches, 39 feet 4 inches. That's an absolute minimum that you have to have. And this boat has 39.6.
Yeah, I was going to say they're only
it's right there.
They built this boat to be small for the class and fast. But I'll tell you what, I don't think this boat's going to have any issue around the water with the way they put their design input into the hull and the tunnel. As far as how they wanted this boat set up, they're pretty confident even in rough water conditions they're going to be able to go out there and shine. So I'm excited for this race. But the next rough water boat opportunity we get to see them in, it's going to be great to see what that boat does.
Of course, a big part of everything that's going to go on out here is safety. They want to make sure that the drivers, the throttlemen, are all as safe as they could possibly be, and that brings us to our progressive safety moment.
This is David Harshfield. We're at the Aquatic Center here in St. Petersburg, Florida, doing the capsule training for the race teams at the St. Petersburg IHRA offshore event.
This is super crucial to the racing. If they don't pass, they're not racing. Everyone has to go through the dunker. With 70 boats out there on the race course and the prize being so enticing, I think the guys are going to push their limits a lot. There's inherent dangers. This is a completely different animal. My name is Todd Graham. I am the lead diver. I've been doing this for 16 years, so everyone's pretty seasoned as far as goes into all the guys are pros.
We basically run race teams through a simulation of their boat getting into an accident, and we teach them a brace acronym on how to escape comfortably. So they have a plan. We let them escape on their own. We have 3 or 4 divers inside and on top helping them through the process. 1 minute you're racing, probably doing anywhere from 100 to 150 miles an hour, and you catch some wind and the boat's overturned. These guys have seconds to react.
The shock and awe of being flipped upside down, getting disoriented, and have to realize what they need to do which is release their harnesses, stay calm, get a regulator in their mouth, and then swim out the bottom.
Usually the first race of the year is the most important because that's when they all get certified, and then periodically throughout the year we'll do it again just as a refresher because this escape training is critical.
We have a 15-man team as far as the rescue on this particular incident.
I'm Fabrizio and Fabio, coming from Italy, joining the rescue team. We have a very long specific experience. We have the most complete experience in all the championship, all the different typology of boats. If there is some possibility to improve or some suggestion, this is the reason why we are here.
We have almost an instant reaction time, and then the response time is only seconds after that. We have boats stationed around the course and an aircraft with divers in each boat and in the aircraft to deploy if there's an accident.
I think it just builds confidence in the racers just to get them through the scenario, because first time when you flip around upside down, everything gets kind of disoriented. If it doesn't happen right away, you start to get that panic mode, and that's where we go down and we make sure we get them out.
And pretty cool to see what the process is. And to expand on that a little bit, Shane, as we saw at Cocoa Beach, the 11X insurance boat went for a big ride. Nose flew high, tail tap, stuffed the nose of it down, inverted. They were upside down. I was chatting with J.J. Turk, who was the driver inside of that boat. Of course, Nick Buis on the sticks inside of that one as well. He said, yeah, we were completely upside down. He said, I couldn't get the rotary latch loose And so he was hanging there, and he said the water was filling up in my helmet. It came up over my mouth, or came up over my nose first because he was inverted, then over his mouth. Obviously, they have breathing apparatus inside there too, but it is a very intense moment after you go through an incident like that. The boat crashes, it goes upside down, water starts filling up, and it starts filling up in your helmet. And boy, you need to go through that process a couple of times so you can stay composed with what you need to do. And in his case, was focusing on getting the belts loose. They did have safety there immediately to help him get the belts loose. Whenever he did get them loose, he fell immediately, and hit his head, and actually he did hurt his neck a little bit too in the process. But it's a really intense moment, and that's why they go through that dunk test, so that it's not the first time that they have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, those guys definitely feel super confident and comfortable with our safety team. I mean, if you go back and looked at replays, I mean, I think we had 6 divers or 7 or something. I mean, they're almost immediately and helping those guys, making sure they assist and getting them out. Because safety is first and foremost. We want to make sure all of our guys are safe, and these guys go through these trainings so that way they're prepared for this. Because that's something that's hard to practice. So it's nice to be able to have the dunker to simulate that accident.
Looks like we're getting some of our bracket boats out here that will compete.
Yep, we got a bracket race coming up for Class 200, Class 300, 400, and 500. Right there's a Class 400 boat. That's Jerry Hartman in the X Insurance boat. We got Shocker. We've got Alex Bumgart there in U.S. Muscle. We've got that little yellow boat. That's a new entry for us that they have not run with us this year.
3 different, or as you talked about, 4 different bracket categories, and they are separated by the speed that they will be limited to. Class 500, 75 miles per hour. Class 400, 85 miles per hour. Class 300, 90 miles per hour. Class 200, 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, when I was talking to some of the bracket drivers in the pitch yesterday, they're tweaking some props. This lake is going to be a lot flatter than what they've been seen all year, so they don't have to really worry about launching off of waves and worrying about the speed as much, but they really need to maintain that speed going through the corners. So they're trying to reprop, and they're out, testing and making sure they can just watch that tack and know exactly what their speeds look like. So.
In the milling area there.
Yep, that's our Class 200 boat. That's Little Bill Reeves and Alex Bumgarner. That's a good-looking boat. That's a neat boat, actually.
Yeah, pretty creative what they do, how they they come up with the schemes that are on the side of these boats, and some of them legendary. Fuel One Racing team here.
Yep, that's Damon Murata Jr. and Damon Murata Sr. Those guys, that's one of the teams I talked to, and I think they maybe did some prop selection and tweaking, and they are ready to go out there and try to put that Fuel One team on the podium. Those guys are here. There's 3 different Fuel One teams represented this weekend, so those guys are here, and they're serious. They're ready to get down to business.
Yeah, part of the 500 class. A lot of experience here inside of that boat.
Oh, absolutely. And then we got our team Blackbeard there on the left, that black 2012 Pantera. It's got a big 598-inch Chevy in there. Those guys have been pretty competitive so far this year.
And pretty cool to watch them, too. As you can see here, the open cockpit. We'll see some of the big boats later on. They'll all be enclosed. We'll have to go to an onboard to watch that one, but it's fun to watch the open cockpit boats.
Yeah, and a lot of people ask me all the time, hey, do these guys have belts? The open canopy boats, they do not want them belted in case the boat rolls, or they take water over the gunwale, or they spin out. I mean, not that anybody wants to fly out of a boat, but you definitely want to be strapped in one if it's going to roll over with no canopy for safety. So these guys definitely are holding on, whereas the other guys at least have a belt help holding them in their seat.
And looks like they might be getting them in order here and bringing them up on plane.
Yep, there's our Shocker boys. That's Raymond and Chris. Those guys are from New Jersey. The 2002 Fountain. I talked to him a couple races ago, and I said, hey, I know that's a Fountain, but what'd you do to the Geek Beak? And they said, well, we cut it right off. So.
And they are coming up on plane here as you watch the 421, the Shocker Offshore boat. Up to speed, 435 right alongside them there.
That's
keeping pace with Killing It Offshore. And there's a look at the pace boat over there on the far side. Yellow flag still out. Looking for a green flag as soon as they feel like they're formed up and ready to go. 411. The 411, as you talked about before, being a little bit newer to the crew here, and Anthony Courier doing the driving on that one, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's a whole different animal. I mean, that's a boat that's built for some top speed. So it'll be interesting to see how those guys handle, a closed course, going through the corners, maintaining that speed. I think that's a big twin turbocharged engine with a direct drive. I mean, it's a pretty neat mechanical setup to get over in the pits and watch or take a good look at.
That 200 boat, once they throw that green flag, will be a bit quicker. Let's see if they might take them a minute to start flexing the muscle, but the green flag flies. We're racing here at Lake of the Ozarks.
We got the 200 and 300s off. Everybody's off and running. They're going to have to hold their line and their position through the first corner buoy before they can try to make a lane change. And
it looks like we're going to do a split start here.
Yep.
So
this should be our 500s.
The 500 class will be the slowest of the bracket classes that are out there, so they'll start back behind them a bit as you go back up there and take a look at the 400 category. So the 400 class, the number that they're going to try to hit is 85 miles per hour, and they will stay as close to that as possible without going over.
Yep, it looks like the Shocker guys are kind of pulled out to front. You got Killing It right in the mix. Then you've got Brad Harrington and Brian over there in that Sabre, that 417 there. They're a local bracket team, so we're super excited to have those guys bring the boat out. They always are here for our shootout event in August, so we're pretty pumped to see those guys racing today.
That Shocker team began racing in 2021. You can see the 269 slowly inching their way up in there. Will be a faster class and eventually will pass them as we go back and take a look at the 500 category.
Looks like they're off and running. Those guys are staying pretty tight. I think you're going to see a lot closer racing with the flatter water conditions. These guys are going to be able to hold their number a little easier, and they won't bobble as much, without the rough water. It's a little different. Cocoa Beach, we had 8 to 10 footers. I mean, we were losing boats in the bottom of a waste well. And here we are 3 weeks later on some of the flattest, fastest water you can get in the powerboat mecca of Midwest here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Good shot across the lake there to give you an idea of just how big this place is. We believe the lap is about 5.7 miles. We've yet to confirm that. Once the teams get out here and run it a little bit, we'll get a true reading off the GPS, but just short of 6 miles.
Looks like there's our Class 200 boat up there in the front.
Yeah, and again, the Class 200 is allowed to run up to 100 miles per hour, so they should leg it out here. Take them a little bit to get the big boat up there on plane and get going, but that's exactly what they'll do as we take a look at the 576 here.
Back in action.
Back in action, yeah. Darren Threckeld and Jimmy Jensen.
Yep, those guys are out of Key West, Florida, so they're a little ways from home, and that's a 2000 Phantom that they're currently cruising around the course. It's a good-looking boat.
Big Pine Key, as you talked about before there, 12 years of racing experience there. Big Mercury big block in the back of that one, powering it.
You got to love these guys. We're off the water a fair amount. Boy, you can hear them and still feel them right here in the production booth.
They thunder, man. In between, you can see all the homes on either side. Couldn't have a better seat.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're on a boat or anywhere in that lower 3 miles of the lake, you're going to have some great action right out in front of your house today.
Shane, this is home for you as well, man.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we're super happy to have them here. This is a great event for our community, and our community really loves all the boat racing that we were able to put on here. So we are pumped to have everybody in town and enjoying our city here.
And once again, a good look at the number 269 team. USA Muscle, and out there flexing some muscle now with the big power.
They sure are, man. Little Bill and Alex, those guys really, they've been consistent, and they've been running up top all year. So, they're doing really, really well in the bracket 200 for the National Series here on stop number 4.
Going to look a little bit deeper in the pack in another one of our categories here, and Tristan, once again, is busy. Let's check in with her.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Bobby with Dirty Money Racing, BPR Racing. You got both boats in the water now. You're about to go qualify and test. What did you guys do coming out of a big water race like Cocoa Beach into a flat water race, lake race?
So like the difference between the two races is like obviously an offshore race. We came from like 8 to 10, and we're coming out here to run on the lake. It's flat as a pancake. So we'll prop, usually for top speed. Lake race is a little bit tighter. It's a tighter course, harder to pass on, super tight corners. It's different though. It's, the air is different, everything's different. So it's an advantage for the people that live here, disadvantage for the people that don't. It's the same thing opposite. When we go run offshore, we have the advantage because that's our backyard.
Right, so lake race, flat water, you said smaller props. I'm sure there's some other things that you guys do to both boats to, get to those top speeds, keep the boat happy, see those big numbers. Looks like your crew's pretty calm, collected. Everyone looks like they're ready to go.
Yeah, we got this guy over.
We got Bill
this guy over here
just taking a nap, throttle man for both boats.
The guys worked hard to get the boats here. They worked real hard to get the boats here. And we just want to make sure we go out and do what we do and make sure that we just stay up on top.
Well, good luck. I can't wait to see how you guys qualify. And you got a Pro Class 1 race this afternoon as long as this weather holds out. And then another one tomorrow, Super Cat tomorrow. We're not slowing down. This weekend is just getting started. Let's see what else we got out there with these bracket class boats.
Big Bill, my job here is complete. I'm just going to lay down here and take a little rest.
I'll tell you what, working those boats and getting out there and trying to be as fast as you can for qualifying probably takes a lot of focus. So I'm sure he's just kind of collecting his thoughts right now. So.
See some of the ominous clouds that are hanging up over top. We hope for a rain-free day the rest of the afternoon here. Started off a bit rough, but I think we're in the clear so far.
Yeah, things are definitely looking good. Our humidity is pretty high. A year ago for our race here, it was, darn near 100, and the humidity was crazy. So at least I'll take the cooler weather for right now. That's Brad Harrington and Brian there in our Class 400. Like I said, look at that LOZ app on the side of it. If you want to know what's going on in Lake of the Ozarks in my backyard and in my hometown, you got to download LOZ app. Ken, the guy that puts that stuff together, if anything is going on, he's the guy that knows about it, and that's the place to find the information. So if you see that on the side of your boat and you want to come visit our lake, make sure you get that app downloaded.
Some of the fans that are parked off to the side to watch the boats come out here and do what they do. Love the big rooster tail. You can see a couple of different ways to go about it.
Yeah, some of these guys, because, just like what Bobby Adams, the crew chief for DMR, mentioned a minute ago, it's a lot tighter corners. We have a longer, narrow course with kind of a dog leg built into it. So you're going to see some of these guys that won't stick quite as hard to the pins like we do in an offshore race in rougher conditions where they have a bigger sweeper. These guys are going to try to slide that around to maintain their speed in the bracket class.
That big 200 boat out there singing, man. It sounds sweet.
It is making some noise. I'll tell you what, those guys, they had a lot of work to do after Cocoa. They basically had some delamination or some kind of fiberglass damage on the left rear of the boat. We're on the side that we're looking at right now, and it just kind of, blew all the fiberglass and gel coat off of us. They had some work ahead of them, and they were unable to race in Cocoa Beach due to that after practice.
Yeah, it was really tough out there. I mean, the best in the business. Almost everybody came back with some sort of damage from Saturday that were out there.
Carnage.
And, of course, the Class 1 boats had to go out and race twice as we take a look at the X Insurance machine.
I'll tell you what, Jerry's got that. They have that boat sliding right around the corner looking really beautiful. Those guys have been uber competitive this year, and they got a new wrap like we mentioned earlier this season. That's a great-looking boat, and, got to give hats off to those guys.
John Lazzotti, crew chiefing on that one for Jerry Hartman.
Yep, and he's also the driver, and Jerry's the owner and throttleman. So those guys are a heck of a team, and they're a powerhouse in this Class 400 rank.
Yeah, I think you talked about it before as well. That's another Phantom. It's a 1998 Phantom, 30-footer there with a big 588 cubic inch big block Chevy in it.
Yeah, so what separates a boat like that? I mean, that's the same style boat you'll see in Mod V tomorrow. Really, with Mod V, they run like a spec motor type setup where the motor has to be built to certain cubic inch limits, certain compression limits. They have to run certain fuel, certain drive, gear sets, things like that. So you'll see a lot of boats in the 400 ranks that could also possibly be Mod Vs. Killing it offshore out here. It's an all-white boat, is similar style of boat.
The shockers you can see passing that 200 boat. Keep in mind the Mark IV The 400s is 85 miles per hour, and it looks like they are right on it. So Shocker having a good race here so far out of Pelican Island, New Jersey.
This right here is a battle. I'll tell you what, the Back in Action and Fuel One team boys, these guys have just been duking it out. This is close. I mean, what are we within a second or two? I mean, they're just passed for position right there.
Yeah, 576 to the 588, and that's exactly what you love to see is something that close.
Yeah.
576 Back in Action, as you were talking about before, and the Fuel One team. So both of them right there on point, man, getting the job done.
Yep, that's a tough spot to be if you're the Murata boys there. They're right there in the backside of that wake. They've got to pay attention so they can roll right over it, but that's also could affect some of their speed. So they definitely are looking for clean water, and they're definitely not going to want to run in that whitewash if they can help it.
Throckel driving the 576 Back in Action boat as the Shocker comes back around there. Throttleman for the Back in Action, Jimmy Jensen. We'll go back to that battle in just a little bit. In the meantime, the 421 here one more time. These people, they've won a lot of races.
Yeah.
They're really, really good at what they do. National Series champs in the stock feed class. So they've been out here.
I remember just a couple races ago when we were in New Orleans, right? So they showed up. They didn't even have drives on the boat yet. And they said, well, we're going to get it done in the pits. And they sure did. And they had a great performance in New Orleans as well. So those guys are crewing on the boat, turning wrenches, making stuff happen. And those guys are fierce competitors that are here to put on a show.
They've won some big races along the way. Back in 22, one at St. Pete. They've been up on the podium at Key West. So, yes, a really talented crew there having a good run today. That is inside of the 421 Shocker.
I'm wondering if Alex and little Bill might be falling off some pace a little bit because, said they're back kind of running with the 400 group. Either that or they've made their way back around. I can't tell quite what's going on there.
Well, we saw the Shocker passing, so yeah. I agree with you. I think they might just be off pace a bit.
Yeah. Either that or they're just trying to play their race conservative, not hurt anything, and go out and just try to earn some points.
Very possible as well. Save some money. 100-mile-an-hour boat, 100-plus-mile-an-hour boat, no problem.
Yeah, oh yeah, easily. When these boats are set up to run their top-end speed, I assure you that they have the capabilities to run way faster than that because you can't control a speed and maintain a speed if you're all out.
Wide open, right.
These guys are probably running, that, 60-70% throttle, so they still have some power left. Going into corners, they've got to be able to manipulate the sticks to try to hold that speed. So they definitely can't enter a class where they're running that top-end numbers maxed out. It just won't work well from a bracket standpoint.
Nice clean shot, and again, the audio out of these boats is just beautiful, and it kind of echoes between the walls, if you will.
I'm telling you, Lake of the Ozarks is a lot of bluffs and a lot of seawalls, so there's a lot of reverberation going on out there. The Shocker boys are sliding right around the corner. They look like they're definitely comfortable and planted. Those tractor pipes sticking up look pretty good, don't they?
5 laps in here in the 8-lap race. And there might be might have a different set of laps here for the 500s.
Yeah, I do believe the lap count is slightly different.
Another good look there at the X-Insurance boat, and much smaller boat, but boy, that is a very accomplished boat, very, very capable.
Yeah, those guys, like I said, are no stranger to racing. In 2023, they were world champions in a Class 700 boat. Other organizations taken multiple podiums, seconds and thirds. These guys are no slouch in the 400 ranks, and they are always here and ready to go.
Let's check in with Tristan. Once again, busy down there in the pits.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Uncle Johnny, one of our super stock teams. The weather's holding out a little bit, but it's starting to sprinkle. You guys are racing tomorrow. You're putting the boats in today. Tell me what the rest of your day looks like.
We're waiting to see if we're going to get a chance to qualify. I don't think we're going to test just because of the schedule and the rain, but we're hoping to get a shot to run a couple of laps and lay down the time and kind of see what the boat's like, which has been up in the air.
So let's just break the ice here. Tell us how your season's been.
It's been frustrating. We've had a lot of bad luck. It's not from lack of effort from our team. They've worked tirelessly. It's just been one of those things. It's just been one of those things, and we're trying to overcome it. This is flat water. We should have a lot of luck. We want to make everyone proud, especially our sponsor, Club Car Wash, and the rest of the team, and do the best we can. I mean, it's the story kind of has told itself, but there's always another chapter.
He's being really, really kind. He's had his boat sink. He's had his boat broken up twice this season. Didn't get to finish any of his races so far, and he's still standing here. This sport, I mean, you can't be a quitter if you want to make it through a season with the stuff that you've had happen. And I'm so glad you guys are still here. I love you, your whole team, your family, your wife, your sponsors, everyone. Thank you so much for putting that back together so we can see you go out and do a super stock race, keep it all together, and do it safe and have fun. That's what I want to see you do.
We're going to give it our best effort. We need a little help from the sun, but we're going to give it our best effort.
Well, I can't wait to see how you guys do and your race tomorrow. Let's go out there, do some good qualifying, some safe testing, and go show us what you're made of, Uncle Johnny.
Be ready.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot. And racers are a tenacious group, if nothing else.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's just the way it goes. As you can see here, the Superboat, unfortunately, these guys are having trouble. Boat number 568, John Cohen III, and Eddie Simmons, unfortunately, with the hatch up and out of power.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because that boat's always been uber competitive. Even at the last race, those guys have done very, very well with that Superboat entry. That's a good-looking boat too. I just hate that they're having some struggles.
Again, we go out there and take a look at the Shocker, and the Shocker boat having a good run out here today in the 400 class. Has been on point since they threw the green flag.
Yeah, those guys just went straight to the front. They look pretty comfortable, and everything's unofficial until they get back out and Tech looks at their data boxes to make sure that they didn't break out. Because what we're seeing is technically unofficial until the Tech actually pull all the data to make sure that they did what they needed to do and they didn't break out. So hopefully they will. They've kept it where it needs to be.
One of the fan favorites, and certainly running out here at their home track, is the MCON team. And Pam Hall is down there with them.
Here with Tyler Miller at the dock. You're getting ready to go out. You're the first boat out for your qualifying run today. But Tyler, all in all, with the weather conditions like they were today, going out there for your qualifying run, what are you expecting for the water conditions?
The wind has laid down. The rain subsided. So, I think the water conditions are going to be flat and fast. You're going to see some super high speeds out of these Pro Class 1 boats. Super excited to race here at Lake of the Ozarks and ready to put on a show for the fans.
I know the fans are ready as well. I've been watching them super excited, watching the boats being craned here into the water. But I do want to mention that, too. I mean, you're normally on rougher water, so it's going to be a little bit flat for you guys.
Yeah, we just came out of Cocoa Beach 3.5 weeks ago, 10 to 12 footers. It's your back and your neck has just a little bit of time to heal up. So this fast, flat water is super nice for all of us. We're excited to get out here and get these machines on the water. The machines love it just as much as our bodies love it, too. So excited to put on a show.
All right, well, good luck out there in the qualifying run. We'll catch you later on as well, so good luck out there.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And there we have it. Tyler Miller, owner and throttle man of the 06 Monster Energy sponsored Pro Class boat. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and that is that brand new skater. We're all excited to see that one get out there and find out what it's capable of.
Yeah, you talk about a class act. That is one great team to visit if you get to show up and walk through the pits of any of our races.
Back to the 400 class here, and the Shocker boat, as they're getting close to the end of this first race here of the weekend for the big boats.
Those guys look like they're still sitting pretty right now.
Love the 4 exhaust pipes sticking up out of the back, man. Just a unique looking boat. Beautiful piece.
Oh yeah, those tractor pipes are awesome. And if you get next to that boat they fired on a hose, man, it is just gnarly.
.540 cubic inch big block Chevys back there, making plenty of thunder to motivate that big boat.
Yeah, this boat definitely has the capability to run a lot faster speed, so I think they're in a pretty comfortable position at this point.
National Series champs in Mod V as well. You were talking about that and how some of these classes do cross over to different classes, the experience that you come out of.
Yep, they were back to some guys running multiple classes again. The Fuel One racing team. This is their bracket 500 boat. They also have a 700 boat's going to race tomorrow, and they also have a Mod V that they broke out last race in Cocoa Beach for their first race of the season. So,
national champions, two-time world champions is the Fuel One team. As you look at the 576 here, again, talking about back in action. We mentioned that before, having a great run out here.
Yeah, those guys have been around for quite a while, and they've had a really, really strong season. You know, we were back in St. Pete, and we had Jimmy in the booth with us for a little bit, giving us some explanation of what that boat felt like, while they were out on the course. So it was really great to have him in the booth with us.
Yeah, that 576 back in action team leading the points coming in here. This is our fourth event on the season, and they won the first two, finished up fourth at the very rough Cocoa Beach, and it was the Superboat, as we documented before.
Yeah.
You said they were good. It was Superboat that won at Cocoa Beach. Unfortunately, lost power here today.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt them with their, trying to get in the middle for points, and kind of getting that points run for this season. But they're here, they're trying to get it done, and hopefully they'll be able to get it back together before the next one in Sheboygan.
Again, back taking a look at the Shocker boat, number 421, and they came in here leading in the points as well. They've been on the podium every single round, kicked it off in St. Pete with a third place, and then back-to-back wins working at New Orleans and Cocoa Beach.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, those guys have always been a strong contender, and they're not doing anything different today, and they're showing us and everybody at home why they're up top in points and why they're holding those podiums every race.
Tristan is down there with the boat that they wanted to number the 007, but had to stick with the 07. Tristan?
Yep. Hey guys, I'm down here with Reese and Adam with Discreet Offshore. This is one of our Pro Class 1 teams. They're in the water. You guys are about to go qualifying, go testing. What is it looking like for you coming out of Cocoa Beach into a flat water race?
Well, I'll tell you, we need a little bit of rough here for sure, but it's going to be really sticky. This water's going to be sticky. It's kind of almost too flat for like a race, but we'll live some miles per hour. But honestly, our setup seems pretty good. Our crew's been working hard. Adam has been doing all he can to get this thing put together. I'm going to tell you, I think we're ready to go.
Adam, you guys have had a challenging first season with Pro Class 1. Tell us about what you've overcome to get to Lake Race.
We've overcome putting together the whole entire team and building a boat from scratch, basically. And the team's doing awesome. Everyone's working really well together. We're having a lot of fun. We're really excited for this weekend. I agree with Reese. Smooth water is going to be a challenge, but we did some testing yesterday, and it went really well, so we're really positive.
I love to hear that. You guys have had a lot of challenges and you haven't given up. Your team's definitely worked really hard to get here. I know this boat is fast. I know you have the talent in the cockpit. I think you've just had some of those little hang-ups throughout this season, but I'm so glad you guys have put it together. Not only the boat, the team, everything. Your spirits are good. And can we talk about these shoes?
These shoes are awesome. So his wife Amy came up with a great idea that we all got to kind of match. So if you guys know me, I'm just like a normal hillbilly around town. But she's like, you guys got to dress up, Reese, and now check it out. I look wonderful.
The whole team. You see them a mile away, coming down the street, coming down the dock, the neon pink shoes. You can't miss them. Good luck today, guys. Can't wait to see how you do.
We are ready.
That is a great bit, and it's good to see them having some fun out there. Congratulations to those. We'll talk about that whenever they come out here and a little bit for qualifying, but that team has done a fabulous job. Just getting to St. Pete after pulling the trigger so late in the game was quite an accomplishment. The Concrete boys know how to get it done, man, so they've been digging deep.
Those guys have, they showed up in St. Pete having no testing done, using that as a test bed. They were unable to complete the race. They had a little fire situation. I believe that was in New Orleans. But, they finished the race in Cocoa, and they actually ended up in good standing. And so really as a new team to build, your goal is to finish races and just make it happen. And so far they're getting back on track, and they're making that work. So I'm excited to see what the season holds for those guys as they continue to gel together in the cockpit, but also in the in the shop back home.
Another look at our points leader here in the 500 class, the 576 back in action team. Multiple wins in multiple bracket classes, back-to-back wins in the first 2 IHRA races, as we talked about as well. Team built at the Sandbar in Florida Keys, chasing the championship.
Yeah, they're a little ways from home, but I'll tell you what, they're happy to be here too. Those guys were in awesome spirits yesterday when I was chit-chatting with them, and everybody loves Lake of the Ozarks. We've got a lot of great restaurants, a lot of activity, a lot of things going on the lake, and so everybody loves coming to Lake of the Ozarks.
That is a 400 boat over there on the far side of the track. They're a good bit quicker than the 500 boats, based on the rules package, where they're allowed to run 85 miles per hour in the class 400, class 500 75, and that's another 500 boat right there. And the 517 comes in here third in the points, Blackbeard Offshore Racing. They finished up with a pair of fourth-place finishes at the first 2 events.
What I love mostly about their livery there with the Blackbeard on the side of it is the eyes in the pirate or whatever it is there. Like, that's the Pantera eyes for the Pantera logo. So they really did a really cool job of incorporating in the old school Pantera look into their livery. So I think that's amazing.
Look at that shocker, man. Just skate that thing right around the corner. It looks beautiful.
Yep, those guys are having the ride of their life, I promise.
Looking to put one together, try and make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to have a hat trick for those guys.
As the 409 Safe Cash X Insurance boat, they've also had a couple of good runs here. They've been up on the podium every single round. Have yet to stand on top of the box. They finished second at St. Pete.
Yeah, they've had some strong finishes, and like I said, these guys have been doing it a long time. They know they don't want to break out, so sometimes sitting in second or running second position is not a bad spot to be if the guy out in front, happens to have a breakout and gets slid down the list a bit. Here's guys from Killing It Offshore. We got Zacho, he's the driver and the owner. We got Austin Blocker on the throttles. That's a newer boat they just got put together. That was about a 12 or 13 month project, Zacho was telling me, and Cocoa Beach was their first experience. And when I talked to those guys 3 weeks ago at Cocoa, I said, hey, it's going to be rough. Just make sure you live through this and you don't tear nothing up. And they had a great race and a good experience, and here they are at Lake of the Ozarks with a boat that's ready to go. So happy to see those guys.
Yeah, you can follow them on YouTube as well. Follow Killing It Lifestyle on YouTube if you want to keep up with the action in that team.
There is Brad and Brian in the Herring-sponsored LOZ app, a bracket 400 machine there. Like I said, those guys always run the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout together as a pair, but they've never run an offshore event together. So it's Brad's got a lot of offshore racing experience, but Brian doesn't yet. So this is a pretty cool combination to get them off the Shootout, the straight line, with speed stuff, to get them back and put them on a race course.
And clearly, as you look at the numbers there, 2 different categories. That's a 200 boat back there behind them, which is significantly faster, but does not need to impair their race, as they have no competition out here today. So let the 400 boat go.
Yep. It's kind of nice that they have some good sportsmanship and make sure they just kind of slide aside.
Sure,
and,
absolutely,
let the guys
man,
that are battling for position on the 400 ranks get up there in the mix, and let those guys go. So that's good sportsmanship out of those guys.
Another good shot here. As you can see, the skies are starting to clear up. Just a fabulous lake here. 54,000 acres, 1,100 miles of shoreline, and there is something here for everybody.
This is the Midwest Playground, and this is the powerboat mecca of the Midwest. And if you have not been to Lake of the Ozarks yet, I guarantee you it's on your bucket list, and you need to owe yourself and your family a favor and go ahead and book a trip and come out here.
Yeah, man, this is some big water. It's not uncommon to see 40 and 50 footers rolling down through here.
Oh, no, there's a lot of big boats on this lake, and, like holiday weekends get crazy. And, what's different, from coastal regions with wind and wave conditions is it's predictable. With all the bluff seawalls and water activity and boat activity we have here, it just turns into a real washing machine. So the lake can get really, really rough on the weekends when we have a lot of people in town. But the last I knew, we were like 170 or 180,000 registered boats on this body of water.
Wow, that is incredible. Yeah, if you look at all the condos that are along the sides, and you can see them there, all of those have dock space with pretty much they're covered dock space, but everybody has a boat.
I'll tell you what, Lake of the Ozarks is the place to be. It's a non-Corps of Engineers engineer, guided lake, and so you can own property and have condos, and this is a non-flood lake. So once we go to full pool, this lake's not going to flood. So that gives everybody the ability to have restaurants, bars, things like that, residences on the water. So that's why our lake has such a big draw.
Man-made lake, finished up the dam there back in 1931.
Yep.
Field 1 Racing.
There's the Murata boys.
Yep. 588 comes in here second in the points. They too are still hungry for that first win. Finished second at St. Pete in the 500 class, then third in New Orleans, and then struggled at Cocoa Beach in the rough water, finishing up in 8th.
Yeah, I still think they're not out of the points hunt at all, and with a good performance like they are today, this could be anybody's series still.
There's a great overhead shot to give you an idea of what the track looks like.
Yep, we had a lot of fresh track this morning dropping on us, didn't we?
Yeah, yes, we did. Filling the lake back up.
Yep, giving us some new surface to run on. There's our Blackbeard boys, Class 500.
And it looks like they have crossed the finish line here, I'd say, based on them pulling the sticks back. Would love to give you an update. Unfortunately, time and scoring not coming through to us.
There's the Hartman X-Insurance guys coming around. Looks like they're pulling it back off plane.
Final laps here for the categories, and as you would expect, with some of the boats being faster than others, they'll run different laps based on what category, what class you're in. The 435 still under full steam out there, trying to bring this one home. The Killing It Offshore group.
Yeah, Zacho and Austin, those guys I think they're gelling together pretty quick. Zacho's got Austin Blocker in there with him, and he's got a lot of experience, and he's run a lot of different classes, and he's been around offshore stuff forever. He's got Outlaw Performance, so I really think they had a good hand in helping get that boat together. So that's a great team that they're building right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did not make the call at the first two events, but they did make it to Cocoa Beach, finished up just one position off of the podium, and now out here at Lake of the Ozarks. So they'll earn a few more points to see if they can't bump up a little bit. Last lap here for the 400 class and 500 class, we're being told.
All right, looks like Brad and Brian are trying to maintain as much speed as they can, trying to go around that corner. They were jumping around a little bit, so hopefully they can keep it smooth and keep their speed where it needs to be. Got a little fist pump there for Class 200.
Yeah, hands up in the air, waving to some of the fans. At 417 LOZ app, completing their final lap. Man, what a beautiful boat.
Yeah.
That is a big boy out there. So congrats to the Love Muscle X boat as they will finish up there in the 200 category.
Yep, Alex and Little Bill have to be pretty excited about their finish and their performance here today.
Yeah, Alex Baumgartner on the sticks inside of that one, and Bill Reeves, affectionately known as Little Bill, doing the driving. And the 576 has slowed up, as you can take a look at the helicopter there as well. Back in action, having a great run out here today.
Yeah, those guys have been just really, really in the mix, between them and the Muratas. And, there's a lot of competition in 400 and 500 especially. A lot of boats, a lot of entries.
Yeah, some really, really seasoned competitors that have been doing it a long time. Clear to see who won here. So a great job there for Back in Action. Back-to-back wins to kick off the season, and they'll jump back up in here with their third win of the season.
They have to be happy to take another checkered flag home.
Yeah, coming in here as the points leader, so they'll stretch that out a little bit. And as you can see down there in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we're going to go back racing here with the skis. It's going to be Ski GP3 that is lined up ready to make some noise. The two tracks in different areas here, so we'll see if looks like they've already got them running and ready to go. Adrian Fisk coming in here will be one of the players. He's had a great run so far this weekend. We'll find out how he does on ski number 35.
Once again, these are the GP3 skis. These are all Yamaha 1050s or Kawasaki.
Yeah, my apologies, Adrian, in the ski the GP2 class.
Yeah, this
is GP3.
This is the first time that we've got to see these riders here. 15 entries in this class. We got a stacked class out there, Ken. Looks like boat number 23, Cameron Spooner, out of Dania Beach, Florida, is your early leader. Cameron, I believe, just turned 15 years of age. And you can see he is working the inside split right now. His father, Blaine Spooner, a former champion in not only the runabout endurance classes, but in the stand-up ski classes back in the southeast region of the United States, back throughout the early and mid-2000s. And you can see the green flag is waving, and it is busy out there on the track right now. We'll see if Spooner was able to hold on to that hole shot as we draw in a little bit closer to your two race leaders. You can see the gap right there just between first and second place. Spooner, normally pretty easy to pick out with that iridium wrap, but the way that the glare is coming off the lake, you can't tell if that's the iridium paint job or not, or the iridium wrap or not, rather.
So a good clean start here as everybody is fired up. Making their way out there. You can see some other skis. There's a fan sitting out there on the side as well, watching on.
There is the decision buoy, the double yellow that is tied up together. Top three, even four, now all going to the outside, and that is Spooner, your early race leader out there, and trying to get a number on that pink ski.
Everybody's zigging back and forth, and an inside lane and outside lane here, a little bit different than what they had in the endurance race.
Well, coming into this one from the first two rounds in St. Pete and New Orleans, Cash Crawford, the points leader with 319 points. Britton Reinhardt with 276 points, and Emmy Garcia with 256 points. Gary Holbein Jr. with 243, and Lucas Severa with 168. Those are your top five. And we've seen Emmy's boat blew up right there at the end.
She blew up right at the very end of hers.
But that was her GP boat.
Okay.
That was her 1500 cc
still
boat.
Back out
so
here.
She should be back out there, yes, on boat number 11. Meanwhile, it's Spoondog Light, Cameron Spooner.
There's Spooner right there, as you were talking about, and we're hearing one is down. I think it might have been the number 43 of Lily Wright. Yeah, and there it is. So Lily, unfortunately, down there for just a moment, but it looks like they are back up and running.
Well, I believe we're trying to get the replay here to see exactly what happened with Lily out there, and let's take a look, folks.
Right there in the back. White ski.
Yeah, sunk the nose. We've seen that a couple times this week. Got washed out on that outside split. Boat goes upside down. Hopefully it don't take on too much water there for Lily.
And Lily did get back up in the tray, get it fired up, and took off again. So that's good news.
As you see our racers go deep in the cove there. Big sweep and turn in the cove. I was talking to a couple people that actually live back in that cove, and they said that was the best place to view the races from. They said they were sitting back with their sunshine, had their cooler out.
I bet. I bet.
Yeah, it looks like Lily back up and got rebooted there on boat number 43. Take a look at some of the boat traffic watching on from the outside. Gap still not too big between first and second place.
Yeah, very close.
And Spooner just moving up. Like I said, only 15 years old. He actually qualified to be in that junior class, but wanted to race against the Ski GP class in the 3 division, and Wright goes down again. And you can tell it looks like the water is definitely getting a little bit rougher than what we've seen this morning. That rain and that storm that we had come through made it calm down a little bit. Let's take a look and see what happened to Lilly here this second time. Looks like he goes over the top of the bars just a little bit, and that creates that weight displacement to be a little too heavy in the front, and you can see he just buried the nose as he came around.
Yeah, all that water up in the chest, that makes it so difficult. Just blows you right back out of the tray. As we go back, and I believe this is first and second, man, as they've been battling hard here. And Spooner's been doing a great job, but starting to feel some pressure. A little different line right there out of second place. Not sure it was the quicker of the two lines, and lost a little bit of ground to Spooner.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if that's Cash Crawford that's back there in second place, as he is the points leader coming in. Britton Reinhardt, I would imagine, to see her up toward the top. Right now, we don't have the ticker running, but we'll get as good at camera shots as we can get for everybody as we take a look at Spooner right there. He is your leader, and you can see him digging deep in the tray right there. Switch foot for a left-hand turn, switch foot back to a right-hand turn. And it's amazing all the different riding styles that these guys have. Everybody has their own unique riding style.
And you can see second place right there. So this one far from over, and wonder if they're going to take a different lane here. Might be able to take that inside lane and see if they can make a run for the lead. And we're going to check in with Tristan one more time.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Julian, one of our Super Stock and Factory 500 racers. You guys are going to go qualify and test today. How did you guys set up for a lake race in the Super Stock boat?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a flat water kind of guy, so it's different for me. But we set it up at home, and I feel confident with what we did. And there is no testing because everything got so delayed, so we're just going to go out and qualify and hope we end up on pole.
You guys are you're at second for the season with points with the Super Stock, the Wozencraft boat. What does that look like for you? Are you nervous? You feel confident? Where are your thoughts going into this?
No, I'm confident. I mean, I'm confident in Jeremy. I'm really confident in the boat. And we're just going to keep pushing, try to get to that first spot overall and see how the weekend goes.
So let's switch gears over to the Factory Stock boat. You guys are in first with the Jackhammer boat. You and Reese are. How does this lake race feel for you guys going in as a first place standing right now?
Yeah, so that boat is really fast. It corners really good. So again, I'm confident in that one also. And Reese can drive the thing, and we're going to go for a podium here, on top of the podium, and stretch out that lead in points.
You guys look cool, calm, collected, confident. No stress down here from Julian. I've talked to Reese. I've talked to Jeremy. You guys act like you got it ready to go. Go put out a big show. Get that #1 spot. Get yourself a checkered flag. I can't wait to see how you guys do. Good luck. Thank you.
Some of the big boats that'll be in action here a little bit later on today. They'll do some qualifying. We believe just qualifying because of the shortened schedule. And, of course, a lot of the classes will be racing here tomorrow as well. We will see the Class 1 boats race late this afternoon. In the meantime, keeping an eye here one more time on the Ski GP3 category with Cash Crawford leading the points in here just ahead of Britton Reinhardt. Britton doing a great job in the women's division here all weekend as well. And that is a look at our leader, the 23 ski, Cameron Schooner.
Yeah, Cameron doing a good job. You can see him doing the switch foot again out there, as it looks like there's a big battle going on there for that fourth place position just behind your race leaders. And you can see the pump wash being dispersed by your race leader just off the screen on the bottom right-hand side.
Oh, right down in there. It's going to try to stuff it in and gets it done. How about that? Can they come back and make the buoy? He does. Forced the other rider outside, had to chop the track off, and really kind of forced off the track. I'm sure will not get penalized, but lost a position and a lot of real estate.
Oh, wow, yeah. And not making any friends out there on the track right now, that's for sure. But, yeah, a lot of these guys will try to, they'll push you all the way, as far as they can. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Battle for fourth place.
That's as they come into the decision buoy, and makes him go inside. He was trying to go outside, so now he'll have to hit the penalty buoy on the next lap around.
So when I saw him go left right here, and he went out around the cone at the top end. Was that a penalty buoy?
Actually, the penalty buoy should be on the right-hand side of the track, and it's the yellow tetrahedron.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what he did. He went up and went around that, so he knew right away that he was going to have to get around that penalty buoy.
All right, looks like we got the ticker back up again. We got the yellow flags out. Looks like we might have a rider down on the bottom left-hand side of the track, and that was Gary Holbein Jr., Herbie.
Yeah, a couple of them there, a couple of them down, so it must have been quite the collision.
Yeah, Gary Holbein Jr., number 53, coming into this one in 4th place. He's out of Fairhope, Alabama, and he is sponsored by his father's company, Jet Blast, over there.
It might have been Britton Reinhardt as well. I thought I saw 51, but I think it was 851 that might have been involved in that incident as well.
I seen 44 also back there in the mix. That was Jay Finlinson. And Finlinson, who's normally sitting down on a runabout, doing a little double duty this weekend.
Yeah, we saw Finlinson a little bit earlier in the endurance race.
Yeah, who did very well. 3rd place in the Pro Enduro. Our first race of the late morning. So Gary Holbein Jr., a senior in high school. As you see him working his way around his dad, a former racer. His dad, the guy I believe I told you yesterday, his dad was my first race director when I bought my first closed course racing promotions company back in the mid-90s.
Excellent stuff. As they continue on, let's check back in with Tristan.
I'm down here with Gary with Ray Marine Super Stock Team, the bright green boat. You guys are down here. You're having chips and salsa on the dock. You're about to go qualifying. Tell me what your day looks like.
After the chips and salsa, we hope it doesn't slow the boat down, but it's looking pretty good. The weather here on the lake is wonderful. We love coming out. The people are really enthusiastic about us being here, and it makes us feel as we're giving something back to the sport.
Well, I can't say enough about you guys, the 2-man team in the super stock class, but you guys have a lot to say about your competitors. You guys come down here and you're pretty confident. Is there anyone out there that you're just dying to get ahead of today?
I'd love to take Sean Torrente a little off course and maybe do some payback from what they've facilitated in front of us when they get in front of us from time to time. I'd love to pay that back, but I won't say that on camera.
Oh, Sean, I don't know if you're listening, but it sounds like you just got called out by the big green super stock boat. So, Gary, I can't wait to see how you guys finish. You and Cole always put on a great show for us. Beautiful green boat. You can't miss it going around the course. Let's see how you do today. Good luck qualifying. Racing tomorrow. Can't wait to see how you do.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Having some fun there, and that Superstock category is big, man. There's a bunch of boats, and they love to call each other out, and we got a race right there. That was a pass for the leader, at least an attempt for it right there, as Spooner heavy under attack.
Yeah, that was Lucas Cervera, sponsored by TC Freeride and Fast Power Sports. Cervera on boat number 28, and it looked like he was possibly able to get around. Cervera, I think, went to the inside. Spooner going to the outside right there on boat number 23.
Yeah, big moment right there. Spooner not influenced at all, did not crack underneath the pressure. Great job for the young man, and continues on with the lead.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the pass right here. And you can see Spooner on the inside, and on the outside, that is Cervera, boat number 28.
He got himself out there, so he made that attempt, but he was going to be outside the buoy, so he had to check up to get around that left-hand turn, and that allowed Spooner to retain the lead.
Cash Crawford also up there near the front as we take a look at the ticker here.
2 minutes left inside of this one, +1. And again, the footwork really, really visible to see with that wetsuit on the yellow below the knees there. You can really see him. I mean, very, very active there.
Yeah, you can see him like really stepping on the front side of that tray, like really digging into it. And again, Spooner, he only weighs 75, 80 pounds. So
and now it looks like a battle here for second place.
That's Reinhardt, who was in second. Or was
Cervera with the 28 back there in fifth, so they're showing him fourth, fifth.
And that's Reinhardt on the 851 right there. And Knox Ritchie back in 8th. That's kind of uncharacteristic. Baron Murnick in 9th.
Yeah, we saw Knox Ritchie a day ago battling for the win, man. Was chasing him down.
Ended up in 2nd yesterday.
Cameron Spooner so far has been able to hold people off. They're showing the 177 of Cash Crawford out front now with Cameron Spooner in second.
And there's Crawford right there on the pink Lightning Bolt, boat number 177. And again, Cash coming to us from the West Coast. Points leader coming into this one, sponsored by Frank and Company over at Jet Trim, and my good buddy Scott Wheeler at Blosian, located up in the Pacific Northwest.
Holbein and Severa back there in fourth and fifth, as we were talking about that battle before. So, yes, we did have a leader change inside of this category. Pretty late in the game as that clock is winding down. Just 8 seconds left, so next time by the stripe should pick up the white flag.
And you can see the pink boat, yellow stripes right there coming out of the outside split. And here comes Crawford. Out comes the white flag. So white flag now for Cash Crawford.
Perfect timing there to take that white flag by just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I got about a 4-second lead over Cameron Spooner, Spoondog Light. And Britton Reinhardt only about a second behind Spooner right now. Holbein chasing him. So I'll tell you, the real battle right now is for second, third, and fourth. That's and then you got Cervera down there, who's also got a chance. And there's Amy Garcia, who currently sits third in points in this class.
Yeah, she's been back there just outside of the top five pretty much the entire moto.
Yeah, you got to wonder if, she's feeling that crash from a little earlier, because she cartwheeled through the water about 5 or 6 times. So she's probably a little bit sore out there. Only 18 years of age out of Lake Havasu City.
Tough girl, man, to get back up on that thing and come out here and compete in a very tough category and just about in the top 5. These things are very physical, as you can see.
Yeah, Crawford worked his way toward the decision buoy. He's going to go outside one final time. 4 more buoys to negotiate, and this deal is in the books.
Little tag of the buoy there. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, that's your battle, second, third, and fourth right there. That was Spooner. He went to the outside. Third and fourth both went to the inside. It's going to be interesting to see how these come out.
See how it works out. This merge area is always exciting to hear people start screaming because it gets close. Checkered flag coming out here.
And congratulations, Cash Crawford taking the checkered.
Our points leader having a great run as you look at him right there.
And I believe that is Finlayson I see coming through on the Devil Nichols right there. I was looking for Reinhardt and Spooner and Cervera, because those
they were all very close right there.
There's Reinhardt right there. There's a shot of Reinhardt. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Said Cash Crawford came through in front, followed by Spooner in second. So that means that probably Reinhardt was in third, Cervera in fourth, and these results are unofficial.
Oh, great battle here one more time in the GP3 category, the ski GP3. And the water right there close to the shore, as you mentioned before, and it's kind of choppy. As you see it as it gets out on the lake, it looks like it actually calms down a little bit. With that said, a little bit earlier at the start of this, and I believe in part because of the big boats were out there, had created a bunch of chop. So ever-changing track conditions out here today.
Well, one of the things that you can see with this camera view right here is that Ryan is actually standing on a seawall. So you're getting a lot of reverb from that seawall, and especially when you got the big boats out there. They're throwing out a little larger wakes. They're hitting the seawall, and they're coming right back into the track, creating that washing machine effect.
Let's show you a race recap here of how things got going.
You can see it looks like Amy with a good start. You can see number 11 with a decent start there on that outside. However, wasn't able to close. And that was Crawford there on the pink and yellow boat. And you can see him coming from the outside. 43 right, having some difficulties out there, burying the nose.
Yeah, Lily went down a couple of times throughout that moto. And then this big stuff there for fourth place. We believe that was the fourth place pass, which resulted in a penalty for one of them.
Yep, that's never any fun, having to go hit that penalty buoy and giving up a spot. And this was your battle between Spooner and boat number 28, Cerveza. I'm sorry, Cervera. Where's my mind?
Yeah. Busy battle there, but Cash Crawford would end up taking the lead there after all was said and done. A vicious battle back there for second, third, and fourth. It was very tight.
Yeah, I'll tell you. And you can see Finlayson right there, too. Finlayson had made a little mistake earlier, which put him a little further back in the pack, but it was the Cash Crawford show right there.
Cash having some fun after he crossed the stripe to pick up the checkered flag.
And congratulations to him.
Nicely done. Cash Crawford, our winner, is down with Pam Hall. Let's check in with Pam. Talk to the winner.
Down here at the dock with Cash Crawford, you just now won your race. You were out there going hard at it, battling hard to that #1 position.
Yeah, got off to a good start, second place, and then first place Cameron Spooner fell into some lappers. I took the chance, took the inside split, and got it done, and had a good fun race.
I mean, I was watching from afar, got over here to get your interview with you, but all in all, I mean, the waters were good for you out there. You didn't really have to battle any of those issues.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. That track is like, the track is pretty good, and like all the splits are pretty good, and just rode my race. There's a lot of lappers out there, which was cool, and just, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations on that win, getting in that #1 spot. We'll catch you next time.
Thank you.
All right, and back to you guys.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And we knew that split lane would create some opportunities, and I think some of the lappers out there also helped that opportunity develop.
Yeah, Spooner followed the lap traffic on that outside split, slowed him down.
Okay, so we will take a quick break. You can see those big, beautiful boats are lined up. They're going to do some qualifying here in just a bit, and we'll bring you all the action. Lake of the Ozarks, stay with us. We'll be back with more great racing action, courtesy of the IHRA Offshore Series.
All the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they gotta deal with it. If you don't like it, you can.
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
Pacific, you are world champion.
Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
We welcome everybody back here to Lake of the Ozarks. You're watching the IHRA Offshore Boating Series. As you can see, a number of the boats are lined up here. A lot of different categories out there as well, waiting for their opportunity to get out here on the lake, shake some things down, get a feel for what it's going to be like, do some qualifying. And my understanding is that the big dogs are ready to make some noise. The Pro Class 1 boats are ready to get out here on the water.
I think you're going to see some pretty high speeds today for qualifying. You know, last year, a lot of these guys were telling me they could hit in the upper 150s to 160 mile an hour range. A lot different than the rough water 100, 120 mile an hour stuff we've been seeing. So you're going to see these guys absolutely scooting today on the water.
Well, we had Tristan down there a little bit earlier, and some people are starting to call some people out, and I think she's with the other side of this battle. So let's check in with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here with the Team Allied Superstock. You guys are being called out by Gary with Raymarine. Tell me what that looks like for a team that has had some beef with them in the past.
Beef, nothing. It's, you know, it's dealing with old people is tough. So what you got to do is you got to deal with Gary. And last year he couldn't see or something because we beat him to the corner and he ran into the side of us and Matt was too nice and it cost us the win. So really we owe him one. He doesn't owe us one.
All right, so we've got that. Matt, how do you feel about going out there with somebody like Gary and Raymarine calling you guys out?
Like Sean said, it's tough to know what he's going to do because he's so old we don't know. But last year they kind of went straight and we were already turning. So try not to be too nice this year, and we're going to keep doing our thing, and hopefully they don't do what they did.
The good thing about it is he won't remember what he did anyway, so that's fine. He'll be fine.
Well, he's the big green boat out there. Oh no, he's getting closer. He's getting I think you're about to have some chips and salsa in your Oh no. See, he doesn't even know where the kitchen is. He's lost.
Excuse me, sir.
You just never know what you're going to get. Well, you guys, it sounds like you're going to have fun out there today. Look out for the big green boat. It sounds like he can't see, so you stay out of his way and have fun out there, okay?
Looking forward to it. Thanks for the lake for having us. We have a great time when we come.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good time, man. Great spirits. Everybody ready to get inside of these things and go do what they do. It'll get serious when they throw the green flag, but today a little more lighthearted.
I'll tell you what, these guys are always battling out, and you just have to really, really love the internal battles. But, you know, these guys will all bend over backwards to help each other in the pits. So it's just a great camaraderie.
And that is Bill Pyburn. We're hearing Dirty Money Performance. Dirty Money Racing, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn out there as, yeah, you can take a look at the speed of that one right there. The number 03 boat, 2003 45 victory. Big dogs out here making some noise, and we did hear that the WHM Motorsports Billy Moff is out here as well.
Yeah, they are qualifying based off their number order on the side of their boat today, so it's going to be easy to track who's coming up next, and so that way our viewers at home can kind of keep their own little roster going.
The DMR Performance Team, former Mike Falco boat. We know it's very, very good. Okuma, Axum, JL Billet, Box O'Tools, Rockford Forsgate, all helping them out here. It's great to see Bill get into the game here inside of this Class 1 category, and they've stepped it up. He's got a group of people together to come out here and do a great job for him. TJ Rand, Bobby Adams, we heard from Bobby a little bit earlier. There's a look at the plumber and Billy Moff.
Moff and Jay Moeller, I'll tell you what, that is one heck of a pair. There's not a guy out there that has more experience than Billy Moff. I think I talked to him last night or yesterday. He literally has been racing boats for 49 years, Ken.
Yeah, and he still has, he might have all of them. I don't know. They're stuffed in the shop back there behind the skaters, behind where they built all the skaters. He has a 40-foot skater here. Yep. That's a boat that they raced in Supercat as we go back and take a look at Bill and Britt.
Yeah, I was talking to Britt. He definitely feels better. You know, Cocoa Beach, as everybody was talking about for our viewers that didn't know, you know, those 8 to 10, possibly up to 12-foot waves. You know, Britt kind of had some compression stuff going on after Saturday's race, and he did not get back in the boat Sunday, which was probably a really good decision for himself, his health, and his family. So, you know, he sat that one out on Sunday in Cocoa, but he is ready to go, and he's feeling good and rehabbed and back at it. So.
That's great news. Hillbilly Yacht Club on the back of that boat. And look at him, man. I mean, that thing getting up out of the water, carrying some big speed, and that is a beautiful shot of a cat doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, that boat's gonna, with the water conditions we are, those boats are gonna run as fast as they can. These boats do like a little bit of rough water, and it helps get more air underneath them. So they're really gonna have to do everything they can to pack as much as they can, use a tab, set the trims just right to really, really get that air cushion where they want it so they can get as fast as they can get. We can hear them all the way in here. These boats absolutely roar.
Big Mercs in the back of those things. Of course, twin 1100s, turbocharged power plants, making some big-time steam. And we're going to check back in with Tristan here in just a moment. Let's find out who she's with.
I'm down here with Billy Allen, one of our super stock racers. You guys are about to go qualify, and this is huge for you guys. This is not normally how you go about starting a race, but it sounds like they're going to do something different for this race. Tell me about that.
Well, I guess there's 16 of us, so they're going to take the top 8 qualifiers will go to the front row with a start boat, and the second set of 8 will be in the second row with a start boat. So a guy wants to be on his game on this qualifier.
Yeah, so qualifying, usually you guys all get a lane, but you're starting 16 boats wide. That doesn't work for this venue, and something had to be done. So 2 rows of starts with super stock. What does that look like for the guys that might have to start in that second row?
I mean, you don't want to be the actor for sure, but I guess most people didn't come here for a participation trophy, so you better get on the gas during qualifying. So, you put your best deal down right now and try to get a good qualifier, and if you don't, you go back and get shuffled back and try to get to the front from there.
Yeah, and you make a good point. Superstock is so competitive already with so many boats out on the course. That first turn on lap 1 can get hairy, and then you guys are battling it out the whole race. It's not one of those races everyone's spread out, but now this is a whole new element that everyone's probably already strategizing. How do we get a good qualifying time? How do we get up there above that 8th spot? Everyone's down here on the water. Everybody seems pretty calm, cool, collected. I hope you guys have a good qualifier. I can't wait to see how this goes for your start tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us on, and thanks fans for coming out. It's a great deal down here. Love to be back at home.
Home race for these guys. We'd love to have you here. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
2 races deep. It will be exciting as the DMR boat sets that one back down in the water. What a gorgeous machine.
They look like they were running pretty strong. I mean, they were really, really letting it hang out there. We saw a lot of air through that tunnel. It'll be interesting to see what their time turned out to be.
WHM boat looks like that one getting plenty of air packed underneath that one inside of the tunnel. Look at it just dancing around, gets up off the water. As we talked about before, this is the boat that they competed with in Supercat a year ago. Had a new boat being built, just was not happy with it to come out here in Class 1, so decided to run the Supercat boat.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Billy to get his new boat from Skater. He has a 46 being built right now, which will go back to from the smaller boats in the class currently to one of the larger boats. So it'll be really, really nice. This 40 Skater originally wasn't built to go run this class, but it fit the category. So they've had some tuning adjustments and stuff to really work through this, through last year and this season to get dialed in.
Yeah, as you talked about before, Billy's so accomplished, and he and Jay are Jay with his sons out here competing as well. So just a great combination. You can see all the fans off there to the side watching the big boats come out here and put on a show.
Yeah, there's not a bad seat in the house, especially if you can get on the lake.
There's a time, by the way. So Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn, 2:46. That is the time to beat. 2:55 for the WHM team. And here comes Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller. Of course, Tyler, the owner of the 06 Monster Energy machine. That brand new skater out here. First time they've had this one out on the water in anger.
Well, the boat looks like it's turning good. I know when I talked to Myrick the other day, I just said how the boat's running, and all he could do was smile. So I'm really, really happy that they're pretty excited about the performance of this new machine, and I really, really think they're going to get around this course pretty quick. And if they don't, I'll tell you what, these guys can go back to the drawing board and maybe make a change. But they've got a lot of good experience in the pit over there, and they're here to and put this thing on the podium.
Yeah, I talked to, went over there and talked to Myrick a little bit this morning, walked around that boat, and it is significantly different. The dead rise on the bottom of that boat has been changed significantly from the previous boat that they had, and he feels like it will really help them. As you talked about before, we spoke of off camera, whenever they sit this thing down in the water, it gets back up, digs up very, very quickly. The side of that boat, much lower than the previous boat that they were using. So the freeboard on the side of it would catch a lot of air, but if you look at this one, it's much lower, much flatter. So it's quite an impressive design. And Myrick had cut the bottom off of the previous boat, thinking of some things that he wanted to try. That's all been incorporated into this boat as well. So they do have a tab on the back of this one if they want to close that tab and create some more pressure and get it up out of the water. But right there, coming up out of the turn, that's where they feel like this boat's going to be good.
And it looked good coming out of the corner. I mean, they were back in it. It looks like the power was poured to it, and they were moving out of the corner quickly. You know, everybody can be fast, and they prop for top speed, but you've got to be able to maintain a lot of speed in the corner and come out strong.
Yeah, and you can see the water being pumped out of the back of that thing as well. That's some of the things that they were working on, because they slow down to, say, 60 miles an hour in the middle of that turn, and they still need a lot of pressure going up in to keep everything cool. But the same thing when they're going 160, and they can't have too much pressure. So they're still tweaking that one in as we take a look at the 07 discrete boat. We heard from them a little bit earlier with the fancy shoes, and you can see that it matches the colors on the side of that boat. It is the 07. They actually wanted a 007, but for whatever reason, the series frowned on that, so they went with the 07.
Yep, they've got to maintain a two-digit number for Pro Class 1, and so they went with the 07 instead of a 007. But I'll tell you what, the pink powerhouse right there, they're looking pretty good as they're getting that thing wound up and getting that big boat up on plane.
Yeah, big 50-foot Mystic there. Trimax drives on it. SCS gearbox on the back. It's basically a quick change. Man, that's a boat that Myrick raced back in the day.
Yes, he did. He's been probably in and out about every boat, but Imcon's looking really, really good sliding around that corner. I mean, as much speed as these guys can maintain through the corner, that is definitely where the race is going to be won, I believe, at the lake this weekend.
Okay, they put together a great propeller feature for us to show you, to teach us all a little bit more about some of the action out here. One more time qualifying here as they get things sorted out there. We will get you that feature in just a moment.
Missouri is home.
Qualifying here with the big Class 1 boats.
Pretty excited to see him come across the first line and try to get a little data on those guys.
And there's that dog leg you were talking about as well. And it seems like they do have things racked up here, so let's check in.
The Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri is home to Herring Propeller. We're going to sneak inside here and we're going to take a look and see what all makes all these race boats and high-performance boats in the world turn as fast as they do. I'm going to sneak right in. I am here with the owner of Herring Propellers, Casey Boaz. Tell me a little bit about what makes you tick.
Something that I'm really proud of is seeing my sons take this business and make it their own. To have, you know, they put, like I said, tremendous effort into learning the business and improving it and continue to move it forward. It just, as a father, it just makes me feel really proud.
I have Jesse, who's the operations manager for Herring Propellers. He is one of the lead designers here. Tell me a little bit about the design part of that. That has to be very intriguing. Tell me a little bit about what you do on design.
Yeah, that's probably the most fun part of this job. You know, talking to the customers, going through all their data, figuring out, is there performance to be had? Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes they're already dialed in, and we let them know that. But solving the problem is the fun part, you know. And the blades vary so much, you know, different progressions of the pitch. You know, 234 pitch props could be progressing completely different and do two totally different things, whether it's for a race boat or a pleasure boat. You want those props to do completely different things. So that's the fun challenge with this business is the design. You know, creating these propellers is a lot of fun.
All right, I'm here with Nick, who is the lead builder for all of these herring propellers. Nick, tell me a little bit about the complexity of this. This is mind-blowing what appears to go into building a propeller. Give me a little insight on what that's like from day to day, Nick.
I just want people to know how complex and how much precision goes into something like this. People think it's easy, they see the name, they see the prop, and think it happens overnight. There's a million different things we have to check on these programs when we're programming and tooling. Every propeller is different. Some of them are thinner, some of them are thicker, they vibrate. I mean, it's just, there's so many things that have to go right for it to come out of the machine looking like this.
Tell me a little bit about how it makes you feel to see your product that you work so hard and have countless hours in to build props for these different teams. How does that make you feel to see that on the podium on Sunday?
Standing at the crane and watching these boats go in with our props on it make me incredibly proud of what our entire team does here. It's such a surreal experience to walk around these race pits that I've even dreamed of being around since I was a kid, and seeing our prop covers on all these boats and the boats winning world championships with our props on it. It's an amazing feeling.
Once that prop comes out of the machine, you've probably got another handful of hours for the finished part of it and the testing before it's ready to go. I mean, so it's nothing to think, what, a week or 2 weeks sometimes per prop, maybe more? Is that an average? Is that a good guess?
Absolutely. Once it gets out of the machine and it goes to the guys in the grinding room, those guys have to go through and measure everything and make sure it is perfect. Jesse strives for excellence, and there is nothing less of that here.
What an amazing experience at Herring Propeller, internationally known, world championship back here in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri.
Great information for sure, and those props are so complex. It was a great piece that you did there, Shane.
Yeah.
And I think the fans love to learn some of that stuff as well. It's very impressive, especially whenever you consider that half the prop is in the water, half of it's out of the water.
I know. That's what they were telling me when we were in there, off camera, or some of the stuff that wasn't in the feature, how those blades come and smack the water, as they dig back in, and where the stress loads are at, and they have to, mic and make sure everything is just perfect. So it was such an awesome opportunity to be here at Lake of the Ozarks in our hometown, to race and have these guys be willing to let us come in there and, take a sneak peek of that shop. So there was definitely a lot of top secret areas in there that I didn't go, but it was cool seeing what I did. So hats off to the Herring Propeller guys, the Boaz family, Mom, Dad, Jesse, Nick, all those guys are just a fantastic business. So just loving to have those guys racing with us.
Yeah, being in the drag boat racing world for 25 years, I was always amazed at those. Those are 2-year props, 1 year in, 1 year out, and they go 260 miles per hour that way. It's mind-boggling. So, of course, things are a little bit different here as they have to propel a much bigger and heavier boat. As we take a look at the number 07, once again, that discrete team that we heard of a little bit earlier, very impressive what they've been able to do. And, of course, that name, Discreet, is a play off of the business that they have. They are in both Reese Langheim and Adam Carpenter, both in the concrete business. Relatively new to offshore racing for Adam. And Adam Carpenter, he brings many, many years of powerboating, though, experience, as he's owned a 388 skater for a few years. And before that, had a really big power single-engine cat. But on the other side, Reese Langheim, very, very accomplished in doing the driving inside of that boat.
I'll tell you, but he's definitely got a good partner in Reese. Reese has got a lot of experience, and it's nice to have Adam in the play here, and I'm really, really excited for that team to continue to develop, and gel in the boat. So they got a lot of good things to look forward to, Ken.
Yeah, here comes the out-of-pocket racing boat as well. That is number 10, Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore. Another first-year racer here with Kevin Burrell, but Billy Moore could not be more accomplished. One of the most successful throttlemen out here that will be in competition. And the number 10X Insurance boat brought home a win, or at least it looked like it, at Cocoa Beach. And then, unfortunately, after they went through tech, they were deemed illegal, so they were disqualified and ended up dead last there in that first first race at Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate situation for those guys. They had a brand new set of props, out of the box. It's supposed to be good. They put the props on, went out, and we had a battle of the bills for first and second. You know what I mean? And Kevin and Billy, they put it on top Saturday in Cocoa Beach. Had some tech issues afterwards, and then slid down to the bottom of the list. So it was a super unfortunate day for them. But I'm telling you that is a boat to watch. Those guys are a powerhouse. The boat is fast, and that is not a team that you can ever count out with the number 10X insurance rig there. So you got to keep your eye on those guys.
Big, beautiful 44-foot Victory, 2004 model, believe it or not. And a lot of those boats from back in that era are still some of the most successful boats being raced out here today.
Yeah, these boats are laid up specifically as race boats. So, any of your pleasure versions, it's not something where you can just, toss a canopy on it and go racing. I mean, you just wouldn't have good success. These boats are laid up different.
What a beautiful shot right there. You see him set the nose? He set the nose in that thing and rotated it around. That was just a gorgeous shot to show how those boats function. So he had to set the nose back in the boat. You've got to dig that sponson in. He hooked it right around the buoy and then right back to the throttle. And 2,200 horsepower screams of life. Let's watch it again. You're going to set that right sponson down in the water and look at that thing hooked.
Yeah, Kevin was on the wheel pretty hard on that. And, Billy did a great job, with timing. Those guys, like I said, they're really gelling together. Kevin is no stranger to powerboating, and he knows right what to do. And those guys are in sync, and it shows right there in our replay.
Excellent stuff. Watching those big boats go at it. Keep in mind, they come out here. If they've got a tab on the back of them, it's a 250-pound penalty, if you want to call it that. 250-pound addition, let's call it that. And a lot of the boats do have the tabs on the back to help them pack air inside of that tunnel and get the boat up out of the water. But when you consider that, they have to weigh 11.8 coming in.
Correct.
And then they have that 250, so they're 12,050 pounds, and then they have to put on fuel anywhere between 150, 200 gallons, depending on how many laps they're going to run, what type of water they're going to run in. So, I mean, we're talking about boats in excess of 13,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah, these things are very, very big. They're very heavy. If you've never had the pleasure of, standing next to one, I mean, these boats are absolutely massive. And to run these kind of speeds, you just think it would be darn near impossible. But they get out there and they get it done. The tab setup is really good. I don't know that you're going to see a whole lot of use on that, on a race like today. But, some of these guys, depending on their setups, they're going to be tweaking it and using it to the best of their ability if they've got it.
Billy Moore inside of that one, as you mentioned before, winner of Key West a year ago inside of the Mike Falco-owned boat at the time.
Which that boat is now the DMR boat.
And that boat is the DMR boat, as we talked about earlier. Very fast boat. That boat won some races last year.
Yes.
Last couple of years.
It was really interesting at the beginning of the season to talk to both teams, and I'm like, hey, did you do much different? Oh, yeah, we completely re-rigged it, rebuilt it, reset it up. Both teams said the same thing. I'm like, you had two dominant, really, really good boats, and then everybody just completely started from scratch on them.
And take a look at the ticker up there. If you missed it before, Myrick Coyle and Tyler Miller with that brand-new boat went to the #1 spot by near 7 seconds over Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn.
All of our timing's unofficial until they get a chance to review everything. But I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good little step. They must have hit that setup pretty right. Some of that old data they had, they went back to their years of experience and probably put a pretty good setup in that brand new boat.
Myrick said it felt fast, and they've had about an hour of seat time inside of that new boat. So they came out here and made it work. Britt Lilly and the DMR boat, the 03, #2, Billy Moff, currently sitting #3, I believe it is, and Reese Langheim #4. Looking for a time here from the 10 and the 07 of the discrete entry. #4, Billy Moff. And Reese Langheim with the 07 in the #5 spot for discrete.
Yeah, some of these guys after qualifying, they're going to go back in, probably make a prop change. They're going to change a few different things on their setup. They're probably going to move some weight around a little bit. Like I said, a lot of these guys have been doing nothing but rough water, racing all year. So for some of these teams, this is a whole new monster for them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we are missing the 11 boat. Had a chance to talk to J.J. Turk just one day ago. They sent the nose way up in the air at Cocoa Beach and then caught a wave at the back of it, so a tail tap, if you will, and it ended up stuffing the front of that boat, as we talked about before, those guys inverting and just not able to get everything fixed back up. And honestly, I think J.J. needed a little bit of time, too, to get healed up. And hopefully we'll see him back out here at the next race with the number 11 X Insurance machine. This is the number 10 X Insurance machine here called Out of Pocket Racing.
Yeah, Kevin and Billy, they're a pretty good powerhouse. You can go back to talking about the number 11 boat that had some unfortunate luck this season at multiple races. But JJ and Nick were both here. Talk to those guys. They're here to support their sons who are running in the super stock ranks. They've got a boat that they put together earlier this season, and hopefully those guys, they can help their experience get those guys to the top in the ranks of super stock. Hey, look at the out of pocket. Looks like unofficially had a 244 and slid up into second spot.
How about that? That boat very fast, man. We know that, as we talked about. They won that race, and the props were deemed not legal. Until it looks like they want to come back out here and make a statement, see if they can get this thing back on top of the box. Coming in here, leading in the points, is the Monster Energy MCon machine. They've had a great run here so far, as they've won 3. They actually have, just looking here, I believe 3 overalls.
Yes.
They did tie with DMR at Cocoa Beach for the overall.
Yeah, you talk about extreme professionalism, extreme competitors. I mean, the Pro Class 1 ranks are just incredible. And anybody that can come to a race or has been to a race, when you start walking through the pits and you see these big rigs and these stackers and these massive boats, and you're thinking they're running 150, 60 mile an hour, to put all this together, it just absolutely is mind-boggling.
And the 10 boat will set that one back down in the water after a very solid qualifying effort here. As we talked about before, nothing official until we get that back, but it looks like the number 10 boat will settle into second place just behind the MCon machine.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally...
everyone, welcome back to IHRA Shootout Offshore. We're at the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. We're doing a lot of PWC racing today. We did Pro Class 1 qualifying so far. We've done our bracket class racing, and the rain looks like it's holding off. It's cloudy, but it's not raining. I'm down here with Britt Lilly. Britt, you guys just came out of Cocoa Beach, which was a struggle for your team. There was a lot of different things that happened, but specifically something happened with you. What did that look like at Cocoa Beach?
It was as rough of waters I've ever been in, and we took a big flyer. My head hit the ceiling, my seat bottomed out to the floor, kind of blacked out in there for a few minutes, took a stinger down to both hands where I couldn't feel my hands, just tingly, and so had a little bit of damage there. Was unable to race on Sunday. Never had to step out of the boat before, but luckily Sean Connor was able to get in there and get the job done, so super appreciative for him. And at home, just been doing a lot of stuff, seeing my chiropractor, getting on a DRX machine, a lot of dry needling, physical therapy, just been working at everything really, really hard to get back here for Lotto, so I'm pumped up. We just finished qualifying, so we'll see how those results are soon, and we'll be back out there. Thank you.
Yeah, Britt, we're so lucky to have you. It could have been so much worse, and it sounds like you took a little bit of a deep breath, let someone else take that spot. I know that was really hard for you, but that's the most responsible thing to do. Your body is so important, and you did what you needed to do to get safe and healthy back in the boat. Britt, you're such a professional. You've been racing 19 years, you said. You got Bill in the boat with you. You guys raced 2 classes. You just make racing look fun. You're always smiling. Your team's always out there ready to go. Like I said, I'm so glad you're back. Good luck in the boat today, Pro Class 1 racing, and good luck tomorrow, Super Cat and Pro Class 1 racing.
Let's go, boys.
Thank you, Britt.
All right, guys, I'm here with Brad and Brian with Bracket 400. Local heroes. You decided to come out, give it a shot. This is your first IHRA race. Yeah. You're also part of the Shootout, which is the collaboration with IHRA on our race here on Lake of the Ozarks. Tell us a little bit about that, Brad.
Yeah, so, I've raced before. I used to race back in the day, ran this boat back in 06, won the World Championship with it, National in 07, and it looked like a great opportunity to get my buddy some seat time. He's never been in a sanctioned race, so we said, well, let's dust the old girl off and do it. We've run it in the Shootout. I've won my class the last 20 years, but, so we're going to be out on the course and dicing it up with the other guys.
Right on. Well, Brian, tell me a little bit about your experience. I know that you're new together here, so are you pretty pumped up about the race today or this weekend?
I'm super excited about it. This will be my first time doing a circle track race, but I've done the Shootout with Brad a bunch of times, run with a couple other people in the Shootout as well. I've owned boats since I was 9 years old and been driving them since then, so it should be a good time. We've got some good strategy. We've been practicing hard. We're excited about it.
Good deal. I love to hear you guys have been out practicing. You're ready to put it on for the hometown fans here. Tell me a little bit about, looks like you got a great new sponsorship that's local. Tell me a little bit about LOZ app, Brad.
So LOZ app jumped on board for this race, and you can go there and you can find out everything you need to know about Lake of the Ozarks, especially the race here too. They're going to be covering your live stream tomorrow. Anything that you need to know or have any questions about for the lake, you can jump on LOZ app and find it there.
Yeah, the cool thing about that app, too, is that if you aren't using that, you need to, because it's totally free, and it's got a live link to the live stream right on there, so we'll be able to see you on there, too. So.
Sounds good. Well, hey, I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow, and give it to them.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Tyler Miller, IMCON, Monster Energy. You guys are here at your hometown lake, Lake of the Ozarks. How's it feel to be here?
It's always great to be at home. Put on a show in front of the hometown fans. Couldn't be more happy. Monster Energy, IMCON got a lot of the management team and folks and laborers, operators from back home coming down to support us. So it's always an exciting time to race in front of the hometown fans.
Lake of the Ozarks is such an awesome place to call home for your vacation lake. Now you get to, do your hobby here, racing. Yeah. And your hobby has started. It started quite a while ago. How many years have you been racing?
This will be season number 12 for us. We started out with basically a pickup and a 40 skater, an old WHM skater, showed up, didn't even have a bag of tools to start. One set of propellers was all we had no clue, jumped into the Super Cat class, and man, it's obviously came a long ways from there.
12 years ago, and now we're standing in front of 2, not 1, but 2 brand new boats. Tell us about what you guys just got.
Yeah, you know, super excited to debut everything here at Lake of the Ozarks. We've been working for the last 3 years on a new Pro Class 1 398 race skater, backed by the Mercury 1100 engine package. Can't wait to get this thing out in front of everybody, debut it. It's something that Peter Ledden, Myrick, myself, Lindsay, all of us involved put together a plan, and 3 years in the making, and to see it get baptized here at home is pretty special. So we're super excited about the Class 1 boat. Followed by a factory stock 500, built right here in Wentzville, Missouri, just an hour from the lake, if you will, hour and a half. Beautiful family with the Sisms. Randy, his entire squad did an amazing job on this factory stock 500. It's a 390 MTI with again the Mercury backed 500 outboards. So we've got the inboards, we've got the outboards, and we're excited to go put on a hell of a show.
You know, you guys brought your 2 brand new boats to your hometown race. You got family here, you got fans, you have Monster backing you. You know, I don't think that you could have set up for a better performance to put these 2 girls out on the water and show your fans what you're gonna do. I cannot wait to see how you guys do out there. Best of luck. Go get those checkered flags, Tyler.
Thank you, Tristan. Appreciate everything.
Back to you guys.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they gotta deal with it. If you don't like it, you can.
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to the Lake of the Ozarks for the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series, and also we are covering, of course, the Offshore Powerboat Series as well this weekend. Kind of a dual event, if you will. Just had qualifying for our Pro Class 1 category. The brand new Monster Energy MCON boat, as it stands right now at the end of the session, was number 1, followed up by Out of Pocket Racing, the number 10 boat. So good hit right there. Then DMR Performance to round out the top 3. If you take a look at the points coming in here, it is Monster Energy MCON, followed up by the 32 boat of GC Racing, the MTI GC Racing entry. DMR jumped up into the number 3 spot in the points, and they are followed up by Billy Moff, WHM Motorsports. Then the number 11 X Insurance boat that we talked about before, Out of Pocket, comes in here 6th in the points. The number 11 boat not here will have an opportunity to jump up there a spot, and then Discreet Offshore Racing to round out the top 7.
It might have some points change up with with Willie Cabiza and the MTI entry for Pro Class 1. Him and Johnny Tomlinson are one heck of a powerhouse together, but he is not here this weekend, so that's going to give some points shake up as we finish this weekend up and move into Sheboygan, Wisconsin next month.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. It's like one of our classes, another one of our ski classes getting ready to go here. And then in about 30 minutes, we're going to have the big dogs with the ski category that will come up here. The ski GP category, the 1500cc skis, lightweight carbon fiber skis that are just lightning fast. I believe this is one of our youth categories here, as Mikey will jump back on here. Limited moto.
Yeah, I believe this would be our runabout 1100 limited class that we're taking a look at right here. And I am taking a look and seeing if I've got any paperwork for that class, because I was told initially that we were not doing anything with our amateur classes. So again, you're watching the 1100 limited. I believe on the inside there, that kind of looks like Dave Davidson on boat number 21. I believe he was signed up for this class right here. That's Davidson from Canada, sponsored by JetX. And again, this is the runabout 1100 limited. We should have Davidson out there along with Jason Seeley, Jace Newski, and Ryan Smith. As you can see them battling as they work their way into the cove right now.
Yeah, Seeley, Newski, and Smith have been running other categories as well. And we saw Smith pick up a win. Let's watch this again.
Taking a look at this replay.
Oh, he just caught so much water, and it really hooked around to the right, jumped the buoy in the process. Freestyle points.
Yeah, I'll tell you, well, Davidson looking over to see if anybody caught that, but he'll probably be having to take that penalty buoy on the next lap around.
Like, come on, I kind of went around it. I went over it. It couldn't have been faster.
Went through it. Yeah, Dave Davidson, another one of our characters in the pits in personal watercraft racing for many, many years. He's been racing for several decades. As we take a look at boat number 22 there, and it looks like we have some boats that signed up a little bit late. As I've got a grid sheet here that just does not have any of these boats on there.
Yeah, I don't have the 22 on my entry list either.
But I believe.
Oh, I do. We do have that. That is Jason Seeley. My apologies.
Yeah, that's Seeley, but he. Okay, yeah, he is on boat number 22. The 114 is Newski, and 308 is Ryan Smith. So once again,
these boats have some speed, man. You see them getting the throttle, they take off.
Yeah, these are the old school boats too. That's one of the things. These are the old X4 hulls, they call them, from Sea-Doo. And these boats here were manufactured pretty much between the mid to late 90s. As we take a look at the Devil Deuce right there, and I believe that is your race leader, Seeley. Seeley coming to us out of Ada, Michigan. And Seeley, the son-in-law of my co-announcer with the live stuff out there, Mike Remar.
Okay.
And he's sponsored by One Ethanol, New View Fuels, as well as ISI and the Octo Alliance Combat Sports team.
Dave Davidson's currently sitting in second on the 21C, and Jace Newski in third place with the 114, the Yamaha.
Well, Davidson had lost the spot, regained it over Newski. Had to go out. He had to pick up the penalty buoy after missing that green that first green as you enter the split on the top left-hand side of the track. Once again, this is the Runabout 1100 Limited. One of our amateur classes that we have out here this weekend, and you're taking a look at Jason Seeley, a Wolverine from the great state of Michigan. Or as Woody Hayes used to say, that team up north.
Looking at him navigating the course there out towards the big part of the lake.
And this being one of our amateur classes, only a couple riders in this class right here, only 4 riders. Still making it exciting, though, and you can see the G's that they're taking there. And these boats here, these personal watercraft, these Sea-Doos are a lot different than the Sea-Doos that you see manufactured today.
That double buoy that we saw a little bit earlier, just a few buoys ago, is the point where they have to make the decision if they're going to take the outside lane or inside lane. He took the outside lane.
And
yeah, how about that? One of the super sport boats getting ready to go out there and do their qualifying session. We believe it'll be a qualifying session.
Meanwhile, up top, we've got Seeley over halfway there, only about 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in this Runabout 1100 Limited class.
Yeah, not too far away. We'll have the second moto for the Ski GP entries. Be a lot of fun to watch them come out here and throw down.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they were really pretty impressive yesterday. You said that was the first time that you had seen like a Ski GP race, and boy, I'll tell you what, you could hear it from Branson when they started those boats up.
They absolutely scream, and they are rocket ships.
And there's Davidson, about 6 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by Seeley right now.
And Seeley really getting that thing rotated nicely. Good job here so far.
Davidson was up in Pennsylvania with us last weekend. Took a win up there, came down from Canada, and took a win in this Runabout 1100 class. Again, been racing for nearly 4 decades. And him and his wife, Lori, take the motor home, and they poke it out their way across Canada and the United States every year. And
good for them. Have a good time while they're doing it.
Oh, yeah. Bring the dog with them and everything like that. Good people. Their dog is about the size of a horse, though. You could put a saddle on this thing. Big old St. Bernard.
Plenty of dog food in the trailer.
That's it. As you take a look at
second place, just a little bit back behind him.
Yeah, that's Davidson. Davidson trying to reel him in. Seeley's a good rider, though, when he gets out in front. Seeley, the owner of JSJ Heating and Cooling up in Michigan.
Just carving this course out.
And that's one thing about these the Sea-Doos with the smaller hulls. They can turn a lot better than those big wide bodies that we were watching earlier today in the enduro classes. And once again, these boats can be up to 1,100 cc's. Now, when they were coming lock stock out of the box back in the 90s, they had 787 motors. Seeley, Davidson, Nuschke. Nuschke out of Gulfport, Mississippi.
Watercraft boat, as you can see, starting to pick up a little bit of speed down there as well as we continue to watch here in the split screen. Jeremy Tsuchida and Julian Maldonado. We heard from Julian a little bit earlier on as he was down there being interviewed. And the Super Sport boat picks up the Super Stock Sport boat picks up the pace here as I learn how to speak English one more time.
Smallest boats in super stock category, Ken. This boat's about 31 feet or so, and I think it's going to really like these this new rough water. They've got the new ROS engine package, get the shorter midsections, keep the weight down a little bit, and I think that's going to enable them to really kill the corners on this tight course.
HBS entry there. HBS Motorsports, Sloan Langston and Ryan Beckley in the S7. Another spectacular looking boat there from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. First year racing. Sloan Langston, the owner there, crew chief on that one, Hampton Langston. A Doug Wright entry, 2017 Doug Wright.
Yeah, Sloan's been he's been around it forever, and this was his first opportunity to get in a super stock. He's got a lot of experience in the boat with him, with Ryan Beckley on the throttles, and Ryan Beckley is also throttling for Sloan's brother in factory stock, which that was their first factory stock race last race. So these guys are really going all in, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with Beckley on the throttles.
16 years old.
Yep, young kid.
Young kid, man, talented.
When you talk to him, the kids both. I mean, he's sharp. He's professional. He's courteous and kind. I'm telling you, the kid has got a lot going for him.
Again, the Wozencraft entry here. The S8 first year together. Several heat race wins, several podium finishes in the main event so far. But the Wozencraft insurance entry is beautiful. They also get some help from Manatee Marine, Lively Machine, and Krytowick Motorsports.
Yeah, they've got a really good team behind them.
Krytowick, my apologies. And look at the S12 there as well. Enough said.
Hamilton Princess. You got Lewis Martins and Nick Impresia on in that boat, piloting that one to a good qualifying position, hopefully. Those guys have been pretty quick all year. And it's super stock ranks for the guys at home that haven't been paying a lot of attention or they're still learning. This is any person's battle, any person's game. I mean, when you start watching some of these times creep in, it'll just be mere seconds between all of these top qualifiers. And with the new race order, as we heard earlier today, Ken, these guys are really, really battling to try to be top 8.
Let's check back in with Tristan.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the docks. We got super stock boats all going out to qualify. They're supposed to be qualifying in their number on their boat order. They're going to go out and do a staggered start as you're watching. Two laps per boat. We got super stock racers down here in t-shirts hanging out waiting for their turn. We got guys getting helmets on, getting their gear on. We just had a couple boats crane in. Everyone looks like they're gearing to get some big fast numbers out there today, because like we said earlier, they're going to be qualifying for the first row of 8 is going to be the first row for super stock start. You want to be in that top 8 number for this race tomorrow, and these guys are competitive. They're going to go out there and get it as fast of a number as they can today. Let's see what they do.
I think what you're going to see, guys, is the top 8 positions. I think you're going to see a 5 to 6 second differential between those top 8 spots. I think it's going to be that tight, and that is how narrow this class is and how competitive it is. These guys are absolutely battling
and look
to
at
get
that
spot.
Packing some air right there. That's the beauty of them right there, man. They pack that air in that tunnel. It gets that big boat up out of the water and lets those 300s on the back do their job. Sets it again, much like we saw a little bit earlier with that Pro Class 1 boat. Checks it up, puts the nose of that boat down in the water to get it turned.
Yep, Ryan's doing a really good job trying to teach Sloan in there, get that communication key. As soon as he tries to back the throttles off and set the trims right back down, and that way the wheel, you can just start cranking it and hugging through the corner as fast as possible.
Love the green, man. It really pops.
Yeah, it definitely stands out.
I think starting to porpoise just a little bit.
Hey, they're trying to find that fine line of trim, and when you see it dancing and walking just a little bit like that, those guys are just right on the edge, letting it hang it out there and giving it everything it's got.
I couldn't agree more with what Tristan was talking about as well. It's going to be so important. If you want a shot at this win, it's going to be extremely important to get on that front row. If you start in the back row, the second row, you're going to have your work cut out for you.
You know what? I mean, those guys back there are going to have to dig, have that second row start, because this is the first time they've ever tried that. But I will say one thing, as competitive and close as these guys are, if anybody has any bobbles, come race day, those guys in that second line, I wouldn't count them out, though. I still think they're going to be up in the mix, and one bad start or one wrong turn, I mean, it's going to shake up that list pretty quick.
Yeah, somebody on the inside of the second row I could see coming out in the middle of the pack there after the first turn. Being right in the middle of what was the front row. So it'll be exciting.
Yeah, I've had some conversations with those guys. We started talking about this start, back in Cocoa Beach 3 weeks ago. And, I said, hey, if you're sitting there number 9th, are you better to be further out and on the main line? Or are you better to be, second row inside? Because that's not a bad spot to be.
Right. I don't disagree at all. Yeah, those boats are all the way on the outside, man. They have a long way to go, especially around that first turn when you got to hold your lane. And the S7 looks like I thought they were setting it back in the water. I thought they were done there for just a moment. Might have finishing up this second lap.
That boat looks pretty, like it's got a pretty good attitude. I think they I don't know what the timing will look like on that, but from watching, it looks like they hit a pretty good setup on that. We got Tanner Lewis and Atlas here. Man, those guys are, dude, look at how hard they're hitting that corner.
Mark Neiman doing the driving here. You just mentioned Tanner on the sticks. U.S. Virgin Islands is where Tanner's from. Not a bad place to live, huh?
No, definitely not. Yeah, those guys got in late out of town, and they had some mechanical issues, and they had a local performance dealership, give them a lot of hand and help. I think it was, yesterday or last night to get that boat ready to go for today. So, hats off to our locals, and, always be willing to help these guys that are coming in from out of town, make sure they can have the best performance possible, for race day.
And back here, look at the Wozencraft entry.
It'll be interesting to start seeing some timing and scoring. They were when they start, they get one full lap as a run-up lap, and then they're gonna get two scoreable laps after their first time past the start-finish line. This boat has been super competitive. I believe they're sitting second in points going into this race. So they are really wanting to try to do everything they can to try to win this race, but stay out ahead of the boys from Bermuda, because those guys have been lethal all year.
Yep, good call on that. They did grab a win. They've been on the podium here all three times actually, finishing up third at the first and last event there in Cocoa Beach, but did win at New Orleans. And the Wozencraft machine, S7 here. They're a little bit deeper in the points there with HPS Motorsports.
You know what's super tough, Ken, is picking a favorite out of this group, because everybody in here is top-notch.
Oh, man, that really hooked that boat around.
I don't know if they misjudged a buoy or if there was some kind of mechanical. It looks like maybe they were trying to turn too early and then caught themselves. So luckily that's going to hurt some timing a little bit, but they didn't miss a buoy that way.
Have not seen a lap time come up yet, but it would appear as though the Wozencraft S8 is leading so far. And set the nose down in there, and that thing hooked to the right pretty hard.
It almost looks like it looks like they probably dropped the trim just a little bit too much, and that boat really wanted to hook. With it not being as rough as it is. Once that right side sponson hit the water buoy, it just wanted to go.
Yes, it did.
There's Jeremy Sheeta again and Julian. I'll tell you what, their biggest fan is Tyler, okay, and his birthday was yesterday. Kid turned 18, and, he's having a heck of a time at Lake of the Ozarks. So I got to give a happy birthday shout out to Tyler, who is Jeremy and Julian's biggest fan. So happy birthday, Tyler.
And if we're throwing happy birthdays out there, we saw Britt Lilly a little bit earlier.
Yes.
His wife's birthday weekend is going on here.
Yes.
So happy birthday to Amanda as well. Look at that thing, man, up on plane. It is flying.
Those guys have had a pretty good season so far this year. They've had some super respectable finishes. That boat's always fast. They've got great driver with Lewis Martins, and we got Nick Impressio on the throttle, for the pink Hamilton Princess team, enough said.
Yeah, and I think Nick, if memory serves, works for Sean Torrente. Yep. Look at that big cruiser in the background. Everybody having a great time watching them.
Yeah, that's not a bad spot. Like I said, maybe we could we'll have to try to paddle out there later, Ken, and we'll try to climb aboard. Speaking of spectators, I've had several of my spectators and friends here at Lake of the Ozarks text me, pictures of the race and everything.
Thing flying, man.
Oh yeah.
Whole boat up out of the water, just the back of it touching. That's exactly where they want them, man.
Yep.
That is how you make one fast.
They are grinding away. That boat is on a rail. Can't wait to see what the timing looks like out of that, because that boat is super quick. I feel like being a little on the smaller end of, or smaller side of this category. And I do think there's something to those new ROS engines. That new shorter midsection, keeps that weight down. It adjusts the center of gravity and the way they can set the boat up and move weight in it. I think you're really going to see faster cornering with those capability with that engine package on a lake like today this weekend.
Pretty good visual too of the reliefs cut out underneath the bottom of those boats to help them get up in the air. He's also got the better part of that boat up there in the air.
Yeah, Ryan, he's definitely on the switch on that, wasn't he? Carrying a good nose and, just flying down the straightaway.
It's a thing of beauty, and you can really see it with the flat water. We had rough water like we did at Cocoa Beach. It's very difficult to see what these boats are capable of doing and what they're designed to do. I mean, they pack all that air, they get the boat way up out of the water, but they're still very stable.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at speeds right there, in the 1 teens probably, trimmed out, at the top end of the RPM limits, with these 300s.
Man, same thing right there. So it looks like they're trying to make some adjustments with that boat, but look at that thing. When he sets it down, man, it just rips it around to the right. So you were talking about making some changes after this session, and they'll probably go to work on it.
Yep, and that could be a communication thing. I'm not sure exactly what their mechanical issue was, or what I mentioned earlier, that they came in town and had a local shop help them out. I don't know if they had some kind of trim, cylinder issues or trim situations, but I don't know if it's just reacting too quick or what. But man, those guys are really trying to get in the corner as quick as they can. But they want that top 8 spot. They want to get in that front line.
Yeah, and I think it's good to see a boat react like that. We see all of these boats, and it looks like, it just looks easy. So it's good to see one come out here where you see them, and I hate that they're struggling a little bit, but they clearly are. They'll get it sorted out, I'm sure, but it's good to see what the difference is of how a boat reacts and how good they are when they're doing what they're supposed to do versus one that needs some adjustments.
Yeah,
or maybe it needs to be driven differently, whatever the case. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of both.
Or, yeah, they just need to, get in there and gel. If they just went through some stuff, maybe they have some limits they have to adjust or some kind of setting. But, man, those guys are these things react very, very quickly, and I think they react quicker on the flatter water.
And one more time, let's go down to Tristan. We understand that Mom ain't happy.
Hey guys, I'm down here, like you said, Mom ain't happy. These guys are strapped in, ready to go. The boat's not running, the helmets aren't on, but they are about to take their first qualifying lap. You guys are gonna go out there, it's a staggered start. So we're trying to start by numbers, but I don't think that's what's happening. So like I said on the live already, we need to go ahead and get that top 8 position. What are you doing to make sure you get in that first row for tomorrow's race?
Well, we set the boat up for, smooth, flat water. Conditions are great, a little humid, but we've got our fast water set up and the biggest wheels you could possibly find.
Hey, and this is your hometown race. You got friends here, family here, everyone's here. I don't know, is Mom happy or not?
Mom's happy, sitting up at Neon Taco having a few drinks right now. She's happy.
Hey, Mom's happy. She's having some drinks. The whole family's here. You guys look like you're having a blast. Good luck in qualifying and good luck tomorrow racing.
Shane, I'll see you in a minute. Neon Taco's right behind us. I'm going to go check on Mom.
I'm not sure who's going to take care of this, but I'm taking my headset off, and I'm going with you. I'll tell you what, I got to go down there and catch up with Mom from Mom Ain't Happy, because Scott told me that she had a special package for me. Usually she reserves and gives that to him, give it to him, but, I guess I'm going to get that this weekend. So we'll see what that looks like when we get caught up with her later.
According to the timing scoring up there, looks like Neff said the number 12 boat, that beautiful pink Hamilton Princess sponsored machine, is currently number 1, and I believe the spread was 11 seconds at number 2. So we did not get actual lap times. We're just seeing splits or differences as we watch the Say Less boat go.
Yeah, the Say Less, that's another, local hometown hero. Rusty Williams on the throttles with Chad Rudsell, boat owner and driver. Rusty's a multiple-time champion. And you know what? They just announced that they're having a baby boy here a couple weeks back. So, hats off to Rusty. Good luck to him. We had a good conversation about it the other day, so I'm pretty excited for those guys.
Yeah, winning championship just 1 year ago in 2025. Monster Energy Triple Crown and Super Stock. And factory stock world champions as well. So, yeah, very, very good racers as you keep an eye on Chad Rudisil and Rusty Williams inside of the number 21 Say Less.
Right now, we're looking at digging deep. That is going to be Andy Miller, and then that is Billy Moore, who was just out qualifying for the Pro Class 1. So it's interesting to see those guys jump from boat to boat, going from, 150, 60 mile an hour back into the 110s, 1-teens, and going back and forth and being versatile enough to be able to handle that switch. So there's a lot of experience inside this boat right now, and that is one great-looking DWR.
Yeah, Billy Moore good at whatever it is that he climbs inside of, man.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, you put that guy on the throttles and he's going to get after it.
good look at the S21. That, again, is a Say Less boat.
Yeah, those guys have some great people behind them. You've got Liquid Molly, Rosenbach Freight, Red Seal Trucking. You know, there's some good stacked team right there. Some good sponsors behind those boys.
Nice and smooth rotation around there.
Yep, we even have the Liquid Molly guys here in the vendor row.
Yeah, I saw them really right across the street from where we're at.
Yeah. Happy to have those guys here showcasing their product with some of their the hometown heroes here. This is a good spot for those guys to be.
My buddy Manny Gutierrez, not sure if he's watching or not, but representative from Liquid Molly. Usually seen with the Long Beach Grand Prix as we watch the S25 Team Bermuda roll around here. David Seeley, Stephen Bridges, been racing for 30-plus years.
That right there is our points leader right now. They have had one outstanding season. They're sitting running first in points right now. They're going into a lake race here for race number 4, and they're doing everything they can to try to put a little gap on everybody else. But they've got Team Wozencraft with Jeremy and Julian just nipping at their heels in points.
They have been solid, no doubt. Kicked the season off with the #1 qualifying effort and won it. Then went to New Orleans, qualified #1 again, finished up second, and then at Cocoa Beach grabbed their second win of the season. #1 qualifier at Cocoa Beach was North Wing Offshore. But other than that, man, they have pretty much swept the table.
Yep. Yeah, North Wing, the last race in Cocoa was their first race, and they're not here, you know, at this particular race, but they definitely took some points and put a little separation between those guys. So
yes, 23 there as we watch them, and new here. We've not seen them this year. John Domino and Michael Domino.
That is a great looking wrap on that boat too. I love that blue and black.
Isn't it? Very, very nice.
Reminds me a lot of Taylor Sism's NTI that she was running the last couple years. That blue and black. Good looking colors. Now there's Steven and David. Looks like they've got it trimmed just right. That boat looks pretty good. It's got a real good attitude going down the back straightaway there.
Yeah, real good looking effort. And again, the front half of that boat completely up in the air as they start the entry there to the turn. And you see how nice and smooth that is. Not setting that thing in the water any more than they have to. Finally gets it rotated all the way around and right back at it. Beautiful job. It's all about who has the best lowest speed in the middle of the corner. Yep. Whoever could do that the best is probably going to be the boat to beat. Best minimum speed, as it's referred to from time to time. As we take a look at the S43 there. Another boat inside of this large category, the Valvoline Celsius boat, driven by Chris Hopgood and throttleman Jay Muller. Talked about Jay being with Billy Moff a little bit earlier in the Pro Class 1 category. And as we watch this, we are not far away from the Ski GP race as well. The top category and the skis.
Boy, and I'll tell you, we got a lot of racers that descended upon Lake of the Ozarks from far and wide to be here in this Ski GP class. I believe 15 different riders coming in. Coy Curtis, who had won every previous event up to this one, every previous race, took his first loss yesterday. And it was all due to a couple of missed buoys. You can see the Ski GP starting to come to the line on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And we're still qualifying super stock on the top left. So Jake Pierce in that Ski GP class actually taking a win yesterday on the Marine One Arcade Builders Works H2O machine. Jake out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Some great racing yesterday in that first moto of Ski GP. Curtis again was the top qualifier, but he got called for missing some merge buoys later on in the race as he was trying to catch up to Pierce, and nothing doing, as Pierce was able to hold on to the lead and the win in that class. Also turning in a good performance yesterday in the Ski GP class was boat number 912. That was Rick Shirker. Rick on the Flyjet Trim 88 Curran Brewing Fast Power Sports machine. And
What do you think, Mikey? Would you hop inside of that S23 right there and go take her for a spin?
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I would. You know, I'm just like an adrenaline junkie like that. You know, I mean, because if you never try it, you never know. And you know, I was one of those guys when the bungee jump first came out. I was one of those first guys to go rent a crane and do a bungee jump, and we actually opened up a personal watercraft race with it. So I had to walk out on this little plank, right? And they said, okay, we're doing it for live TV. And they said, okay, ready, 5, 4, 3. Okay, hold on a second. We're going to go to commercial, 30 more seconds. I'm sitting up there shaking like a leaf.
Sweating it out. They made you sweat it out, man.
They sure did.
It's like ice in the field goal kicker in the Super Bowl.
I'm telling you. Something else.
Look at the S21. Say less once again. The super stock boats are qualifying. As you see the ticker up there up top.
Now, one of the things I've noticed is we've got a lot of super stocks here in Lake of the Ozarks with us.
It's a big class.
Yeah, I've talked about the power boats, the offshore power boats, a couple different times. Obviously, I let Shane come in here and do this. He's a lot more knowledgeable, and he's a local guy. And obviously, you're the best. You know, everybody looks up to you, Ken.
Easy on all that. I got you two guys sitting beside me, man. You're there for a reason. I'm just trying to keep it together here as you take a look at our points leader up there in the top left-hand corner, and they continue to stack up this ski GP category. They're going to get them lined up, we're told, as quickly as possible and launch them. So we want to keep an eye on them down here. You've got to see the start of this race. It is pretty exciting.
Yeah, that ski GP class normally going 15 minutes plus one. I'm pretty sure they're probably going to try to stick with that, as this is one of the premier classes with the Monster Energy International Hot Rod Association's Personal Watercraft Racing Series. Taking a look down there at the bottom side of the screen, 115 is Harley Ritchie. Harley, who used to live over in Europe, now makes his home in Lake Havasu City, and he had a top 5 finish in Moto number 1 yesterday.
There's the Club Car Wash entry, the S45 coming out here to qualify in the Superstock category as well. John Chillis and Ian Morgan out of Hammond, Louisiana.
Bottom side of your picture, we got 177, and that is one of the Crawford boys right there. That's River Crawford, sponsored by Rockstar Energy Drink, Blosian, and Jet Trim. He's going to be another tough one to watch for in that ski GP class.
Yeah, and getting ready to go here with the ski GP. You can see him getting ready to climb up on these things, waiting for the horn.
Well, I imagine we'll be able to hear them when they start up. A lot of horsepower down on that line. These boats all powered by Kawasaki 1500cc power plants, carbon fiber hulls from Fast Power Sports, from Commander, from Proforce.
Yeah, so the point is big power and as light as they can possibly make them. Horsepower to weight is incredible. They are very fast. You've got to be extremely strong, very good at what you do to carve those things around the buoys at speed.
Alrighty, so it looks like we're going to go directly here to our ski GP class, where I believe that is Simon Ricks, one of our race directors, in the foreground, along with Brad Bohat, who is another one of our race directors here with the IHRA. Both of them doing a great job, and I'll tell you, getting a lot of adversity thrown at him this morning with having to start 2 hours late.
Yeah, it threw everybody a curveball. As you see Harley Ritchie down there, the 115, getting ready to go.
And it looks like they are set down there. Again, this is the ski GP class. And the reason I think that this class is so big is that the IHRA has really put up a very nice purse for this class right here. Giving out, I believe, over $235,000 for the year.
For the championship, yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And these guys aren't used to seeing money like that. So we're getting a lot more folks, a lot more people coming in, especially internationally.
And it looked like they were out there just to check the course, make sure it is all clear and green.
And once again, earlier yesterday, you remember we had one of those buoys in the merge section that was moving around a little bit. Again, the depth out there, probably 80 to 90 feet, so it's hard to keep those ropes nice and taut.
15 entries here in the big class. And I'd say they are all out here, so just waiting for the green light here from the course.
Very colorful bunch out there, huh?
Yeah, they got somebody that looks like they're clearing off.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson J. Rod coming back to start him. We went back over to Simon, pick up a yellow flag. What he'll do is he'll roll up that yellow flag and he'll point at each one of the racers. The racers will have to nod to let them know that they are okay to run. Once he goes all the way through the line, there'll be a train horn that sounds from behind him, and that signifies go.
And clearly, one of the players there did not realize our camera was there, so we appreciate the help there. Clearing that. Looks like we're good to go here.
It's like, hey, dude, move it.
One of the racers. Somebody down there having some issues. I think that's what his concern is.
Yeah, it looks like just to the right-hand side of Crawford, I see another rider that's coming in, trying to get in the game.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
Oh, wow.
The Club Car Wash has inverted that one, so they'll need to get safety to them immediately. We have a safety hatch at the bottom of those as well, so they can get up to go. Get up and get out. And getting ready to start the Ski GP race. These things fired up, ready to go. Second moto for the Ski GPs. 177 trying to keep a handle on that one. River Crawford got away from him for just a second. That's it. Look how quickly he hops up in the tray. Hammer down, man, and they are off.
I'll tell you what, Crawford getting up in that tray in a hurry.
And look how hard he turns that thing. Incredible. Oh, man, I thought they were going to get together. It looked like the two of them nearly hit, and they did nearly hit at the exit of that buoy.
Right, Dave. The outside goes to the double yellow on the first one. The inside turns one buoy earlier. Now they'll both pick up the double yellow, and that will be your decision buoy from the rest of the race. And look at this side by side, a drag race. That was the 851. I think that's Reinhardt's boat.
And look at him. He was standing all the way on the back of the tray, making sure he was packing that jet.
So I'm not sure who that is that's on Reinhardt's boat right now, but that was a great start on boat number 851, some borrowed property.
And the big dogs are throwing down, man. Look at the speed. 15-minute moto here.
Yeah, that's Wildeboer right there out of Lake Havasu City. And he is one of the top stand-up riders in the world, if not just the USA.
Rider on a Commander there, the 888.
Headed toward that split section of the track over here on the top left-hand side as they view it from Lake of the Ozarks up on the point.
And the decision buoy right there where you decide which way you're going to go. He turned that, before that decision buoy, I mean, just completely horizontal.
Well, he struggled a little bit this year.
Buoy right there.
He struggled a little bit this year, and I think that he's got a chip on his shoulder right now. You know,
something to prove, huh?
This is round number 3. Again, this is only their second race here in round number 3. But I believe from what we're getting here, it was saying Jake Pearson first, but I didn't see the black boat up front.
And it looked like safety was pulling another one off the course there that had a moment. I believe they're going to take us, give us a split screen here. As you can see, they're getting some help out there for this. Both driver and throttleman have climbed out, so that is great news. The Club Car Wash entry completely inverted there.
And take a replay.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the bottom right-hand corner there as we keep the race rolling as well. This is what happened, and man, just dug the nose of that boat in. It rotated about as hard as it could, and then, unfortunately for them, inverted in the process. Flipped it over.
Tough break there.
Glad they are okay.
So going back out to the Ski GP race, that was Wildeboer right there. I'm looking for Pierce on the black 88. They've got him listed in front right now. But I had Wildeboer in front after that first lap. That's 851 back there in second. And that's somebody who's borrowed a boat because we don't have an 851 on our list here. Possibly, I don't know if it's, I don't think it's Jules Hopkins. Hopkins was supposed to be on 85. Oh, it's Lucas Severa. Okay, yeah. Another Lake Havasu City local. Okay, so Lucas on some borrowed property out there.
And Lucas very fast. We've seen him do a great job so far this weekend as well.
Yeah, he's been in a couple of the different Ski GP classes. I believe he was in GP1 and GP3. Watched him a little bit earlier today on a different boat. And now watching him on Britain's GP boat that I believe she ended up in second place with earlier today.
And watching these skis now in this water, it looks to me like it's as choppy or choppier than it's been all weekend long.
Wildeboer opted to go to that outside split. Once again, outside comprised of the blue buoys, inside comprised of the green buoys. It looks like Wildeboer is starting to work on that lead right now. That is Revan Harris, boat number 100. Nice graphics kit on that.
And you can see a good bit taller as well when he gets up in that standing position. Look at our leader just squatting there the entire time, low CG. They'll put both feet on the back of the tray and make sure they pack them when they're going straight, and then obviously the footwork in every turn, every corner.
So your race leader, 19 years of age. Second place, Revan Harris, 20 years of age. These guys ride together all the time out at Bonnie Beach. You can see Wildeboer taking a look over his shoulders as he comes to make that decision. I'm guessing he's going to the outside where he can hold it wide open. And yes, he does.
Pretty much where he's been going this entire race. And once they get in the groove, unless somebody's starting to pressure them, they tend to stay out there. Boy, just full rotation there. You can see, man, the steering wheel there cranked as hard to the right as he can get it to go.
Great job there by Wildeboer. And there's Curtis. Curtis, who won the first 6 races of the year. Took a 13th in yesterday's first moto after finding out about missing some buoys after the race. Was a little dejected, but
yeah, he made an honest mistake, but he had fallen back to third, and all of a sudden he jumped up into second, and all of a sudden he jumped up into first, and we're like, holy smokes, like a whole different class ski. And what was happening was he was missing a buoy and just did not realize it. So shame for him, but yeah, you're right. I mean, got off to this season to a great start, came in here leading to the points.
Yeah, well, he's got a good enough points lead where that 13th place finish isn't going to hurt him too much. You know, again, all he's going to do is stay consistent, you know, from here on out. Wildeboer, as I take a look down, he came in, he's had a tough season so far. He came in about 11th place here in this class. Wildeboer again on the Commander boat. Steve Webster and company helping him out with Commander. As you see our leaders exiting the split section. There's your second place rider, Revan Harris. Once again, Revan sponsored by Fast Power Sports, Works, H2O Designs, Jet Trim, Lone Star Trucking, and Marine One Motorsports.
Yet again, we watch them. When we get complacent, we think they're just going to be solid the entire race. But as we saw Amy Garcia, unfortunately for her a little bit earlier, just one small mistake, and it pitched her right off, man. I mean, it's incredible G-forces that they're enduring for every one of these turns. And if they get it wrong just a little bit, they're going for a ride.
Well, it's turned into somewhat the overcast day here. At least we're not going where we were this morning, but weather's not too bad. Things are starting to cool off a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit cooler. Should be good for the racers.
Yeah, good for the racers, good for the motors. As that is Lucas taking a look behind him. I think he can feel the heat being applied right now. I think that's Coy Curtis.
Oh, and just stuffed the nose right there. Coy stays in the throttle, closes it up just a little bit more.
And that's Lucas Severa right there. And you see Curtis right there behind him with the yellow helmet on.
It looked like Curtis picked up some ground and then, as you can see right there, lost a little bit of ground. So Curtis must have had a moment as well.
Yeah, well, it looked like he was trying to cut to the inside and had to cross over the wing, got a little bit sideways, cost him about a half a second. As you can see him laying him down, he's got a pole in the water. He's trying to reel in second place right now. These two battling it out. First place is Wildeboer, and Wildeboer's been able to extend that lead due to this. As you see Curtis chasing Severa down that back section of the course as they head out through the chicanes out there in the middle of the lake. And that's where it gets a little bit rough out there. That's where you got all your boat traffic. Ticker's accurate up there.
Coy Curtis in fourth. Devin Farthing, player here in this category, back there in fifth. We saw Harley Ritchie there at the start. Look at everybody blending together, man. They were really coming together there towards that buoy.
So the green flag is up, and what that means for these riders here, the race is halfway complete.
I would say we're more than that because this is a 15-minute moto, so almost 2/3 done.
Yeah, only about 6:20 and change.
And look at that line, trying to chop it off. Had a big run, but was way inside. stayed on the throttle as long as he could and really closed the gap.
Oh, look at him. He's going to have position.
I think maybe that was a lapper. Was that a lap? It had to be a lapper to just give it up like that.
Well, whoever it was moved way out of the way for Coy.
Yeah, fought him for the buoy for the first 2 buoys. That's what threw us off.
So Wildeboer, 888 is your race leader, and there is a look at Wildeboer as he goes to the decision buoy. Cervera, 851, was in second. Curtis was in third. We'll see if that's the way that they stack up here with the GPS units. There's Revan Harris. Harris also up there in the mix. So again, you got your leader is Wildeboer, followed by boat number 100. That's Revan Harris. So that's, I believe, 851. Cerveris in third, and then you got Curtis in fourth. So that was your battle for third that we were taking a look at last time.
Yep.
And look at the boat traffic out there. You don't think things are busy here at Lake of the Ozarks?
Oh, yeah. It is Saturday. Everybody's out on the water. There's the big boats on the water. The skis are over here. So something for everybody. And the fans are rolling out to watch it.
You know, and I'll tell you what, my hat's off to the fans here because, I mean, it's an overcast day. It's not a sunny day. It's not a beautiful day. We were out there partying on the boat and everything like that. You had to bring a jacket. You had to bring your umbrella and all your just-in-case clothes.
Oh, man, almost on that buoy, too. Yeah, and I would say for the most part, the fans are very knowledgeable and very respectful about the wake that they create, knowing that everybody's racing here.
I believe that is your gap right there between first and second, Wildeboer and Revan Harris, both on the outside split. There's Devin Farthing, Dev Dog, on boat number 116. Remember, had a get off on that boat yesterday, lost his hood, and ended up with he was in like 6th place and ended up with like a 12th or 13th place finish after that get off yesterday. So I'm sure that he would like to make up some of these points here in the Pro Ski GP1 class. This is moto number 2.
Yeah, he and his brothers both very, very good at what they do.
Yeah, Talon ended up second in the sports spec yesterday.
See how hard they hit, man. His head just bobbing with the weight of that helmet on it. Every time he hits a wake, hits a wave. And our leader out here just ripping, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you, rider Wildeboer, he's one of those taller, lanky riders. Kind of reminds me of a Jeff Jacobs, who was one of the best in personal watercraft racing, one of the most winningest riders ever. Kind of has his same build, tall, lanky, able to lean that boat over. And you can see he's just manhandling that boat right there.
He really is manhandling that boat, and I see absolutely zero signs of fatigue. You watch his head with the weight of that helmet on there, and it is steady as it can be. He is still very strong.
And again, there's your gap between first and second as they work their way past the flagman and down the front straightaway. And we've got, I believe, less than 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, right at 3 minutes right there, so +1. One of the riders off course and then jump back out there, moving out of the way for the leaders. First and second place as you watch them right there.
Yeah, so it looks like you got a back marker between second and third right now. Third place, I believe, is still boat number 851, Lucas Cervera. Just ahead of Curtis. Them two were battling out for third. That's probably going to end up being a pretty good battle, too, with just a couple more minutes remaining.
Wildeboer leading there, and Revan Harris in second place. Cervera, as you talked about, back there in third. And Coy Curtis, who has just been so dominant this year, back in fourth.
Wildeboer looks like he's setting up to go to the outside. He did. Let's see if Harris following to the outside. Harley Ritchie down, and you can see they're attending to Harley Ritchie right now. Not in a good place. You see boats going on the inside and the outside of him. That'll give you a dirty wetsuit real quick.
Yeah, pretty sketchy, no doubt.
But, you know, I'll tell you, I got to say hats off to the safety guy. The safety guy staying right in there.
Right in the thick of it to protect them.
Yeah. So a great job there by the Progressive safety team. See Ritchie getting a tow back over into the pit area. Tough break for Harley Ritchie out of Lake Havasu. So Curtis has moved up to third. He got past Cervera. Got about a minute and a half left to go. And Coy Curtis has moved up into third. Wildeboer's on a tear, though. This guy is he's riding like a man possessed out there.
Well, as you said before, it felt like he had something to prove here. He comes in here, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's just struggled so far this year, but wanted to put it together and prove that he's worthy of being in this class and grabbing a win. He's doing exactly that.
And once again, your top two opting for that outside split. Revin Harris not going away, trying to keep him right there. That is Coy Curtis back there in third. And Coy carving it up too. And you can see your leader, Wildeboer, about three seconds ahead of Revin Harris. And I'm just looking at the gap between Wildeboer and Coy Curtis, who is now coming through the start-finish line. It should be scored here very shortly. Yeah, 13 seconds behind. So,
yeah, Coy really redeeming himself from a day ago, though. We'll gather a bunch of points here, save this thing a bit.
Well, I'm guessing young Monster Energy rider won't be missing any buoys this moto here.
Pretty sure he's on point here today.
He probably took a picture of that and dreamt of it last night.
Once again, our leader out here. Killing it.
Yeah.
Just killing it.
Hey, he comes past the decision buoy. It's going to be close. Okay, time just expired. Just expired as he gets ready to
around the final couple of buoys here on this lap, and he'll pick up the white flag.
Yep, white flag will be coming out for him as he comes down this front straightaway right here. And there's Ryan with the white flag there. And it looks like we got a rider down back there in the cove, as that's where they're heading right now. And you can see Ryan grabbing that yellow too. We haven't seen it yet, but must be a rider down back there in the cove.
One more clean lap here. We'll finish this one up. Combination yellow-white, as you said before. And he's constantly checking over there to his left.
And you can see in the background there, that was the Ray Marine boat, which we're going to see a little bit later this weekend.
More Superstock qualifying action as they continue that out there on the lake. There's a look at first and second. Final lap here. It is still very, very close.
116, I believe that's Farthing that they're 10-2 right now. Yeah. So that he went down. Boy, a tough weekend in the stand-up class for Dev Dog. Once again, Devin out of Ackworth, Georgia.
And the split lane. Our leader decides to stay to the outside. Find out if Revin Harris has anything for him here in the closing couple of buoys.
Checkered flags out. You can see he just dove into that front straightaway. Harris going to be coming from that inside split. Not going to be enough, though. Congratulations, Ryder Wildeboer takes the win. Harris in second. And rounding out your top three, it looks like it's going to be boat number 155. Coy Curtis says the two leaders congratulate each other on being masters of the universe. So great job there by Wildeboer going wire to wire. Harris giving great chase, though. Great chase there by Harris, and that's going to make for a good third moto tomorrow. Make sure that you join us tomorrow. Check the race schedule. We're going to try to be a little bit closer to it than what we were today. Hopefully we won't have that weather that we had this morning. Once again, we appreciate everybody's patience on that this morning. So it was the commander pilot, Ryder Wildeboer, taking the win back to Lake Havasu.
Yeah, the big kids, as you talking about on the big toys, the big fast toys. Unfortunately for Farthing, towing that one back. As you said, man, he's had a couple of tough motos here this weekend.
That was 851 Cervera that ended up in that fourth place position. So not a bad finish for him, especially when you're riding somebody else's boat, because normally you got to spend a little tray time or seat time on that boat before you can ride it that good. But he shows you that he's a very talented rider.
Now look at the results here for Ski GP Moto number 2 with Ryder Wildeboer. Doing a great job, man, out front the entire time, off to a great start, and really drove a great race. Revin Harris right there behind him the entire time. It was much closer than 4 seconds for the entire race. Backed off a little bit when he knew he couldn't catch him. Coy Curtis with a nice jump up was back there in 4th place and jumped up into 3rd. Let's show you the recap.
All right, you can see him take off from the starting line over there.
Down on the inside on the bottom, man. He just got a great start.
15 wide, I believe that was Crawford. Crawford had a good side, or a good start rather. Went to the inside, was not able to hold on to it though. As you see, Wildeboer, he came from the outside split.
Got that big, massive run on the back straightaway and carried that momentum right to the point.
And that was Severa, who came out in second place, had his hands full with Curtis there for a minute, but Revin Harris was able to sneak by on the splits and come up next to that guy right there, Wildeboer. But Wildeboer would hold on to it, stay consistent, and take the checkered flag here in Moto number 2 of the Ski GP1 class.
And that wraps up that one. So they'll have one more here. They'll come out tomorrow. Let's check in with Pam. She has our winner. Pretty exciting effort right there.
So that was Moto 2.
Yeah, Moto 2.
Ryder Wildeboer, you are number 1 for Moto number 2 out here this weekend at Lake of the Ozarks. Give me a rundown of what you just went through out there.
You know, I got a good start, good reaction time. I was able to get out front early. A lot of that helps in a race like this, you know what I mean? With all the tough guys that we have in this competition and this track alone, you know what I mean? It's a flat track, so getting out front right away helps a lot with the whole race. So,
me on this side of the water, it looked like the water was rougher out there than it's been the whole weekend so far. So give me a rundown of the water for you out there.
Yeah, the first couple laps were a lot rougher than yesterday's moto. So kind of had to work with that a little bit. I tried to slow down a little bit at the beginning to try to keep my heart rate down. You know what I mean? Kind of leave some for the end. I know the guys are coming up. So I saw Revin get behind me. So after I saw that, I kind of kicked it up a little bit. And when I finally saw the white flag, I finally gave it my all. You know what I mean? And finished it out. So.
Well, congratulations on getting number 1 in Moto number 2 tomorrow, Moto number 3. Anything you're going to do different?
You know, I'm just going to keep it the same. I'm going to keep it the same as the second moto. And from there, if I can just run the same race that I just had, we can be on the top of the podium. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Awesome. Well, once again, congratulations on Moto number 2 win. We'll see what you do out there tomorrow. Let's give it up right here for Ryder Wildeboer, and we'll see what we have going for him tomorrow. Back to you guys.
And special thanks for the up close and personal audio. You can hear how sweet those things sound.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and there's always got to be that guy. He sees the camera person and he starts his moto.
That's his competitor to finish second. Like, no, you're not talking. Okay, man, we've got a lot more action coming your way here from Lake of the Ozarks. Stay with us. We'll go back out on the race course in just a moment.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
Sit back. You are world champion.
No holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Visit Shootout Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks. 50 years strong.
No holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Welcome back to IHRA Shootout Offshore. We're at the Lake of the Ozarks. We're right in the middle of qualifying super stocks. We got PWCs racing. It's an overcast day still. Thankfully, the rain is holding off. We just had some unfortunate things happen with one of our teams. Our Club Car Wash Super Stock team went over up here in our turn right in front of all of our fans. Thankfully, those two guys are okay, but man, they are so disappointed. They have not even got to finish a race this season. They have done nothing but work to get this boat ready to race. This is race 4 for them, and here you are looking at the boat upside down. Like I said, they're safe, they're okay. Next steps are, let's get this boat turned over safely, let's get it dried out, let's get all of the boat, taken apart so they can get it put back together and ready for the next one.
Yeah, that was a big moment for sure, man. Just set that thing down in the water, was rotating it around the buoy, and it really hooked, spun around, and flipped it over. Both of them did get out, so we are glad they are okay. That's first and foremost. John Schillis and Ian Morgan. We talked about that before. Sean Torrente, the owner of that one. So, yeah, tough go of it.
Yeah, the STR crews definitely have their work cut out for them. I think those were new engines and stuff not long ago, so I really hate to see that they've had some struggles and such this season. And, man, I know those guys just want to get in there and go racing, and it's just been kind of one little grind after another. But, as you can see, rough water, flat water, you can still have bobbles, have mistakes. And, some of this flat water, you got to be careful, too, because you're carrying a little bit higher speed through the corners, and so things react a little bit quicker, and they're probably a little more sensitive to trim when we don't have the rough conditions that they've seen all year.
The Valvoline Celsius boat, the S43, rolling out there. Of course, just ahead of the Club Car Wash boat that's inverted is one of our Pro Class 1 boats. That's a WHM boat owned by Billy Moff. Formerly competed there in the Supercat category. Both engine hatches up there. But, great to have Towboat US out here. So helpful to so many people all the time, not just in racing. As you take a look at the S74 there, as qualifying does continue on here for this category. So the S74 X Insurance Bad Decisions machine, driven by Cameron Turk. That is the son of J.J. Turk and Owen Buis, who is the son of Nick Buis. So J.J. and Nick compete in the big Pro Class 1 category, and their sons here, which, by the way, world champions and national champions. They've done a great job together. This duo, second-generation racers, these kids are extremely good at what they do.
Yeah, these young guns are definitely talented. They're up-and-comers, and you're going to see them climb the ranks as the years progress, and they've got a great team behind them. With JJ and Nick, they've got, nothing but great guidance. So really, really happy to see those guys out there, putting this brand-new super stock team together and, getting out there and getting after it.
Look at the Ray Marine boat as well. We had a little bit of shenanigans going on a little bit earlier in the day with them, so it was a lot of fun.
I promise you, I'm not seeing Cole or Gary, especially Gary, they're giving such a bad time to. He is not using a walker on the race course right now, okay? You cannot put that man out to pasture. They are doing their thing, and Cole is steering that boat right around the pin. It looks like he stuck it pretty good. Gary's back on the throttle, and off they go. They are trying to set a good time. Those guys are usually always, kind of in the top half of the group at least, if not up top. So their qualifying time is going to be one to watch for. God, Team Mom ain't happy. I know she's happy. She's going to have a cocktail up there at Neon Taco.
She's getting happier.
Yeah, we're going to be up there just not too long after this is over, and we're going to sit down at her table, and she's going to buy us one, I promise.
The S55 boat, that is Scott Bloomberg and Tom Kennedy running the sticks inside of that one.
He's better known as Mr. Hollywood.
The schedule with some good racing action coming up here. We're going to qualify the Super Cats. We're also going to qualify the Factory 500s. And then I believe we're going to have our first big boat race of the day. Well, I shouldn't say that. We've already had the brackets, but the Pro Class 1s are going to have their first race of the weekend coming up here after 2 more qualifying sessions. Of course, this one here takes a little bit longer. Is the Super Stock's the largest category we have here. And we'll bring the Cats out, and then we'll bring the Factory 5s out.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see, what the timing looks like. Like I made the comment before. Usually I bet you that top half, that first row that they're trying to qualify for to get up front for the starting positions tomorrow, I bet you all those guys are within a 6 to 7 second time frame on lap times for qualifying. So, this thing is extremely stacked, super tight group of guys, and man, they all pick on each other, lay on each other, but they're all out there to go to the top. Yeah, Ray Marine's got a brand new victory this year. Actually, the other boat that's on course right now was Cole's old boat, the X Insurance Bad Decisions that Owen and that Turk boy and the Owen boys are in. They picked that boat up off of Cole, and that's their new boat for this season. So that's their old victory right now. And the victories, they're quite a performer.
3:18, 3:21, 3:24, as now we have the qualifying lap times up there underneath. All unofficial as it stands right now until it's all settled and done, but it'll give you an idea of who is doing what.
Yeah,
as we watch the S74 sling it around.
Yeah, they're kind of sliding around the corner, looking pretty good. Hopefully they can, get some good speed, and I bet they've got their dads in their ear giving them some tips on this. So hopefully that'll take them up to the top too.
Yeah, both of these kids have grown up around this their entire lives. I mean, since they were little bitty babies, man, they've grown up around this, and now with an opportunity to show what they have stepped right into the seat and done a fabulous job. As once again we watch the Ray Marine boat. Stephen Bridges up top, you can see it there, 3:18 with a 9. Scott Bloomberg, 3:21 with a 1. Lewis Martins, 3:24 with a 7. Chad Rudisil and Matt Jaminski to round out the top 5. If you look at the top 8, it looks like, as we just saw, the S74 of Cameron Turk and Owen Buis inside of that top 8. And we've talked about that, trying to get inside of that front row.
Yeah, that's definitely a good spot to be in right now, but there's still a lot of strong competitors on the course right now trying to lay down great times, and a few more yet to come. So it'll be interesting to see how everything stacks up.
Down here towards the end of the category there, the S89 boaters out there, they're qualifying based on numbers. Should be coming towards the end of this session. And it looks like 14 boats have put a time on the board.
I think that's what we had. I think we had 15 entries today.
And that's it. Superstock is done. It is unofficial, of course, but it looks like the S55 of Scott Bloomberg will grab the number 1 qualifying spot.
Wow.
How about that?
That's awesome. Hey, Mom's happy now, buddy.
Mom is very happy right now.
Hometown crowd. I guarantee you the Neon Taco is cranking.
See if they can parlay that into a win and listen to the sweet sounds of the Dirty Money Racing Super Cat.
Man, those good ones are cranking. They just got some engine work done, put an engine back together, or did an engine swap here, within the last 24 to 48 hours to get everything ready for this. So I know these guys have been hard at work, and Bobby's been just cranking away, trying to get everything dialed in for Bill and Britt to go out there and put down a good time. So let's see what these guys have.
Shane referring, and when he said the good ones at work, referring to Todd Goodwin, who is the engine builder for the Dirty Money Racing team. And the 08 CR entry. CR Racing with Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. He also has a house here at the lake, and they've done a fair amount of testing with this one. He's looking forward to it. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm really pumped for those guys. You know, that's another hometown crew. You know, Rob calls Lake of the Ozarks home. Casey lives here full time. That's who we did the feature with on Herring Propellers. So that is Casey Boaz and the Boaz family from Herring Propellers that you saw from or heard from just a little bit ago.
Yeah, they grabbed a win at New Orleans. As we go back and take a look at the 03 and Dirty Money Racing, and once again, this will be Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn, the same two that were in the Pro Class 1 boat, and will be racing here in just a little bit. They are behind the wheel of this Super Cat. They are world champions, national champions. They're as good as they get. And, of course, Bo and Tiffany Renfro, the owners of this beautiful boat as well. High-spirited people that love competition. There's a look at the Grade L entry as well.
Yeah, you got Chris Grant, Jay Moeller in there. That is that's a stacked powerhouse in and of itself. I mean, Super Cat could be anybody's game, and you've got some strong top three, you know, people out there trying to qualify right now at the same time. So it could be anybody's game.
And flipping the Club Car Wash boat over. If there's any consolation at all to that terrible situation, I mean, obviously they're okay, which is most important, yes. But at least it's not salt water.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, corrosion's a bad thing. Getting things wet that should be is a problem. But, you know, hopefully between, you know, Sean Torrente's group and, you know, his techs, and we've got Mercury techs on site, they can get those motors, you know, primed and ready to rock and roll, and, you know, get back to the program as quickly as possible. So
that Dirty Money boat at full song. It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, last year we had some extreme heat, some really high humidity. I know last year, you know, those guys were having some like, you know, hydrolock issues and stuff. So, you know, I think they came loaded for bear, you know, for this race. They wanted to have kind of a redeemer after last year's, you know, situation. So these guys are here ready to rock.
These guys weighing in a little bit less, around 9,500 pounds or so. A couple of big power plants in the back, anywhere between 800, 850, maybe even as much as 900 horsepower. If they really put a tune-up inside of one of these things, they can make some big-time steam, no doubt. Talked about the Goodwin competition engines, but there's a number of boats and different engine builders out here that are very good at what they do, and all very competitive as well. Yep. That 388 Skater for the Dirty Money team.
There's another 388 right there with CR Racing. Like I said, Rob Understall is the driver and the boat owner, with Casey on the throttles. You know, those guys have been racing together for quite some time. That is also, those are new engines for this weekend. Those guys wanted to put in fresh power for the hometown crowd. Talked to Michael, was actually over at Go Fast Boat Services shop the other day, you know, taking a peek. They just buttoned everything up and they were ready to go. So
yeah, and that's Sterling power there, and I mean, very capable. Big power in that one too.
Yeah, and I did bump into Kate. I saw him here yesterday, so they're not here racing this weekend, you know, unfortunately, but he came to definitely support his engine packages, and he was in the pits earlier today while they were doing some tweaking and tuning.
Back to the 3 boat, and still looking for our first times. Nothing up on the board just yet. See our racing team so accomplished as well. Very good at what they do, as you watch Dirty Money go sailing by. All the fans out here on the side.
Oh, that's a lot of splash. What am I seeing?
Not
man,
good.
look,
That's the Great L.
Looks
and
like
did they go all the way over?
Nah, I don't know. I don't know if they just spun it out. I think they just spun it around. Yep. Looks like they were going in pretty hard. And let's take another look at that, guys. Looks like Jay might have been dropping the trim right down there, and you know, Chris is in there wanting to get around there as fast as he can, and man, she just broke loose.
And that is so violent on the driver and throttleman inside of that. It doesn't look like a lot out here, but when you think about the weight of the boat, the G-forces inside, to spin that 9,500-pound boat around like that, it is very hard on the people inside.
Yeah, we've got a red flag currently, so we can try to get these guys, you know, off the race course. I know they're
That's
okay.
Great news. The hatch is open.
Yep.
Climbing out.
No issue there. They didn't go over, so they just spun it around. You know, sometimes you'll see broken drives and, you know, steering rams, things like that, you know, broke when that happens. Oh, shoot, there's Scott Wiggs, one of our support guys out there on the Pace boat, trying to get to those, to the Grade L team, make sure they're good to go.
Safety right there, as you can see, evaluating the entire situation, the boat, make sure they're okay.
Man, these guys are going to have to hop out and go check out Vendor Row and go to that recovery crew up there and take a bottle of fluids to try to replenish after an incident like that.
Boy, it just does not take much with the.
I definitely hate to see that for their qualifier. They've got Grade L Limited, Motorsports Unlimited. They've got HRE engines that they have been building those guys' engine packages for years, and they're always just a stout contender.
They just set the nose of that boat down there just a little too far, and man, it grabs a bunch of water and spins them around. Again, it just goes to show you how difficult this is. They make it look easy all the time.
Yep.
We kind of take it for granted, but it does not take much to go wrong, and it's at least a session-ending situation for sure.
Well, it's like what we said earlier. When we've seen nothing but rough water, these guys are back on speed. They're paying a little more attention to the water. Now they know the water's flatter. They have faster capability here, and they're just pushing it to the edge to try to get every ounce out of their qualifying position that they can find. That they could find.
Take another look at this and see. You can watch him. That right sponson just grabs a whole bunch of water here. Comes in, kind of gets it set, and man, it starts big rotation.
And just to give the viewers at home, if I had to guess, those guys probably spun that boat. I'm saying around 120 mile an hour going into that corner. They probably backed off just a little bit to send it through, and I saw a few parts come off, so I don't know what happened, if they broke some pieces off the drive or hurt a prop, but it looks like there was a little bit of shrapnel coming off that back of that boat.
Yeah, so maybe some sort of mechanical is what caused the entire situation. Glad they're okay, though. So we'll make sure we get those guys taken care of. Safety is out there. Give them a ride back and hook that thing up, bring it back to the dock. And then, of course, we'll go to work on that so that they can race tomorrow. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more qualifying action in just a moment.
Racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back as you are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're at Lake of the Ozarks. Fourth stop on the tour here for 2026. And the Great Alt entry unfortunately spun that one all the way around, so being towed back to the dock.
I think they're going to have the opportunity to get that thing put back together for tomorrow. Nothing looks like it is too badly damaged. It's probably precautionary to make sure that they don't go out there and try to continue to run without a good thorough check through. Definitely disheartening for those guys. some of our favorites from north of the border up in Toronto, Canada, where we love having them come down here and race with us, and they are just always stout, always in the mix, and I hate to hear them, or hate to have them have some luck starting this way for the weekend, but you know what, tomorrow is another day, Ken.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak to Chris at Cocoa Beach. I mean, just an outstanding guy. Really, really good dude. Chris Grant and Jay Muller. And Jay's so experienced as well. Team coming down from Toronto, Canada. As you can see, both of them okay there. Chris Grant is the owner, standing up there. So, yeah, they'll go to work on the 388 skater and see if they can't get things back together.
All right.
So a little bit earlier today, while they're bringing this one back to the dock, my buddy Shane sitting alongside and spent some time with the Allen Lawn Care team. Let's check in.
I have Andy, the crew chief for the Allen Lawn Care Superstock machine. Andy, tell me a little bit about the Superstock 300 engine options that are out there and what those engines look like for this class.
Yeah, so Mercury offers 2 different engines. You can get a stock 300R, which is just a 20-inch midsection, or you can get the new 300 ROS, which is a 15-inch midsection. And basically the difference is the 1500 ROS has a beefier midsection and stronger components.
So the ROS, is it a shorter shaft compared to the standard 300? Is there some weight or CG advantages to that?
Basically, the weight's the same. Yes, you do have a center of gravity advantage. The engines are lower, which offers better turning capabilities.
So does that mean these guys with the ROS package, in theory, should be able to go through the corners a little bit, carrying more speed and more momentum compared to the standard midsection 300?
Yeah, you should be able to. Unfortunately for us, we've only been racing in rough water races, so hopefully at this race we figure that out.
Sounds good. So you mentioned rough water. As you know, you've set the boat up all year. It's been nothing but rough. We're looking at flat, potentially fast conditions. So tell me a little bit about what type of generic setup difference you're going to do from a rough water to a flat, faster setup for the lake race this weekend.
So in the rough water races, we obviously add more weight to the boat to keep it flying level. This race, we're going to pull every bit of weight out of the boat possible. That way we can get the acceleration advantage. And we'll make some setup changes on the drive height of the engines.
So you had mentioned the drive height. Is that to make an adjustment for the center of gravity because the water's flatter? And then are we also changing props? Do we do that for the for a non-rough water condition as well?
So the drive height changes offer us the ability to basically gain acceleration with less skag in the water and less bullet in the water, and we can run a bigger prop, which offers obviously a higher speed advantage.
Okay. So with adjusting the drive setups and everything, we always hear about the Guardian mode and the thermal stuff and all the things that happen with that can happen out here. Or is there any concerns of that this weekend with adjusting those heights? Is there a finite adjustment to really hit it on the head so we don't have a Guardian situation on the flatter, faster water?
Yeah. So these engines are water cooled, and the water coming into the engines are coming through the bullet of the lower unit. So if you raise an engine too high, you obviously are going to run out of water pressure and cause an engine to overheat. So there's a fine line of like an eighth of an inch that you can mess this thing completely up.
So there's also an RPM limit, is that correct? And then will the RPM limit, can't that force you into guarding if you get the wrong prop or you miss the setup from that perspective?
It can. You'd have to be way off on the RPMs to do that, but if you are too low of a prop, yes, you could possibly be in Guardian if you're on the limit too much.
Well, tell me a few other things, like from race to race. We've seen some rough water conditions. We've seen a lot of fiberglass carnage and stuff so far this year. Hopefully that's not a situation we have to deal with here at Lake Race. But have you had a lot of corrections and repairs between races this season, or has everything been holding together pretty strong for you?
Yeah, St. Petersburg, we had an engine almost fall off during qualifying, which we fixed that there at the race. Then we got back from Cocoa Beach, found a stringer broke, found some cowlings broke, and some other miscellaneous stuff that came loose during the race.
So is that something that typically most of the other teams are also experiencing, in these similar conditions that we've had all year?
If they haven't broke something, they're not racing hard enough.
We hear that quite a bit. Well, Andy, I really, really appreciate you kind of catching up with us and giving us a little background on what super stock racing looks like with the Allen Kerr and landscaping machine. So we hope you guys get out there and get on that podium this weekend. Thanks, Andy. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And a lot of information there that you have to process if you're going to come out here and compete at this level, as we watch the Dirty Money Racing team go back at it here for Super Cat qualifying.
I'm pretty interested with some of these guys. They go into qualifying with pretty light on fuel. So, when they had to stop a qualification after they've already run maybe a lap or two, I'm wondering if that's going to affect their weights or if they're that close to the cut at this point.
Yeah, it's a really good point for sure. And I felt like they were probably working through the beginning of their second lap, so they would have already had one in. And did they go back and give them 2 full shots at it, or you've got to run a flyer, if you will, to get up to speed to make a full lap. So either way it goes, it could have actually doubled the distance.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's something that those guys probably weren't necessarily planning for or wanting. I would think that they, have the extra fuel to be able to make that work and come out and, hit the scales at the appropriate weight. Because these guys have to come out and the finish weight has to be 9,500 or greater.
Look at Understall and Boaz. Multiple first places, podiums in super stock throughout their 6-year tenure. A couple of world championships along the way, and 18 and 19.
Yeah, you can hear those Super Cats. We're quite a bit away from the water's edge. Man, we can just feel them over here in production.
Dirty Money Team comes in here leading in the points.
Their sponsors are Renfo Mining, Boxo Tools, Okuma, Axon, JL Billet, and Rockford Fosgate. And those guys really, really turned the party up in the pits with all that Fosgate stuff.
Stroud had a bit of a moment in New Orleans, but other than that, they've been great. As we take a look at the number 77 boat, the EWB entry of Kelly Kreis and Ron Gibbs. They've been racing together for nearly 20 years, starting off right here at Lotto at the Shootout. Competed together as well in Desert, but their first year in Super Cats was last year. Completed 7 of 8 races, so congratulations to them for that.
Yep, that's our Havasu crew, and I'll tell you what, those guys are a lot of fun to to get caught up with and check them out in the pits. They just are always out for a good time. I'm definitely hoping with their boat is on the smaller end of Super Cat with this flat water conditions. That's definitely going to be a team to watch at Lake Race tomorrow.
And from what I understand, we have the plumber ready to go. One exciting Mr. Billy Moff, just loaded with personality.
Here with Billy Moff, known as the plumber. Billy, I'm sitting here having a great chat with you, and qualifying's done. You're waiting for your race. So give me a rundown of what you're doing right here with your crew and talking about what you're going to do in the race.
This is called hurry up and wait, which is typical in boat racing. Went out, we did a little qualifying, happy with the way we ran. I would have been happy with a little better qualification than what we did, but hey, it is what it is.
I mean, you said it though, hurry up and wait game, which is true in all forms of racing, but you qualified, you believe, in the 4th position, but you're sitting here and your throttle man was out there on course just a minute ago. I want to talk about that because he got something out of his system.
He decided that he might want to go upside down, which they didn't, thank God, but they did spin out. Somehow they managed to stay right side, which is the bottom on the ground. So, yeah, he got a little excitement.
All right, so we're sitting here chatting. I've never met you until I walk over here and talking to you. And you're a plumber. That is why your name is Plumber on your boat as well. But the vibe in your pits, is it like how we're sitting here just having chats and chilling over here?
I'm doing this 49 years. I'm the oldest, youngest guy here.
The oldest, youngest? I have never heard that saying.
Oldest, youngest guy. 49 years is a lot of boat racing.
It is a lot of boat racing for sure, so a lot of water time, a lot of seat time. So going into your race this afternoon, we have another one tomorrow, but going into it today after the qualifying run, where you started, when you go into the race, what is the mentality that you have in your thoughts?
Well, you want to go out there, you want to do the best you can, you want to have fun. Everything about boat racing is about fun. Fun meter. When the fun meter's here, you want to keep racing. When the fun meter's here, you don't want to do this anymore. You got to finish. You can have the fastest boat. Doesn't mean you're going to win the race.
You know what? You are so right on that because it's also, comes down to the driving. You got to have a clean race and a consistent race.
consistent, good driving. Boats got to stay together. No Guardian. You know, these are 1100s. They have these things called Guardian in them. Water pressure's wrong, you go to a Guardian, shuts the motor down. It's really a lot of work. You know, I used to run Super Cat, that class, and then got out of that and jumped into this class. So, you know, it's a lot of fun.
Well, the fun meter that you have, I see it's high in your pits probably all the time, because it was whenever I walked up and had a chat with you. But good luck out there in race number 1. We'll see you back out on tomorrow, and hopefully we get to chit-chat once again.
Me too. Have fun. Enjoy.
And there we have it, the plumber right here. Right here behind us is this beautiful boat. Do you have a name for your boat? I got to ask that really quick.
No.
No?
No. I do have, if you see, I got all the dogs on there, so all the Huskies I've lost get put up on the boat.
Something special to you.
Well, I get 8 Huskies, so they're my kids. You know, some people have kids, I have dogs.
Exactly. I have dogs and kids. So congratulations, though, on the great qualifying run, keeping it boat side down, and hopefully that stays the same way today.
Well, I hope so. Oh, I really hope so.
All right, and there we have it, the plumber right here, getting ready to go out here in just a little while for the main event for today, and we'll see him back again tomorrow.
Have fun. Enjoy.
All right, back to you guys.
Billy Moff is a character for sure, and as he documented, man, it's just been out here forever and ever and ever. Hey, there's a look at the brand new Factory 500 boat for the MCON team.
Yeah, that is a great looking new 390X MTI right there. Great new color combination. Love to see a little bit of white mixed in with that black. The red canopy's great, and that boat's fresh. So hopefully they come out here and hit the setup after the experience they had last year in Taylor's boat. So.
Yeah, Taylor put him in a boat 1 year ago, and I'm quite certain knew exactly what she was doing. Let me get them hooked inside of this thing, and maybe they'll buy one. And guess what? Here they are.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Randy puts together one heck of a boat with MTI. And speaking of MTI, there's another one right there. That is Mead Family Racing. That's Caleb Mead and Johnny Tomlinson. Caleb's got one of the best throttle guys in the business. This is nothing but stacked with heavy hitters in this class. Factory 500s are no joke.
Caleb Mead, a talented young driver, and I believe we're going to go back down and check in with Tristan.
5, 4. Yeah, I'm down here with one of our Pro Class 1 teams. This is our out-of-pocket X Insurance race team. I got Billy and Kevin down here. You guys just got done qualifying. How did you do?
I feel like we did pretty good. Showed us in second on the live stream and all that stuff, but I'm not sure yet official what the time was, but both felt good. The guys, it'd been nice to test. Kevin's never actually been here on this race course before, so it's kind of just baptism by fire, but we felt like we did pretty good.
Kevin, how did you feel out there?
It was good, except for this first turn. I fumbled a little bit, but felt really good down there and everything else. This turn right here is a little hairy.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about Pro Class 1 is you guys get to race today. And you get to race tomorrow. So you got 2 setups you can work with. You get out there, like you said, you might make a mistake or two. Maybe you'll change your setup for tomorrow. But it sounds like you guys are confident. The course, the sun's coming out. The course is pretty much the same as it's been all day. Is there anything that you've changed on the boat since you qualified?
No, we haven't been able to get out with the crane with the boats that rolled over in qualifying in Superstock, and then Graydale, I guess, spun it or whatever. But at the same time, we were pretty quick and feel pretty confident. Monster's really fast today with their new boat, but they got it dialed in. It's their hometown event, so they're always going to be fast.
Yeah, that Monster boat looked pretty fast, but you guys got a fast boat. You guys are competitive. You always go out there and put on a great show. Let's go Pro Class 1 racing. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
It'll be a battle, and congratulations. And Kevin doing a great job, man. I know he's been in these boats for a long time, but he's never raced. He's been in the big boats. He's been fast, but he's never raced. So working on that racecraft, you can hear him talking about this one turn he's not totally comfortable with, and he's going to have to go lay it on the line with some really talented people.
I'll tell you what, the same turn that he's talking about, we've already seen, club wash, roller over.
Yep.
Yeah, we just saw Graydale spin, and when you watch these guys going in there, you can see they're kind of bobbling, trying to feel that out, because I think that corner is extremely tight. So these guys are working through it and qualifying, but also trying to run that number. Got Chad and Rusty here with Say Less MF.
Yeah,
Rosenbach Freight, Liquid Molly.
Yeah.
Here's our boys from Lake Wiley. We've got Joe and Garrett. this is always a fun boat to watch. And, you know, these guys are showed up. They started at the end of the season last year. They are coming to try to run up front with their DWR. And, you know, they were pushing it really, really hard against Reese in New Orleans going into the Pontchartrain Punisher, you know, going for their second lap. And, boy, they blew that thing over. But they had it running, and they had it back ready for Coco, and they still performed pretty well. So these guys are really, really excited, and they're used to flat water stuff on Lake Wiley.
Yeah, kicked the season off in a big way, finished up second place at St. Pete, and then a couple of fifth place finishes at the next two events as we take a look at our points leader in the factory stock 500 category. And the Jackhammer kicked the season off with a win, backed it up with two more podiums, a third place and a second place. So solid player right there for that boat number 42. These guys can come out here. They could win it all here. Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado, and of course both are doing double duty in a couple of other classes.
Yeah, those guys are definitely no joke. They're running up top for a reason. And that Valor, you know, this is an interesting class because we've got a lot of brands represented, and that Valor has performed really, really well all year long.
Manatee Marine helping them out. Manatee Marine Unlimited. Langheim Concrete Services. We talked about Reese being part of that discrete concrete team there up at the Pro Class 1 as they cut their teeth in that category. The second entry here for the Say Less MF team. And there's a look at the brand new boat for the MCon boys.
Definitely very excited for those guys. Hopefully their qualifying is good, you know, with a new boat to come down and shake it out, and you know, figure a few things out with a new setup. So hopefully they'll be in the mix.
Well, the attitude of that boat looking really, really good, and it's like Myra and Tyler are going to slow that one down. So Tyler pulls back on the sticks and sets it back down in the water nicely.
The boat was looking really, really good. I'm anxious to see the timing of scoring. But Lake Wiley was looking good. Jackhammer's looking good.
Look at the front half of that boat up out of the air, man, and it's just sailing on the back part of that boat exactly where they want it at speed.
Yeah. It's hard to pick a favorite in this group. I mean, everybody is super strong. You've got Caleb and Johnny with, you know, Meade Family Racing. You know, you've got Chad and Rusty. Again, Rusty's a hometown hero here. You know, he lives and works here in Lake of the Ozarks area. So, you know, they've got a lot of fans out there supporting him. So I think there's definitely going to be a battle of the fans this weekend as well.
They make it look so easy, but it is easy to make a mistake. Once again, we're going to go back to Tristan. Like she's with a future racer.
Hey guys, I think I'm down here with possibly one of the cutest fans for offshore racing. This is Tyler Miller of MCon Monster Energy's granddaughter. What's your name?
My name is Tyler Gigi Miller.
How old are you, Tyler Gigi?
I'm 5 years old.
5 years old. Do you love boat racing?
Yes.
Who's gonna go get first place today?
Papa.
Papa Tyler, right? What boat is Papa Tyler in?
He's in a white boat.
Is it a big white Monster Energy MCon boat?
Yes.
And he's gonna get what place? Show me.
Why?
He's gonna go get the checker flag today?
Yeah.
Tell us, girl.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think he could get any cuter than this little lady right here. Thank you, Tyler.
You're welcome.
Back to you guys.
She's having a great time, man.
Nothing better than that. You talk about the best top fan to have. I think if I'm Tyler Miller, I'm going to accept that and take it, and I'm going to be the happiest guy in the pits.
No pressure here, Papa.
Oh, man. All right, we got Mr. Langston out here and Ryan Beckley in the HBS MTI machine. Ryan's got that boat trimmed up, looking pretty good.
Man, what a beautiful boat.
Yep, this is Hampton's second race. He started in Coco, you know, for his first race at the last time. And, you know, like I said, he's in pretty good hands with Ryan Beckley. Ryan Beckley has always been a dominant, you know, super stock throttleman. He's stepping up to run the ranks of factory stock with this HBS team. So they've got a great pack together there.
Yeah, the cat's in here looking good. The cat's in here looking good, of course, and as you just talked about, a little bigger engines here with the 500s, the factory 500s versus the 300s in the super stock category, and you can see that one up out of the water. We go back to the 21 boat, Say Less.
Chad and Rusty doing their thing. I know that there's been a kind of a fierce battle behind the scenes between, Rusty and Myrick, giving each other, heck about the MCon Monster Energy new factory stock. So this is going to be quite the battle, of the hometown boys. So we're pretty excited to see this play out.
Oh, looks like they moved over and got out of the way for the 44 boat from Lake Wiley Racing that was on a flyer.
Yeah, Joe and Garrett, man, they're some fierce guys. The other night, all the factory stock guys were out riding I would say the mechanical bull, but it was a mechanical pickle. So you have to check their socials. It was pretty hilarious. You see Reese flying off of a big pickle and Garrett doing the same. It was pretty awesome. So those guys like to have a lot of fun on and off the water, and man, they're constantly ribbing one another too.
Langheim and Maldonado whipping it around the right-hander. And again, making it look easy, but as we have seen here today, it is not necessarily so easy if you're going to do it at speed.
I think, all these boats are super, super fast. It's going to come down to who can be the fastest on their setup through the corner and who's got it propped right to get out of the corner the quickest. I think that's really what it's going to come down to this weekend. Looks like we had Caleb Mead up on our leaderboard there at a 3:12. Joe Spurlock with Lake Wiley and Garrett at a 3:19. Myrick and Tyler Melvin at 3:22.
Number 3 in the category already.
Yep, Reese Langheim and Julian at a 3:22. So, Chad, I'm trying to read that one. Was that 3:44 with Chad and Rusty?
Yep.
And Hampton and Ryan Beckley must not have come across for their first lap to get any readings yet. So, but that can still change because they get 2 laps to put in 1 hero lap for qualifying.
Talking with Myrick a little bit earlier today about that new boat for them in this Factory 500 category for the MCon team. He said, I think for Taylor, it just made sense because you could put a back seat in it and it has air conditioning. So we can come out here and have fun with the boat as well. Put the family in it and go cruising.
I think I'd definitely take a back seat ride in that one if given the opportunity, for sure. The biggest question I have right now, if you've seen Reese walk around the pits, he's got pink heart sunglasses on. It looks like they come out of a claw machine at your local arcade, and he's been rocking them all weekend. So I just wonder if he's got them on right now.
Gotta love it.
Gary Langston he's the crew chief of the HBS team. Hampton looks like he's doing a pretty good job getting around the pins.
Out of Florence, South Carolina.
Is a 23 MTI 390. And they've got bright colors. They've got this pink and black, and they've got green and black. They've got some bright colors in the pits.
And crazy how fast these boats are, and they're not silent, but they are quiet boats that deliver big performance.
Whole new meaning to silent but deadly, eh?
It really is, man. It's pretty wild. You hear one humming at speed, you can tell unique sound. I mean, they're flying.
Yep. Yeah, and that 500 has its own little tone to it. It's got a neat sound to it.
There's a Club Car Wash boat that flipped over a little bit earlier.
Looks like they've got that out safely on the trailer. Hopefully they can get that thing pickled and put back together.
Might have a bit of damage there on that port side engine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hopefully that's just cowling issue and there's nothing in behind there. That's an easy fix if they can get it, put back together.
Yeah, that's the worst of their issues. They'll be okay, but they've got a lot more work to do to that.
We got Hampton and Ryan trying to push for that hero lap, trying to move themselves up a little bit better on the leaderboard for qualifying. Looks like that last time around they were running a 3:25, just right behind Reese and Julian at a 3:21. So super close, super competitive.
Yeah, it's what you would expect out of this. Pretty much a spec class.
Yep. Ooh, he was turning that one hard.
Spec class meaning everything is about as close to being the same as it can be. So it really comes back to driver and throttleman.
Yep.
Boat setup.
The same big center console outboard boat you see out there with 500s. Basically you're talking the same engine package. been a great afternoon of qualifying. The skies have cleared off a little bit. The humidity set in a little bit, though. We're feeling a little bit of that sun, but it's nice that the rain's moved out. Man, they look like they're carrying some speed.
Man. Woo. Think they're not flying?
Man,
that's all it's got. Trim it out and sail it.
I'm having trouble seeing who that is, but they look like they're on a heater trying to push for that last little bit of position. Man, they're sailing.
China just a little bit back and forth. Slowly setting it back in. Man, that is pretty cool. Looks like the tab's down on the back as well. That is a great visual of a cat coming at you. That is a 70 boat.
Yep, Brian's trying to get every ounce of trim. He's just trying to find that sweet spot. He's probably watching the tack pretty close, just trying to get her dialed in with the prop set they have on it.
Man, just an absolutely gorgeous boat, man. Love the colors on it.
Yeah, not only are they trying to qualify and put a good number down, but they're also really feeling out the lake and, the conditions and seeing how they have the boat set up. So they're going to go back, into the pits and probably make some tweaks, for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, and it was an interesting statement there out of Billy Moore as Tristan was talking to him. They're so busy down there at the cranes, they were not able to get those Pro Class 1 boats up out of the water, so they might have to race what they unloaded with here today.
Yes, I know they were talking about maybe have to put some fuel in them on the dock, but the tough part is they really have to have a good feeling for how much fuel they burnt and where they're at, so they don't come out light after the race. Nobody wants to take a penalty if you're being too light. But I got to give hats off. I know the leaderboard, that stuff's unofficial, but I think that's the first time I've seen Caleb Mead and Johnny Thomason on the podium start position or the P1 position here, in a race this year. But you know what? They are getting it done here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Gorgeous, gorgeous boats. And it looks like qualifying session here for the Factory 500s is just wrapping up.
We see that Pro Class 1 boat in the background there getting ready to go.
Yep, they are up next. If our schedule is correct, it'll be their first race of the weekend.
Definitely really excited to see that. I mean, when you were looking at the times like we were talking about earlier, everybody's pretty close. Man, the MCON team, they really put down a good number.
Second place really tightened things up, man.
It sure did, but that's what we said before they started. I said those guys are uber competitive. They had some, a crank sensor issue first race here in St. Pete that kind of jacked them up. They've worked out some bugs, but those guys are always a hard charger.
And one of those big bower riders backing up and making a little bit of room there for the Factory 500 boat. Look at that gorgeous boat as well. Beautiful stuff. So everybody having a great time here at the Lake of the Ozarks. When we come back, we'll continue on. Pro Class 1 race is not far away.
Doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can.
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Visit Surdeck Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks. 50 years strong.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Here at the dock with Chris Grant and Jay Mueller. You guys, your boat is coming out of the water right now. You are not going to be making it to the main. You guys had a spin out, but as the boat was coming up on the crane, you discovered something.
We lost both skegs on the outdrives and stuff. We were wondering what happened. We also cracked a gimbal, so it was a good one. Yeah.
It was a good one. I mean, you were saying you had a good run going. I wasn't personally watching it at that point. I was in transition over here. But, I mean, you guys are good. The boat didn't end up going over, which is a bonus. But the run before that happened, I mean, you guys were hauling it.
Oh, we were on fire. We came around the first turn, and we're set up for the second, and then it just dipped in the bow, and then all around. Right.
Yeah, Jay.
Once it started going, I thought we were set up perfect for the turn. We came in and started turning it. I was back in the gas, and all of a sudden the front dipped down, and it just came around. I held it wide open, so we didn't go upside down, but obviously we did some damage, tore the skegs off, but hopefully they can fix it so we can race tomorrow.
Yes.
Right, so I have to ask a question really quick because of the off-road world that I come from. We always say that throttle is your friend. So same thing in the boats.
Same thing. Typically, as you started skipping, if you came out of the throttle, it would catch the sponson on the side and toss you right upside down. So you hope that the momentum as you're going around and the prop spinning will keep you coming around till you slow down on your own. So that's what I did.
All right. Well, and Chris, you're saying you're going to get back to pit, and you have the items to fix the boat.
We have everything in the trailer and stuff, unless the motors are hydro locked, and then we're scuppered.
Well, and to the people at home that don't know, I mean, explain to me again, because we already talked about this. Explain to us about the hydro lock.
Well, what happens is when you're spinning, the cold water goes up the exhaust system and goes into the motor. So you got cold water, hot engine, and it just creates havoc.
So do you like instantly go throttle off?
It sort of instantly turned it off. No, the throttle guy just does it wide open, trying to get this, no water up there. But then, we basically parked it backwards, and it was off, right?
But we shut themselves off.
Yeah, they were off. Yeah, we didn't have a chance. They just did it. So let's hope it's okay.
All right. Well, I don't want to talk to you in these kind of terms, but hopefully you get back to your pit, get this all fixed back up, and we see you back out on the water tomorrow.
Exactly. We're looking forward to it. All right. Take care. Thank you.
And there we have Chris Grant and Jay Mueller. Jay Mueller, throttle man, Chris Grant, driver. Back to you guys.
That's what I had made a comment earlier there, Ken. When they spun, it looked like I saw some parts coming off. But
look at the bottom of that. Let's talk about what the skegs are. Down there, you can see the outdrive where the prop is sticking out. Just below that is the skegs that he's talking about.
Yep, when that boat went around, it put so much pressure on both those skegs and it broke them. When I made that comment, when we saw that happening, I thought maybe it broke some props or tossed some blades off props. But what we saw flying with the carnage and the parts was the skegs that was airborne. So
yeah, typically they would stick down a lot further, and it looks like they're they're completely ripped off.
That is what that's what help guides the boat. You know, while you're underway at high speeds, is the skag is really what the boat's turning on. So when the boat is spinning like that, there's a lot of pressure on those skags, and as you can see, they just broke off, and both of them broke in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at it, if you didn't know and you looked at them, you would think, well, I don't see anything there. They both look so symmetrical, but yeah, there's a lot more material there that is gone.
Yeah, hopefully, as they mentioned, hopefully nothing hydrolocked. Hopefully didn't get enough or get any water to go back through the exhaust pipes and hurt the engines. And hopefully they can just go ahead and pull drives, go through some stuff, check it, and hopefully they'll be back ready to rock tomorrow. Definitely have to go visit those guys in the pits. You got Mike down there, and he's got some work cut out for him, I think, here in a little bit.
Yeah, they've got some talented people in that crew, as you might imagine.
Yes, they do.
With an operation that sizable, that big.
Yep, there's Austin Blocker over there to the left of Mike, so they're getting back on the trailer.
And it's not their first rodeo.
Oh, no.
So, I mean, they've been through this dance before, so they'll know exactly what to look for.
That is definitely not a position any of these technicians want to be in, but I'll tell you what, these guys are prepared for it, and they got parts and the time and the talent to fix it. So, got to throw a little shout out for Big Thunder Docks here in town for Lake of the Ozarks. It's one of our great dock builders in town. They did put us a dock together for the crane.
Wow.
So
nice.
definitely want to give a shout out to Tom Miller with Big Thunder Docks. He really hooked us up and helped me out on that deal, and I appreciate those guys for helping us put a second pick dock down there for the Super Stocks and the Mod Vs. So thanks, Tom. Appreciate Big Thunder Docks. Okay. Yeah.
Beautiful area, as you can see here. And from what we understand, I believe the Pro Class 1 boats will be up next for their first race of 2 here this weekend. And they're going to change it up a little bit. We're going to have the amateur PWC endurance race first. And then Mike Esaby will close the day out with the Pro Class 1 race.
Well, hello and good afternoon, Ken. How you doing? We're going back.
Good, brother. I'm good. Let's go racing.
Hey, we're switching hulls again. I'll tell you, this one here, we got a combined class. We've got our amateur 300 combined with the amateur 200. All right, 30 total racers. Gonna have 30 total racers out there in between our amateur 300 and amateur 200, representing the amateur 300 here this weekend while they go out and they get their sight laps in. We got boat number 281. That's Armando Martinez. 961 is Ayman Haib. Boat number 724, Ben Montel. Boat number 239 is Bobby Cardone. Bryce Ford will be on boat number 4. Boat number 17 is Klein Glidden III. Boat number 193, Cooper Caldwell. 177 is Dan Sandor. Boat number 114, Garrett Lofton. 771, Gavin Russo. 89 is James Dowen. Boat number 222, Jason Seeley. 82 is Jonathan Dent. Boat number 371, Josh Bow. Boat number 502 is Caden Baldwin. 917, Nathan Dolly. Boat number 706 is Noah Dolly.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water.
All right, we gave you our entrance there in our 300 class. Our 200 class, we should have boat number 117. That's Andy Martinez. 297's Baron Mernig. We got Dallas Price on boat number 32. 78 is Drew Stallhurst. Boat number 424, Ian Newski, and Kevin Sullivan will be on boat number 71. That rounds out your field, and coming in to this weekend, Garrett Lofton has been perfect so far in the 300 class. Garrett sponsored by VR Racing out of Georgia. And he is followed up by Texas's Cooper Caldwell, who has 102 points with 89 points. Noah Dolly Caden Baldwin with 89 points and Gavin Russo with 77 points. And those are your top 5 right now in our amateur 300. In our amateur 200, Baron Mernick with 150 points. He's perfect so far. 115 points for Andy Martinez. Kevin Sullivan with 103 points. So those are your top 4 right now in the amateur 200. 6 total racers here in the 200. 24 total racers in the amateur 300. Now, 724, you can see out there Ben Montel. He's on the golden red boat with the yellow helmet. He actually hit the podium in the Cayman Islands just 2 weeks ago. One of our SEWA races down there. Looking at some of the usual suspects out there.
Give me an idea. I believe this is 20-minute moto.
Normally it's 30 plus. Actually, normally it's 30 plus 1. I think they took it down to 25 plus 1. At least that's what it said on the schedule. It may be 20 plus 1 after everything that we've seen today. Because I know that you guys still have to do some Class 1 racing as well.
Right. Good group of skis there ready to go.
Man, could you imagine being out there with 39 of your best buddies all doing about 70, 80 mile an hour into one turn?
Game on, baby. Here we go.
That's it, man. Don't lift. Don't lift. Run through the smoke, Cole. You can see her starting back there in right there by the cove.
I'll tell you what looks nice is that water, man. I'm ready to go for a swim.
Being in this motorhome all day, it's gotten a little hot.
It's gotten a little warm in here.
It was a little cool this morning, but it's getting hot in here. As you can see them all milling about, just waiting for a marshal to come down and pick them up. And normally what they do, since the amateurs have not been on the course yet, one of our marshals will lead them all the way through the course. They'll go single file line. They'll take 2 to 3 sight laps, and then they'll line them up perpendicularly to the starting line. And then they'll bring them down, drop the green flag, and everybody will take off at once. Again, with 40 riders out there, you know, you try to get the start as fair as you can, but you know how it is. You know, when you get into motorsports and you've got all this adrenaline pumping down there, you know, it's hard to get these guys to stay out of the trigger and just to stay even until that green flag drops.
Yeah, everybody wants that little edge.
Yep. And in this amateur class,
Looks like we're getting ready to go here.
Yeah. You can see them kind of lining up there, single file. As again, this is, I hate to call it practice. I'd rather call it, you know, as a former promoter, course orientation, because you're out there to learn the course. You're not out there to practice, and, you know, because during practice you tend to rail your buddy, you know, and then you guys both get taken out.
Call it a recon lap or a sight lap, you know, and get, you know, a number of the players out here have been racing already in other categories.
Sure.
But there might be a couple here that have not been out on the track at all.
Yeah, we've got to take them all back to school again too, because they obviously don't understand single file. I'm just saying, you know.
Well, single file, I just want to be in the front of the single file.
Right, exactly. Well, that's the problem, is they all have to draw for position when they come in and sign their registration, and wherever they're at, whatever ping pong ball they get, that's where they got to be in line. So you always want to know who the guy in front of you is, so that's who you can fall in behind.
Gotcha.
I see 502 out there. He's going to be one of the favorites, Caden Baldwin. Caden had a really, really rough weekend. The first weekend in St. Pete. Only took home about 26 points, but then came back. He wasn't feeling that well. Wasn't doing that well physically. He was a little ill. And was one of the favorites to win last year. Actually, 2 years ago, he had entered. And we didn't find out till halfway through the season. He was only 15, and he was illegal, but he was he was the points leader. So that was a little awkward. But again,
there's been a few of those stories over the course of time. I want to say that one Mr. Tony Stewart might have fibbed about his age there for a bit as well. Got away with it.
Oh, I know a couple of those racers.
Right? Yeah, it's that has gone around many times.
But I will say this: it was not flying under the IHRA flag. So it was a different organization. So again, you can see him following him around the marshal right now as he takes him around the course on this lap. And again, going to be at least, I believe, 20 to 25 minutes plus a lap. We'll let you know after they get started here. Then I believe we've got some Class 1 racing to finish out the day with the offshore boats. And I think the reason they probably stuck this in here, didn't they just go out and qualify? So they may have to put some more fuel in the boats and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so,
I think they had a few things to take care of. And
yeah, this kind of gives them a little bit more time.
Gives them a buffer.
And we can get another race in. We only had to carry one over till tomorrow, which really isn't that bad as we take a look at Baldwin right there. He's sponsored by Monster Energy and Farthing Racing. He's under that Penske awning, if you will, out there. He's one of those lucky ones. One of the lucky, what was it, Cam saying he had like 11 or 12 boats here this weekend?
Yeah, and you can see these skis here are a good bit bigger. These boats are a good bit bigger than some of the other ones we saw earlier today. Certainly bigger than the Ski GP race we saw.
Yeah, well, and these boats right here, these are pretty much stock boats that you're seeing right here. Got a lot of them, but they're stock boats. Whereas in our Pro Enduro class, they can do a little bit more to them. But here, they really can't be touched. A little bit of handling.
It's a great way to come out here and go racing, man. You can go out and purchase one of these things, come out and get your feet wet, get used to it, right?
Exactly, and you don't have to be going 100 miles an hour to do it. You know, I mean, you're getting a stock boat, which is pretty much detuned. I don't think that with these boats here, I don't think you can do anything with the ECUs. Whereas the other boats that you see in the Pro Enduro classes, you can mess with the ECUs and you can, max out the horsepower that you can get out of them. So you can see our Marshall coming up at the end, and how can you tell that Marshall right there is on a Yamaha? You see that spitter of water that's right behind him? Yamaha made that so you wouldn't be a danger to anybody in front of you. This is a little fun fact. Who knew? But if you're racing and you race the Yamaha, those have to be plugged up because you don't want to impede the racer behind you.
Right behind you, sure.
Mm-hmm. And they'll work their way around the point again.
Yeah, give them two recon laps here.
And look at that flotilla in the background. Boy, I'll tell you, they really bring the boats here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, and everybody knows that big boat race is coming up here in just a little bit. We'll turn the pros loose. In the meantime, they get to watch this.
Going to be a good race. I think I'm going to go down there and get me a front row seat for that one. Let Shane take the helm here with you, and I want to go down there and check that out.
Yeah, that big yacht that was sitting off to the side. Shane and I want to go call the race from there.
There you go. You'll probably get some AC in there.
And a drink.
There, yeah, even more. Cerveza isn't racing this one.
It's so funny that you say that. I mean, I'm telling you, every time we said his name, I was thinking Cerveza.
Right. So once again, Amateur Endurance 200, you've got, I believe, 6 riders out there, and then 24 riders in the Amateur Endurance. Points leader in the 200 is Baron Mernick, who has been perfect with 150 points from the first 2 rounds. Garrett Lofton in the 300, he has been perfect. Keep your eyes out for the 114 early to try to get out in front. Montel hitting the podium in the Cayman Islands. He'll be on 752, another one. And you can never forget Cooper Caldwell. This guy was very fast last year and the year before. He'll be on boat number 193. He's on a Sea-Doo. Water's kind of calm right now as the big boats have gotten off, but I imagine it's going to get stirred up pretty quick with 40 of these personal watercraft on them.
Yeah, big field there, as you can see.
Yeah, welcome back Troy Sider. Troy out of Covington, Louisiana. Used to race with us 25 years ago. Came out of retirement at the inaugural round here of the IHRA. Our professional watercraft season here. And it's been a fun season so far. We've had 2 rounds, one in St. Pete, one in New Orleans. And this is their first ride here with the amateur 200s and 300s at Lake of the Ozarks. So once again, they'll bring them back around one final time as we get set to go here. Klein Glidden III, another one to watch out for. He was a winner this year down in the Cayman Islands, the East End Surf Challenge. He should be on boat number 17. And just took a win at the second round of the SEWA Series, the Cayman Islands Watercraft Association Series, just 3 weeks ago. Baldwin out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, sponsored by Champion Power Sports. Another one of those that you need to watch out for. Currently sitting 4th in the points. Had a great weekend the second weekend when we were in New Orleans. Trying to carry a little momentum, and it looks like he's going to have pole position out there.
How about that? That'll be important here. Get out front. Some of that clean water, at least the first handful of laps to make a run at it. Yamaha, Monster Energy, and Farthing Racing helping him out.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed, especially with the endurance racing, sometimes having pole position doesn't work for you because sometimes there'll be so many riders out there that the course is only so big, and so whoever is actually sitting in the middle would really have pole position, because if you're sitting all the way on the inside, then that means you've got to come back in to hit that first turn before going back out.
Which is a great point. Just because you have pole position doesn't mean you have your pick of where you want to go. You have to go to the far inside.
Yeah, if you pull P1, then that's where you're going. And you can see Baldwin not letting that Marshall out of his sight. I talked to him right before he went down for this moto, and he was telling me, I'm like, how you feeling? How you feeling? He's like, Mike, I'm really tired. I just want to get this race over with. I want to get back in the truck. Good kid. Used to go to the flea markets with me back in the day when I had my thrift store. Him and his family would come down and race our local races there in Central Florida. Caden, also a high school football player.
Out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina.
Yeah, his father, a former endurance racing champion, Brian Baldwin. There's 114 Lofton that is just to the right as we're viewing the screen. He's on the silver bullet right there, 114. He's the one you want to keep your eyes on. He's got the white helmet. He's undefeated so far here in 2026.
Should be getting close to the start of this one.
Yeah, once they come back around, as they go back past the marina, the start-finish line, go back down through the cove, and I believe over to the top left-hand side of the track as they view it here from the point. And, okay, you can see him coming back around into that sweeper all the way back in the cove. Beautiful area here to race, I'll tell you. And it sure would be nice to have one of them houses right there. I wonder what they're charging for parking, because I seen parking up by my hotel for 20, 25 bucks.
Oh, wow.
Somebody making some money this weekend.
Yes, sir.
The hustle is on.
Like living in Speedway, Indiana, around the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, yeah.
Time of the year. Yeah, the same thing. Cars are parked everywhere in everybody's yard.
I used to live in the shadows of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So for the Pro Football Hall of Fame game and the ceremony, oh, yeah, that was our family vacation. So they should be lining them up this time around. As you see John McAkern, our chief marshal out there, taking them up to the top left-hand side of the track. And I believe they'll be working left to right as the fans would be watching it. So John should probably just be spinning around, and then Caden will come around and get in the gate, and then Garrett Lofton will come around and get in the gate, and so forth.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks. It's brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water.
All right, Mikey,
we got them pretty close to being lined up and ready to go here.
Yeah, you can see you got your final couple there getting in the gate as they stretch it out. And if you look at that gate as they're 40 wide, that's probably about a quarter of a mile wide as they're going to be coming right at us. Just a couple more searching for their position. And again, you could just imagine, if you're one of the marshals out there, if you're one of the safety guys, how do you get these guys all to stay in the same line and try to start them properly?
Yeah, and as you're sitting there waiting for everybody else to get in the gate, the water's trying to turn your boat sideways. You don't want it to go sideways, so they're constantly giving it a little burp of throttle to try and keep control of it.
And you can see our two marshals sitting right up in front right there, and our third marshal will be all the way at the end. So we've actually got three marshals that are out there that will be leading this. And you
That's it. Here we go. Green flag flies, horn flies, and we are racing.
I see Caldwell on the red boat. That's Lofton right next to him. Trying to get a number on that leader. Lofton looks like he's going to have position, pulls up, and that's Baldwin right there, followed by 917, or that's 917. That's Dolly, one of the Dolly brothers there.
He had a 502. Looked like he's really making some ground, and then checked up a little bit. Another battle right here.
Oh, they're going to be battling everywhere here in this this amateur class. And that's Cooper Caldwell that's running on the inside, boat number 193 out of Texas.
That boat's got some speed for sure.
And that is Nathan Dolly he was battling with right there. Dolly out of Canada, sponsored by JetX.
Negotiating their way through there, and it goes way wide. We'll have to come back here. Still in third place. Okay so far. Good save.
Yeah, I believe that's Baldwin possibly back there in the third spot. That's Caldwell. That's your race leader right now. Sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy. He's also sponsored by MTI Boats. Remember we talked about Caldwell before, Shane? And as they work their way through the chicanes up there on the top left-hand side of the track, Caldwell's starting to separate from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, he got up to a great start. He's already got a pretty big gap.
Very, very good rider. Very talented rider. Young rider. But I've seen him, like, he's found the edge of the envelope a couple times. Like, he'll get out there in front, but he'll keep pressing it. He's not going to let off the gas. And last year we were in New Orleans, and he came off the boat, and he was separated probably about 150 yards from the boat. Yeah, it took him about 20 seconds to get back to his boat, and that was with the safety crew.
He was going for it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Like I said, he found the glue on the edge of that envelope. And that is
502 right there with Caden Baldwin.
Oh, Caden setting that boat up and setting it down. Almost caught an edge right there. That's Lofton back there in fourth, 114, trying to reel in Baldwin. As we get a good shot of Baldwin right there. Again, sponsored by Champion Power Sports, Fly Racing, also helping him out, Monster Energy, Farthing Racing. And what happens here, you'll see the 300s kind of excel past the 200s because 300 horsepower versus 200 horsepower. So those boats will fall to the back. And what happens is because they're only 200 horsepower, it'll only be a couple of laps, and we're already going to be into some lap traffic. So things definitely get interesting.
Dicey.
Yes, it does. As you see, Caldwell once again working that top left-hand side of the track. Once again, Cooper Caldwell, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha, as well as Riva Racing, MTI Boats, Jet Trim, Jet Tribe, and Elite Motors. Fourth place is Garrett Lofton, your points leader, coming into this one. And Garrett with a 38-point lead over Cooper Caldwell. So Cooper needs these points, and he needs Garrett to stay where he's at so we can get these first place points and try to get back up into the overall scheme of things. And this is only their first moto of the weekend, so we'll have a weekend trophy for the weekend, and then obviously at the end of the season and overall. And you can see one of the 200s already getting out of the way as your leaders are coming through.
Makes good sense.
We'll see if we can't get the leaders in the 200 class. Baron Murnick and Andy Martinez had some great battles in New Orleans. We'll see if they battle it out here at Lake of the Ozarks. As you see Caldwell come through, he's about 3 seconds in front of second place right now. It's Caldwell, Dolly, and Baldwin 1, 2, and 3 all in the shot right here as they work their way around the sweeper in the cove and now out. And you can see Caldwell really starting to extend that lead, really pulling on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, well, and as you said before, if he's going to go for it the entire time, if he's just got that raw speed, and certainly seems like he has it, he's going to continue to check out.
It looked like we had a rider that went down.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that was that 200.
Not quite sure if that was Baldwin that went by as they head their way over toward the flotilla. But it looked like we had somebody that hooked down there and came off the boat as they were side by side going into that turn right before the point. And Caldwell way out in front right now. Flying at a blistering pace there on the Monster Energy Sea-Doo.
Yeah, that's straight line speed, too, and it really showed at the start of that race. I mean, he tracked the two down in front of him, took the lead. Very impressive straight line speed out of that one.
Yeah, you know that he's riding on good equipment, got some great sponsors behind him, and it's really put together a great package here for 2026.
Monster Energy, one of the sponsors there on that ski as well.
I'll tell you, they've done an amazing job branding here at Lake of the Ozarks, that is for sure. And sponsoring a lot of these personal watercraft racing riders, as well as a lot of the offshore boat riders out there.
Sure.
Tyler and Myrick.
And the event, the Monster Mile. I mean, big part of what we're doing out here. We appreciate all the support.
So once again, your race leader working their way around the point. We'll try to let you guys know what kind of times that we're at, and we're going to try to figure out the official time. If we're going 25 minutes or if we're going 30 minutes. It said 25 on the schedule earlier today. As we take a look up, there is the ticker.
14 minutes left, so
okay.
Seems to me like maybe it was a 20-minute moto.
Yeah, 20-minute moto. That sounds about right. And we're taking a look through the lineup right here. Marinick, I believe he is in 10th place, but he's in first place in the 200 class. Andy Martinez in second place in the 200 class. They're running 10th and 11th currently in the race, though, with everybody else, because you're seeing the combined running order right here.
Jason Seeley back in there has been racing out here a little bit earlier today towards the back there, but everybody learning, cutting their teeth here in the AM class.
It's Coop already with an 8-second lead over Nathan Dolly. Caden Baldwin about 16 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by your leader. And Lofton about 20 seconds back. Now, I expect Lofton to come through the pack. Lofton is one of those, he's kind of like Edworthy. You know, he comes through like really late. You know, he'll wait till about five minutes left to go, and then all of a sudden, zoom, this guy is right to the front. Troy Sider coming out of retirement. 1:03, and somebody's getting black flagged from what we understand from our officiating corps. We're going to try to figure out who that is, and we'll let you know.
Did something they didn't like?
Well, you know, a lot of times if you get lost on the course and you're causing a dangerous situation, that's one of the reasons they'll give you a black flag. Or if you just blatantly cut the course, you know, that would be another reason for a black flag. But normally what you do when you get a black flag, you go over see the race director. He explains to you what you did wrong. He'll hold you for a couple minutes and then send you back out.
Lesson learned.
Unless you did something really bad.
Right, but you have to go back to the trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
That looked like the 908 right there as well. That's Rafael Acosta.
Yeah, Rafael Acosta riding for Pinned Up Performance. They actually have my jet ski at their shop, believe it or not. They're out of Hudson, Florida. And they used to run in the drag racing scene and moved over to this endurance scene. Rafael races. His son Josiah races as well. Josiah racing in the pro class as we take a look at Nathan Dolly there, boat number 917. His father Ryan used to be a former racer out of Canada, one of the Canadian champions, and he is sponsored by JetX.ca.
Another Sea-Doo that's out there, JetX Racing, River Racing, Hydro Turf, all helping them out here out of Alton, Ontario. Great to have our Canadian friends make their way down.
Well, you know, as we were talking about the water being a little bit smoother out here today than what it was yesterday, these Sea-Doos are...
it's a chop now, man.
Yeah, well, you got 40 boats out there, plus all the flotillas, that's boats that are going back and forth and creating wakes. You can see there's a lot of them that are outside the track. I believe that's a couple of is that some of the Class 1 boats that are waiting to go out there?
It is, yes, for sure.
Well, they've got about just over 10 minutes before 10 minutes in a lap before we throw the checkered flag here.
Yeah, and I do not believe they're going to run a pace lap from what I understand. I think they're just going to get them lined up and send them once they get ready to go. We'll finish things up here with 10 minutes plus one.
So Cooper Caldwell, again, starting to really extend that lead over 917. Nathan Dolly now a 14-second lead over Dolly, and third place, a 51-second lead over third place. So them two have really separated from the rest of the pack. Actually, that's only 22. Baldwin's only 22 behind, 24 behind for Lofton. is what I just seen. Bryce Ford in that 5th position. Klein Glidden the 3rd out of the Cayman Islands back there in 6th. And the Glidden family own probably one of the best properties down in the Cayman Islands. I stay there every time I go. It's called the Harbor View Apartments right there on Georgetown Harbor.
Wonderful.
So we see the...
Sounds beautiful.
Oh, it is. It is. The green flag is flying right now.
That is the halfway point.
Yeah. So in this case here, we got just under 10 minutes left to go, folks. And again, Cooper Caldwell in command. He is in the proverbial driver's seat, if you will. Once again, coming into this one, Garrett Lofton was your points leader with 140. Caldwell with 102 in 2nd. Dolly with 89 in 3rd. Caden Baldwin in 4th with 78. And it's funny how those are your top 4 right now.
Yep, doing what they do. Caldwell, Dolly, Baldwin, and Lofton. You're right, that is the top 4. And Bryce Ford to round out your top 5.
Well, I'll tell you, the amateurs really putting on a good show this season so far with the Monster Energy IHRA Personal Watercraft Racing Series. Getting really nice turnouts here in the amateur class. As I pointed out today, this combined class, 40-plus riders, 40 riders out there. How about that? And that's what we like to see. We like to fill them lines up, fill the gate up. And that's what the race fans want to see, too. You know,
sure.
I mean, you know, it's always fun to watch a couple people race out there, but when you got 40 of them out there, there's more than one battle going on. There's all kinds of things that you could be concentrating on or taking a look at. Cooper Caldwell, I'll tell you, they got the best pit area. He brings Grandma to the pits with him, right? And Grandma's on the griddle all weekend long, man. You ever go by the pit, Caldwell compound over there, and you smell some good food? That means that's Granny's cooking.
Good eating going on over there. Yeah, we get the same thing with the big boats as well. The Kluwat Cartel, and some great eats over there if you like Cajun-style food.
I was going to say, aren't they from Louisiana?
Yep.
I remember, I think I stopped at their place in New Orleans. As we take a look at Baldwin right there. Good shot of him coming head on at you. And the Monster Energy Yamaha.
Yeah, hanging on to 3rd place, doing a nice job.
And he's in the top spot for a Yamaha right now. Parasidu's out in front. If you're looking at the battle of the manufacturers out there.
Carrying some good speed. Out of some of that lap traffic for a moment. Some clean water. And 4th place not far behind, coming to speed.
Well, I'll tell you, I really like that sweeper that they put down there in the cove because you can carry a lot of speed into that. You see how they come out of it right there. That buoy, that yellow buoy right there, that's been trouble for a lot of people because people are moving over on them and they're not able to get around it.
Going to straighten that one out as we now have nearly 2/3 of this one done. I'm sorry, 75% of this one done.
Yeah, some great racing going on here back in the back up there at the top right-hand side of the screen. Not quite sure who those two were, but right now Cooper Caldwell walking away with this one. He is way out in front, and all by himself in 2nd place is Nathan Dolly. Great to see Nathan out there again, sponsored by JetX, Riva Racing, Hydro Turf, the BRP Museum, and Energy Power Sports. Baldwin back in 3rd still. Garrett Lofton, sponsored by VR Racing, back there in the 4th spot. And we'll see when Garrett hits the afterburners. It's going to have to be pretty soon if he wants to catch up to Cooper Caldwell. Again, Garrett also being sponsored by Victory Marine Fly Racing, Castro Trading Company, as well as Juniors Performance.
Yeah, and I would think if they're going to get fatigued, it would be setting in just about now with 5 to go.
And I did notice Seeley moving his way through the pack. Last time around, he was 11th on the ticker. He's moved up into 9th. So Seeley,
a couple spots, yeah.
Seeley on the move. Did very well with that 1100 runabout limited class that we watched a little bit of today. One of our amateur classes out here this weekend. Took his Sea-Doo X4 hull to Victory Lane. That's 9:17, 2nd place, Dolly.
I believe that was Bali there, our 2nd place competitor that we were just watching drive away. Another pack of skis back there. Look at everybody.
Yeah, Nathan and his younger brother Noah, they're both racing out there today. These guys come to all the races all the way from Canada. They're former professional snowcross racers as well. So
keep them in shape in the winter.
This is what happens when the ice melts. Good look at Dolly right there. Very nice young man, very well-mannered, well-behaved. Had a slight injury last year toward the end of the season. Got healed up. Glad he's back out here this season with his brother and his whole family. JetX, they sponsor a lot of racers from up there in Canada and up in the Northeast Quadrant. Okay, did you hear that? I don't know if you heard what was going on in the background right there. Simon, who was one of our race directors, was telling one of the guys, and it was probably the guy that he black flagged, right? He has part of his rub rail hanging off, and you can't have that hanging off out there because if that comes off, somebody could suck it up, and that could ruin that race. So that's why he was getting him off the track.
Gotcha.
So that was the reason, I believe, for the black flag, and we just heard it on the radio.
Yeah, just happened to overhear that, yeah. In some forms of racing, they would give them what they call the meatball flag or mechanical flag, with something falling off of the car.
Right. All right, just over 3.5 minutes left to go here in this one. This will be the final closed course race of the day. Don't forget, we've got the offshore, the Class 1 boats coming up next. Stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll bring Shane back in for the call with my good buddy Ken.
Yeah, closing this one out here strong, and our two leaders have been at about the same gap here for a while.
So you got both of the Dolly brothers right now in the top six.
I should say second and third, I believe we're pretty close. Our leaders checked out.
Yeah, second and third pretty close, but I believe that's a Dolly, Nathan Dolly in second, but Noah Dolly has moved up to sixth. Klein Glidden, the third, has moved up into fifth on that last lap. So there is some movement going on back there in the back, as we've been pretty much focused on the front of the pack right now. You see Caldwell still your leader, and he has extended that lead to 30 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, Nathan Dolly back 30 seconds behind. Garrett Lofton's move up into third place, so he's on the move too. Caden Baldwin up into fourth, and Glidden into fifth. So Baldwin lost the spot there to Lofton on that last lap around.
Two minutes left to go. 2 minutes plus one lap. Sealy now in 8th place. You talked about him being 11th, bumped up to 9th, now in 8th.
Yeah, there's definitely some movement going on in the back of the pack. And there is your leader of the 200 class. That is boat number 297, Baron Marinick. And once again, Baron, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, as well as Monster Energy, the Commander Yamaha Youth Program, Riva Racing, MTI Boats, Elite Motors, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, Dean Strong, Circus Media, and Ride Now.
So they're a good call on that. Boat number 4 coming in there, and they did have to remove the bumper off. White flag out. Tick earlier than what we would expect, but nonetheless, white flag flying. So 1 lap to go.
Yeah, that was Ford who had to go off of the track. They black flagged him. He was in 5th place, so that's why everybody was moving up there in the back of the pack.
That's what got Sealy 1 spot up.
Mm-hmm. So once again, the white flag out. Not too much time to go. Caldwell way out in front right now. There's 297, currently running 10th overall. Baron Marinick, but first in the 200 class. Andy Martinez, 117, running second in the 200 class.
About halfway through this final lap. And of course the starter down there working hard on the whistle to let everybody know that the white flag is flying.
Well, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the track cleared off for those Class 1 boats that are coming up next. We're sharing the water, so you know, we're going to share the time as well.
Class 1 boats are already out there just waiting.
So Klein Glidden right behind Caden Baldwin right now. Noah Dolly still maintaining that 6th place position with his brother Nathan up in 2nd, but they're all chasing that man right there, Cooper Caldwell.
Final ski race of the day. Of course, we'll have some more tomorrow as well. At 3rd and final, and that's it. Checker flag should be coming out here.
And there it is. Cooper Caldwell out of Fort Worth, Texas will take the win. Home of Will Rogers Museum.
Very cool.
So still waiting for 2nd place to come in. That's what kind of win this was. He made a statement out there today that he is back. Dolly in 2nd. Lofton looks like he's going to remain in 3rd. Caden Baldwin in 4th, and Klein Glidden the 3rd. Will round out your top 5, and I believe this is 2, 3, and 4 that are coming down the straightaway right now. It gets Martinez on the inside.
Man.
Yeah, that was Martinez that was in the 200 class that was on the inside, so he was a lap down.
Everybody charging hard here to close this one out strong. 20-minute long moto.
And they still got
their 4 sight laps too, so it's pretty long.
Yeah, they've got 2 more motos to go tomorrow too, so they're the only ones that hadn't run so far this weekend. So now everybody's had a chance to at least be out on the water because of that delay today. Running a little bit late, and for those of you who want to watch the Pro 300 Enduro, that has been rescheduled until tomorrow. So this will be the final closed course race of the day, the final endurance race of the day. And I'm going to get ready here to turn it back over in just a couple moments to my good buddy Shane Landis. Ken, always a great time working with you, partner.
Yeah, buddy. We've had a couple of good days of racing here. It took us a little bit to get going this morning, but once Mother Nature decided we had filled the lake up enough, the sun has popped back out, and we had some good racing here, and we look forward to it one more day tomorrow.
Yeah, we needed a jump start this morning, that's for sure.
Well, great job, man. Great job as always. Mike Young, so solid, has been calling these things for 30, 40 years. So let's do this race recap here.
Alrighty, let's take a look. Here you go. You got 40 deep right there. Some of the guys getting a good jump right there from the inside. You can see Dolly 917 pops out there. Baldwin 502 right here on the inside. Ford, that was Bryce Ford, who actually got black flagged off the course on that couple of the last laps. And there is Caldwell. Caldwell on the red boat. Left-hand side of the screen. You can see Dolly picking up the broom. He's going to try to sweep hard. Nothing doing as Cooper Caldwell gooses that throttle and never looks back. Dolly right there watching Caldwell has to settle for 2nd.
And it looks like the Class 1 boats are already up on plane. They might be sending these guys here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think they're doing everything they can to get this race started and get this thing going.
Yeah, they do. They do have to work within the confines of the rules of the lake, and they want to get this thing going and get this first boat in, first race in for the Pro Class 1s. And I see some pretty big rooster tails already, Shane.
Yes, I tell you what, these guys are ready to drop the hammer and let it fly.
And I think they just had to unload off the trailer and race what you got, man. Not much time to change anything on these boats here today.
No, I think most of these guys, they look pretty settled, you know what I mean, from the qualifiers. So hopefully they, any minor tweaks and, changes they had, they got it done. And here they go. Look at those big Pro Class 1 boats.
Absolutely love it.
We are green flag racing, kid. Come on, baby. Let's go.
The yellow WHM boat there to the outside, 4 to the outside. Everybody will maintain their lane. There's a look at the boats that are competing here today. And they are charging side by side. There is that brand new MCON boat, and looks like they are the first ones down there to turn 1. With that said, here comes the DMR team, Britt Lilly, and of course Bill Pyburn. I mean, we're talking about the best of the best that are all duking it out here already, and it looks like that MCON boat is going to take the early lead.
I'm telling you, those guys jumped out. That's what they were talking about earlier, is that new boat. They really hope they can have it set up to get that low-end pole, and they are jumped out to an early lead. Then we got the Battle of the Bills. We got Bill Pyburn and we got Billy Moore. They're running for 2nd and 3rd position right now, neck and neck.
Oh, a big flyover!
Whoa, that was not good.
A huge flyover. They literally were side by side. It looked like the WHM boat, and I couldn't tell who was beside him. Started packing air from side by side, and they both
I can't remember who was on the outside, but it looks like they took the air off of each other, and we blew one over.
I agree, man.
I don't know.
They were both nose high, and one just really hooked, caught a bunch of air, and flew up like a parachute.
It was one of the Bills, and I can't remember. I couldn't remember who was on the outside. I hate to see that, especially early on, first lap. Man.
Yeah, I couldn't even see what that boat was there on the outside that just went by us because they were part of it. They were nose high as well.
I didn't see who came back through the gates there, and we got the helicopter there dropping everybody in, it appears. So
really scary moment. We want to make sure everybody is okay here. Helicopter right there. Safety boats right there.
Everybody talks about offshore racing in the rough water. This is the adverse condition of flat and fast.
Well, you said it before. We were chatting about it during commercial break. It's like the speeds are so high here, and they can get beside each other, and they blow the air off of one off the other, and it packs underneath the boat beside them's tunnel.
Yeah,
and pretty soon somebody's going for a ride.
Yeah, both those boats. I'm sure we'll get a replay eventually, but both those boats they were both carrying a really, really high bow. And you know, one backed out of the throttle a little bit before the other did, and then this is the result.
We'll watch it again.
Got a replay on our start. Here we go. That does look. Does that look like DMR, or is that the? I can't. I just don't even say it. Yep, that was DMR. We just got word. Okay,
and
right here.
You see out there in the distance, and I mean up and all the way over. And a hard hit.
That was a hard hit.
The driver and throttleman completely inverted.
Both of our guys are out of the water and safe as from we're hearing.
The back of that boat.
We got safety crews everywhere. But, man, those guys, like I said earlier, the high speeds, they are just absolutely running hard.
Look at the damage to that boat. Completely
Lord have mercy.
Destroyed. Boy, are we glad they are okay.
I am so glad that Bill Pyburn and Britley, I heard, got out of that boat, but they just took the skin right off of it on impact. Good night.
I've never seen anything even close to that.
I have never seen carnage quite like that on a boat. But you know what? I got to give hats off to that boat manufacturer. The capsule is intact, right? You know, so we've got to look at the positive out of that is those guys were able to get out of the boat from what you heard, and it looks like they were safe. So that's the most important part. But that capsule looks like it was intact, and that's the key. Wow.
And like you said, it ripped the skin off. But look at the structure of that boat is all still still looks really strong as well. Just
like I got Bill. Looks like I've got the driver and throttle on the pontoon boat there on the safety rig, and
flew up, completely flipped backwards, stuffed the back. You could see the huge splash out of it.
Oh, that's a tough day. I mean, just look at all that floating debris in the water. That's the whole deck surface. I mean, that thing just literally just blew apart. But, you know, I don't know exactly what speed they were running, but they have the capability of running at the top end in that 150, 160 mark, you know, and to blow over at that kind of speeds and then touch down on the front of the sponsons like that, it just blew it apart like a can opener. Peeled it back.
Man, oh man, that was a wild, wild feat here. A very scary moment at the start of our Pro Class 1 race. But as we documented before, both the driver and throttleman are out of the boat and okay. That's most important. We'll be right back.
All the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can.
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Visit Shootout Yamaha at Lake of the Ozarks. 50 years strong.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
And once again, we welcome you back here. That big 2003 45-foot victory just went through a horrific wreck there. The boat, formerly owned by Mike Falco and purchased by Bill Pyburn and the rest of his group, put together. And he and Britt Lilly inside, you need to know that they are okay. As we welcome you back here to the Lake of the Ozarks, the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. It was lap one of the Pro Class 1 race, and two boats just side by side, and they moved so much air, they packed so much air, and they got side by side. Both boats really flying the nose, and for the Dirty Money team, they got the worst of both of it. Eventually, it got so much air underneath it, it took off, flipped over completely backwards, landed inverted, and caused the damage that you're looking at right there, which is simply mind-boggling. But we are so thankful that both Britt is okay, obviously, and Bill are okay. That's the most important thing.
Yep, it's good to hear those guys are out, and we're ready to go for those guys.
So that's going to wrap things up for us here today. We'll get that boat back over, and we're glad they're okay. We have plenty of racing all day long tomorrow, so we hope you will join us. Again, we will have the skis that are back, the personal watercraft series, and we will also have the big boats come out here. All the rest of the classes have to race tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy day, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you enjoyed all the great racing action here today. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Until tomorrow, thanks for watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series.